Құрметті қонақтар, орындарымызға жайғасып, ұялы телефонның дауысын сөндірулеріңізді сұраймыз. Dear guests, please take your seats and kindly switch your phones to silent mode. Уважаемые гости, просим вас занять свои места и отключить звук мобильных телефонов. Силикон алқабындағы ЖИ үрдістері. AI trends from Silicon Valley. Тренды И из Силиконовой долины. Ник Давидов, co-founder and managing partner at Davidov's VC.
Всем привет. Нормально слышно? Так.
Hello, everyone. I hope you can hear me.
And Russian. Please raise your hand or forever hold your peace. Okay. Could you please grab the headphones? They should have them. Yep. Good, потому что я буду по-русски говорить.
Yeah, because I'll be speaking Russian and I was trying to understand which language is better to speak. I cannot speak Kazakh, and so I will speak Russian because the majority of people understands Russian, but some terms I will be using in English. My name is Nik Davidov. I came from the sunny California to just a little bit less sunny Astana. I've been to Astana in summer. I know that sometimes it's sunny in Astana, and there's a giant advantage of the strong winds in Astana is that the mosquitoes get also blown by the wind, because I hate mosquitoes from my childhood and I love it in Kazakhstan. Thank you for the very warm welcome, and I think that in Kazakhstan there is great opportunities to develop startups, especially in the field of high-tech, AI, and this is what we'll be talking about today. So let's start. I will try to change the slides with the clicker. Yeah, it seems to be working. Great. So today, I want to tell you what happens in the Silicon Valley in terms of AI. You all watch news and you see all of the different rounds, and sometimes it's quite scary. And I wanted to go into the main topic. So, what if it is a bubble? Yeah, because this looks very similar, suspiciously similar to what happened in 2001. What do we remember from that? There was a high number of investors who said internet is the future. When they right? Yeah, they were right. But actually it happened not the way we wanted it to happen. And large investment funds said, let's invest into internet companies as this is the future. And that's why companies like MCI World, they have grown in capitalization, and Pets.com, they closed, even couldn't understand how to get their profits. They were thinking, well, there are so many pet owners around the world, and they can buy their food from Pets.com, and they don't need to go to the shops. But it didn't work. The same for the pizza companies. And the majority of those companies by 2002 just stopped their existence. And what is interesting about this crisis, that it actually finished, and we can take company Cisco, and also which is similar to NVIDIA. So Cisco is producing equipment which is used for like 80% of internet, and this means as long as everyone needs internet, then everyone will need Cisco. Cisco required 20 years to come to this capitalization. So if you bought Cisco at their peak, then you didn't lose anything. But many companies actually lost a lot. Also, people don't remember dot-com bubble. that during this dot-com bubble, the actually real richest companies of nowadays were born at that period. And some other companies that were on the peak at that time, we don't see them today. So out of 10 richest companies at NASDAQ, 7 are the companies that appeared during this period of dot-com bubble. So let's try to understand, therefore, how these companies are different from other companies. So, okay, we reviewed that Cisco was the most expensive company, and now the most expensive ones are Amazon, Google, Facebook, Netflix, Salesforce, Priceline, PayPal, and even eBay now, and others are below. And what is common for them? They have the application layer. There is such a model according to which all technologies could be broken down to low level and high level. So low level mean closer to analog signal, to the hard drivers, to hard equipment, and high level is closer to the users. And if we make this analogy with AI, if we go from the bottom, we see that at the bottom there will be electricity, which is required for everything to work, which is of deficit today. 3% of all electricity produced by humanity is consumed by data centers. And in order to satisfy the demand that will be produced by AI in the coming 10 years, we will need not 3%, but 350%. So this means 3.5% times 3.5 times more electricity we will need to produce overall, just to drive data centers. Next is producing chips. But actually, chips is not the only thing, but also the video cards. So foundation models, like AI models that are taught on some high-level data, and then you can develop products. Like GPT-5 is a foundational model. Anthropic Claude 4.5 thinking is also a foundational model. And Google View 3 is also a foundational model. Those foundational models, they work not just on the hardware, but also on the cloud software. Because one chip is not enough. You need several chips, but you combine them and force them think that it's one chip. And there are such companies called hyperscalers, like Cohere, Lambda, Nebius, former Yandex, AWS. They also have such products, products like Microsoft Azure and Google Cloud. Tropic also works on Google Cloud. Perplexity uses Amazon Cloud and AWS. Higgsfield works on Nebius. In addition to this foundational model, people develop AI apps on them. So if we use ChatGPT, it's an app. If we use Perplexity, it's also an app. It's an application layer. And when we take a foundational model and make something with it, which is of benefit for people. And what is the purposes of foundational models? Who knows how LLMs are working? Yeah, not many people. So let me try to explain how LLMs are working. So this is like probabilistic machine, which has developed a multidimensional map of the human language, like a picture. So it's like a map out of different types of data and how it interacts with each other. And it can predict the most probable word in the sentence. So, for example, in Russian, there is this popular saying from the song, and if I say 2 words, then you know what will be the third word. So I give you prompt with the 2 words in Russian, and the third word you know, like the fir tree was born in the forest. So this is just the words from the song. And out of this, there was also an interesting scientific article that's called "Attention is all you need." So, meaning that you need to select the proper cut of this multidimensional map of language. So this foundational model should be understood like some operational systems like Windows or Linux. But if you take Windows, for example, usually there are no applications, there is no Microsoft Office, then you need to install it additionally so that you can use the computer for some purposes using this operational system. And AI apps is the user interface, giving user experience, giving opportunity to the user to do something with it. For example, Hicksfield is an application company. Those who don't know Hicksfield, this is the first unicorn from Kazakhstan in the Silicon Valley, and now their profit is 50 million. During the second year of their existence, they already had a profit of 50 million USD, and we had the privilege of being one of the first investors in Hicksfield. And that's why I will be making an example of them, referring to them today. So Hicksfield is also an application model. Apart from those foundational models, they build combinations of everything, which allows users to get a very predictable product using simple actions. And the majority of value, as we see from the example of 2001, is still created in application in foundational models. And this industry is still not so developed. And we don't know yet what kind of applications can be developed with AI. But the differences is the speed, because from dot-com bubble to Facebook, there was 7 years. Then from dot-com bubble to iPhone, there were 9 years. But today, from the ChatGPT, when it was born, it was November 2022, and then in January, February, it entered the wider market, and in March, boom started. And for 2.5 years, there was ChatGPT, and there were some other application layer companies that had grown in their value, in their profits, and hundreds and thousands of users. So now the time is quicker. And if we want to look at this technology stack, we also need to understand what is important to AI companies. Each AI company has 3 pillars AI is built on. This is data, compute, and talent. Talent is people, of course, data scientists, or we also call them data satanists, depending on how they work. This is also computing opportunities and data. What I liked yesterday, I liked the speech of the president on the launch of Alem AI, because the government surprisingly understands everything very right and does everything properly. There is a lot of data in Kazakhstan. Government services are digitized. As I understand, you don't have paper documents anymore, like documents. For example, my fear is to lose my green card, because if I lose my green card, it will take 1 month to actually restore this green card, and also take time to send it, ship it back to me from US. So, but if you have data, you have talents, you don't need so much paper documents already. Then this leads to the first clusters, so first GPU clusters in Kazakh Telecom, in the ministry, digital ministry, and I don't know how they were able to buy these GPUs, because actually it's not possible to buy them. For example, Elon Musk, Larry Ellison, and Bezos, they all come to Jensen, for example, Jensen Lang, and they make certain paths in front of him to buy those supercomputers or quotas or these GPUs. Because Nebius bought their first quotas for GPU when there were some Israeli citizens of the Russian region, and thanks to Israeli government, they were able to buy something. But the fact that in Kazakhstan there is a clusters of DGX, this is super cool. So overall, you have three main components to build Kazakhstani companies. Next, what you need to understand how AI is different from AI business is with this fourth pillar, which is distribution, because you can have a cool product, but if you are not selling it, if you don't have a channel, you don't have partners, integrators, resellers, you will not be able to sell it. And distribution is what all AI businesses are fighting for. Perplexity is becoming more expensive, not because they have more users, although this is also important, and not because their product is better than Google, that their search is faster and better, but because they signed new contract with SAP, new contract with Samsung. So at all Samsung mobile phones, there is the pre-install Perplexity, and this is what is important to investors. This means that there will be an opportunity to scale up the product from tens of thousands to hundreds of thousands and billions of people. And billions of people for the I remember when we had thousands of people, for example, but now only in Instagram. Who knows? What is the monthly auditorium of Instagram? It's 5 billion. 5 billion. So 5 out of 8 billion from the world population enter Instagram at least once a month. And if in like 2005 or from 2005 until 2018, everyone waited for a Mary Meeker presentation. It's like a presentation for 500 pages. It was statistics about internet introduction in different countries, which countries have what kind of channels, what countries who have broadband, who have fiber optics, and so on. It was very important to understand for these companies to have the predictions, how can they grow. If you remember, Zuckerberg launched some automatic jets in Africa, also to cover with internet. Today we live in the world when internet is available almost to everyone, or at least the opportunity to get internet is available to everyone. And then the question is not physically being able to use your product, but to what number of people you can reach out to economically efficiently. And how today's era is different from .com era. Infrastructure during .com bubble was with great pressure. For example, we told that all people will need internet will be very good, and we forced to have this fiber optics, which means $500 billion were dug into fiber. And at a certain point, infrastructure was 100,000 times more than users. And now infrastructure is used straight away. Kazakh Telecom has started their cluster. I think they haven't yet announced about it, but it's already completely used and set up for the future. People are ready to pay for the future. And the most important figure here is that, like many people say, what if your bubble will actually blow? But this is the infrastructure that is important for the new neural networks. And 80% of the infrastructure is inference, and only 20% is the actual infrastructure. For example, Facebook has 90% of their infrastructure, of the large data centers. It's not just language models or something else. These are just GPUs that are estimating the advertisement for the ready business. Which advertisement to show you to increase the probability of you clicking on something or following something or ordering something. The second big difference is that internet required the change of consumer attitudes. So we were going buy food into shops. Now we make online ordering. That means we need to interact with courier services, with delivery services. And consumers don't like changing their behaviors and their habits, and for that we require a systematic shock. The great interference happened during COVID, when you were all locked up at home. And they said, well, people, you have internet, you can order things. Why do you need a physical meeting? You can use Zoom. I remember my first job was at Cisco company. And at that time, Cisco was already not the most expensive company in the world, but it was quite cool also, like Google. And I was telling everyone and saying, guys, you don't need to have physical meetings. You just buy this Cisco telepresence, just buy a large screen to your meeting room, and then you will have half of the meeting online and half of the meeting offline, and any sort of meeting with any people around the world you can conduct it. But people didn't buy it. But when COVID happened and Zoom, it changed everything.
But now there are proven business models. We are all subscribers for certain products, for the apps. And how long do they exist? Do you know that? Since 2018, just 8 years. But for us, we are all subscribers to something. If you are not, raise your hand. There is one person with no subscription, 2 people, you could be red listed. So you can sell courses how to save money. So there are proven business models that do not require change in consumer behavior. We are doing what we learned to do, but quicker. Now we can look up for information in Google. We are surfing the web, and we can read the recommendations for traveling. So we get the result immediately. And the third big difference, in the internet, there were no big companies to make money. There were attempts of Microsoft that produced Microsoft Office or Windows to generate a product for pay, but that's the only example. Besides Apple and Microsoft, there were no other companies generating money but in the internet. But now there are top 10 richest companies, out of which 7 are AI. That were internet companies before they became AI companies. So actually they're adding their new service on an existing model. So innovations were quite slow, and they were patented, and people wanted to keep their trade secrets with them, so innovations were quite small. So what does it mean open source? When I do something, then I make it public, and I say you can use it, you can change it. There are different licenses. I can say you can get this license, change something, but you cannot use it for building a business. Or you can, but if you change everything, you have to put everything back into my repository for the product to evolve. So the entire AI is built on open source. So you cannot sit on the innovation for too long. So unless there were no innovations, Google would not be able to do AI. But thanks with the open source, ChatGPT has become OpenAI, and then 5 more players got it, and every innovation becomes a commodity. Common things, a commodity. It's like a grain. It's like raw materials, just a very, very raw material. So, and this, of course, multiplies the innovations. Over the last 2 weeks, more things happened with AI than in the previous 2 years, and in 2 years more than in previous 20 years. So this is a progressive growth, and the cost of AI is going down, but the quality is improving. If we look at the statistical data, we take a model state-of-the-art model, one of the best performing models back 2 years ago, and then you compare it with a new model with comparable performance. So what is the change in price? What do you think? How much cheaper is the existing model? In 700 times cheaper. 700 times. So the SOTA model now is 10 times cheaper than a soda 10 years ago. So the price is really going down. So .com didn't have incumbents, but now there are incumbent companies. Incumbent companies are those with a big market share, and they have the application layer for the AI implementation. Why still is it expensive? So people say, why Perplexity costs a lot? Why OpenAI costs a lot? 140. So the answer is very simple. And on this slide, you can see a lot of explanations from financial perspective. That's how the world works. Total assets globally in 2024. Just see, 118 trillion total capitalization of public and private companies. Now it's 150, but it's 2024 data, and 3 trillion ventures, venture companies, new companies, emerging companies. And when there is a technology that marks a new stage of industrial revolution changing the world, they say, great, okay, we won't invest in other businesses as much as we used to. Why would I buy the shares of call centers in India or Pakistan if I understand that they won't have this demand? 80% will be processed by AI. Why would I buy shares in a sewing factory, understanding that robot will sew it 24/7? Better and quicker. These are just random examples. But the idea is that the investors, they don't want to do that. So in a public market, so the AI is booming, and this 3 trillion is just 25 companies, and top 7, like 18 trillions out of 21. So 21 is for AI. And so what about venture companies? And they look at venture capital with a different perspective. Why? Because 1% of asset managers control 66% of the money globally. 207 companies manage $75 trillion, and top 10 companies manage 35 trillion. So the concentration of capital is huge. These are our money, pension funds, state money, public investments. So these are money of all the people that flow through this very narrow fin of the funnel. So when you have just if you have 10 billion and you invest somewhere, then startup come and say, we need $1 million. And I would say, well, I'll forget you once the transaction is over. Even if there is a department that invests small money, small checks, everyone will forget about it, because if you a fund and you are investing in investing public money like trillions, you won't remember this 1 million spent for startups. So it's a funnel with a very narrow neck. And big funds, they invest in big infrastructure projects. For instance, Trump says, for instance, we have to build the infrastructure, and then Oracle and other companies will jump in trillions of dollars. So Amazon says, or Meta says, we have our own money to build. So it's like an infrastructure for 1 to trillion. So it's clear investments. You can write a big check. An MGX fund, let's say, CEO of G42 said that they're co-founders of the fund to invest in AI. It's a funny situation because there is nowhere to invest in AI because the checks are small. So, they tell, for instance, we'll give you 200 million, but they won't take it because their overall capitalization is 50 or 75 million. And how can you accommodate 200 million? So we have a comfortable size. We don't want to be eaten by large companies. We are top 5 in the industry. We want to continue the same spirit. And they say, okay, let's wait for the companies to grow. Companies are growing. Foundational model companies grew to the level, and then they started giving money to them. So because of this proportion that we saw on this slide, we are seeing boosting of capitalization, because once you can accommodate 500 million of investments, then 207 companies will fight for you, firms with big money. And venture investors, when I compete with Sequoia, the competition is clear. I come and say, Sequoia cannot hire engineers from Yandex or super researchers in Kazakhstan for 10% of their price, but I can. And the founder says, okay, I'll take money from you. I'll take money from you, from Sequoia, and from other useful companies. And when NGX invest, they can compete only with their evaluation. They say, of course, we can bring you contracts, but my price is larger, so take my money are cheaper for you. So, therefore, the price is estimated at a very, very high level. And now there are companies who, in application layer, can take the money. And there is just a handful of such companies, a dozen. Glean, Perplexity, Harvey, Cursor, Hicksfield, Lovable. You heard these names. Young startups, just 3 years, because there was no market 3 years ago. Glean, a little bit elder. And they all reached the profit, and these are quickly growing companies. The speed of their development is very big, so they can take big checks. Perplexity, when they costed 1 billion, they got 75 million per round, and it was hard for them to accept the money because these are money for small companies, but for bigger companies, it's not a whole lot of money. And a former CEO of GitHub got profits from that. Samsung, Arab funds were fighting for this. BlackRock, Blackstone, these are the companies with black or stone or water in their name. Or pine or brook. In any combination, you'll get one of the 207 firms with any combination. So there is just a dozen of such companies, and startup didn't grow enough because distribution is not simple. Consumer distribution is simple. ChatGPT can grow in 3 years to 800 million users. But it's not easy to sell to big companies where the budget committee has meeting once a year. So the bubble is there, but it's not evenly distributed. What are the assumptions that we can make? So AI will become better, AI will become cheaper. And we won't talk about AGI because AGI, for some, it's a scary thing, and for some, it's a holy grail that it will be superintelligence. But no one gives a definition of superintelligence. So it's like it must want something or be better than a human or have a self-reflection or do something as humans do. So superintelligence definitions, they exist but not clear. But researchers cannot agree on that. And the biggest objective of AGI is not self-reflection, it's not to be super computing power, but convince researchers that it's AGI. But some people will come up with new benchmark and say, no, he's stupid. So it's all about computing capacities. More AI we have, smarter and cheaper AI, then more it is used by people. And we need more computing. Application layer solutions are on the rise. They're emerging, and most of the distribution belongs to companies which are bigger already. Perplexity, our portfolio company, therefore I make example of them. If you don't know Perplexity, I recommend it to you. It's better than Google. It answers your questions better than Google. So Perplexity, in terms of the number of requests, is 1% of Google. It's a great achievement because Google costs 4 trillion, Perplexity, if you assess it, then it's like 40 billion. But interestingly, colleagues, I'm seeing a lot of people here. If you are further down the hallway, you can take seats and be distributed evenly. So I'm happy to see so many people listening to me. Just by taking a small pause because people, they're feeling like in the underground station. For Perplexity to grow from 1 to 30% of Google, it's a really big way to go because Google has data centers all around the world. They have a cable under each ocean on the planet. Google processes most traffic of telecom communicators. It's the biggest telecom operator in the US. If you send MMS to T-Mobile, it all goes through the Google infrastructure. They have their own CDNs, contracts with the countries. This is the biggest barrier for the startups to grow, and therefore distribution is so important. So what are our concerns? What can go wrong? The biggest concern is that the locomotive of this market is companies producing foundational model. They are assessed not by the market and not by the investors who buy shares to sell. So in the first rounds of OpenAI and the current rounds of all the companies, so the investments were according to estimations or assessments of Google or Microsoft. And Microsoft will sell shares of OpenAI? No. The biggest transaction, 30 or 40 billion assessment invested into OpenAI by Microsoft, and they got 49% of profits of the company, future profits. Some of the additional rights, as well as the right of first claim for the new technologies. The transaction is not market-based, so the shares were artificially assessed because they are not going to sell these shares. They could assess them at trillions, and they invested not the money. Out of 10 billion, only 2 billion were cash, and all the rest was computing power, because this is the main cost item of OpenAI. And this dynamics is still continuing. Maybe you saw this meme about this triangle where OpenAI says we want to buy computing power from Oracle for 100 billion. Oracle says great, then 100 billion ordered to NVIDIA. NVIDIA said great, and 100 invests in OpenAI. It's like a triangle. So all of them got capitalization up. So this is the first concern, because any derivatives create unproportional effect when the bubble collapses. So that's why in 2008 in the US, the people who cannot pay on loans got loans for the houses, expecting that the price will grow always. There was no idea that the price of housing will go down, and because of derivatives, the whole bubble collapsed. And here we can see the same. We are seeing a bubble because of derivatives. And data are lacking. The companies bought all the data available. And therefore, the innovations is at the dead end. So it's not possible to get the money legally because there is a lot of regulatory concerns around. And the second problem is that all the data are similar everywhere. Everyone buys data from Reddit of Scale AI, MetaBot Scale AI, so the data will not be at everyone's disposal. But anyway, everyone has them.
Next problem is that commoditization happens very quickly, and that means the companies are located at some market which is similar to the Hollywood blockbusters, and you hope that it will boom, and during the coming 3 months everyone will watch your movie, and you need to earn all possible money during these 3 months. And the problem is that if you haven't done the best movie, no one watches it, then you go and film the next one. DeepSeek has demonstrated it very well in February, I think. I remember I came to Almaty, I got sick, and it was in February when DeepSeek started. So first, their breakthrough model, they actually submitted their first model on Christmas Day, but in the United States, no one noticed it. But then, for the second time, it actually had a significant impact. And now they understood that even if DeepSeek is cheaper, that means more people will use it and there will be more demand for NVIDIA. Next problem is that we don't know what will happen further with capitalization, and we don't know what is the competitive advantage. And I call them moats here. So, how to create moats. What could be the competitive advantage in 10 years? So if earlier the competitive advantage was the complexity of the soft distribution was, and now with Coft, they made LinkedIn in 4 hours. So one person developed LinkedIn in 4 hours. And you know, LinkedIn is a large company, not because it's a complex software. Salesforce also, Salesforce has also very simple software, but they have a big network of salespersons, and so they depend on the sales force. I think it's becoming too hot in the room. Maybe we can open the room. I'm getting worried that people will start suffering. And if I will see people falling down, I will think it's because I'm so boring. So what will happen if the markets will correct? Yeah, they can correct. I don't see the opportunity for them to actually fail as it was previously, but there could be some decreases on the market. So like what's happening now? Why American technologies are American economy is growing now? Because everyone is now in the expecting mode due to the Trump's promises. The same happened in China. They invested a lot into the infrastructure. They constructed new cities. Reports about the economic growth look not so true, but they believe in AI robots, and they think that the economics will grow. Even in Russia, they also believe in some Sberbank's developments. They have some giga chats or something. So overall, the expectations in the economy from AI are quite high. But what will happen if markets correct? First, demand for AI products won't disappear because companies will have to survive. Money will become more expensive. Attracting money will become more expensive. So maybe they will try to replace people with AI. So the market of profits will still grow. Foundational model labs will not stop existing, but they will reduce their research probably. So we will come to a situation where we will have new breakthrough innovation not every 2 weeks, but once a year, which is also not bad. At least we will have time to learn things. And if we will stop all new innovations now, we have enough technologies for the 10 coming years to actually learn them and to keep introducing them. And for some too complex governmental structures, it may take even longer. Moonshot bets will see the hardest time, probably. All those robotics, AI, biotech. You remember someone expected a Nobel Prize in biology and chemistry, which was received by Hinton. So he was expecting a Nobel Prize in AI, but he received in biology and chemistry. So all companies that will not be economically feasible, they will just probably stop functioning. This will be quite sad. We have some forecasts, but we hope that this correction will not happen. There are equal opportunities for it happening and not happening. Big investors will preserve liquidity, but they might shift to early stages. So if they were investing into Series E, G, F, and so on, they will be launched at the early stages. Why early stage startups? Is the most resilient category of assets in relation to everything else. It's like a submarine at the maximum depth. And for them, the storms on the surface are not important because a startup, it mobilizes money to develop a product, to check whether the product is sufficient, and they are not thinking about whether it will be profitable or not, because the life of startup is actually calculated with the number of months they have some money on their account. If we have few money left, then we will just reduce the team, or maybe we will mobilize some more money. So this is how, for the early stage, it will not have big impact. For the early stage mega funds, there will also be reduction, maybe not so impactful. Like in the ventures, for example, 1% manages 20% of money, so situation will be quite healthy. Startups are easier. For startups, it is easier to mobilize money. Last year, for example, 1% of firms mobilized 75% of new money. So that means larger funds actually accumulate or attract more money than small ones. Or you remember when people tested pre-IPO, then understood that venture capital is a little more difficult than it seemed. Many people had their money stuck there. They didn't lose it, but there was no opportunity to quickly get them back. And the majority of investors are still investing into venture funds and similar institutions. They are comfortable to invest into mega funds. I'll try to accelerate because I think we have not so much time left. And the majority of questions I heard whether there is an AI bubble. I think I gave you enough information to think about. Now let's talk about what does AI do and what is working and what is not. First is introduction of AI. It grows faster than anything. But there was an MIT study which says that 95% of AI pilots fail and don't lead to financial results. Let's try to understand why so. First problem is that from the idea until demo in AI is just 1 day. And each one of you here could prepare some AI prototype without knowledge in programming and anything, just overnight. And it will be working, and you can demonstrate it, and even someone will like it and even offer you a pilot project and 10,000 USD of the advance payment. But then it will appear that it works only in 80% of cases. It's worse than other people show. That means we cannot replace people with this. Many companies have more requirements to AI than to humans. So if you are ready to maybe understand why people make mistakes, but if AI assistant is making a mistake, then you think, well, this is not right. This shouldn't be. There is no empathy to robots. And in order to develop a working product, agentic, or what we call it, this is when AI is planning itself how to solve the task, selects the tool, and solves the task. This is what we call the task of those agents. This takes from 6 to 12 months to develop, because the easiest use case can be developed in 1 day, but then you understand that this is not the right one. There are some corner cases which we need to solve, and we need to think about context engineering. And a very simple example, for example, there is a PhD worker you have with the encyclopedic knowledge about world. You hire him. You ask him to solve some tasks, but the person knows nothing about your company, and he doesn't know who to ask. Will he solve this task? Probably not. Probably he will not find it. Okay, you can show him how to solve something. Then the problem is that the difference from the person, AI every 5 minutes updates his memory. In order to develop an agent product that will be working, you need to create a support system, like the database of information, of algorithms, and so on, so that AI learns from all these cases. Overall, the graph is very beautiful, you see, because this is the real profit of AI companies. And see how is it growing on the graph in the latest 2.5 years. This is unprecedented growth paces, and this is what people are paying for. Our company, consisting of 11 people, spends on AI an equivalent of 1.5 staff salary. But this will not be everywhere like this, but it will also be unevenly distributed. So, for example, we spend a lot on AI. The neighboring fund will not spend nothing on AI. Someone will just use ChatGPT to develop some emails to be sent to investors. So we are all at different stages of this curve for innovations introduction. You see, there is also a big gap, chasm of disillusion, it's called. And this chasm is about when, for example, adopters have already enough playing with something. Some other people who are later with this excitement, they say, well, this doesn't work, this is bullshit. And they start waiting until it starts working. So some technologies are already introduced with some companies, some are still thinking. How does the AI working? ChatGPT takes around 60% of the world, and this is 800 million users every month. But 37% of users is getting just answers to simple questions. And I liked an example which Andrei Karpaty provided. This is one of the founders of AI, former responsible for AI in Tesla, one of the founders of this direction. He is the smartest person. And when he showed how GPT helps him, one of the examples was how to boil an egg. And which made me think that I am even smarter than him. if he didn't know how to boil an egg. So 37% is questions like how to boil an egg, 13% is something related to commerce, some shopping, 4% is something what is around me, like location-based, 14% is writing, helping like write an essay or write a message, and 28% is chit-chat. It's just communication. So if you talk to some entrepreneurs who are developing dating apps, or there are some people that are trying to develop AI girlfriend, AI boyfriend, what is the main competitor of them? Is ChatGPT. People start relations with ChatGPT. They become friends with ChatGPT, and they even become boyfriends, girlfriends. And while there was no ChatGPT, there was GPT-3, and he was very smart in his answers. And I told him, you know, I'm worried that you will actually take my wife. And I said, you can make her happy. And he told me, no, you know, it's only your wife who can make herself happy, and you can just support her on her way. And I thought, oh, well, I'm actually in trouble. So 4% use ChatGPT for coding, and 4% of people using ChatGPT for coding, but number of tokens that are used for ChatGPT, talking about the volume, is 15%. So those power users is generating more cost. Why? Because they are located here. They are innovators. And out of this, we can easily understand that when people will understand what can they make with it, what costs can they make with it, this will grow. Then we see that Claude is used more for coding and so on, and Perplexity is for market share 6%, and it's mainly for searching, but money are not there. Why is Google earning 15% of their revenue, 300 billion per year, are earning from travel? People do not use AI for travel yet, but 50% or 60% of why people use Google is something near me. And why they don't use AI for that? Because AI is not yet sufficient to tell you, go there, take it from here, and so on. So helping you to develop a route to go with your child, for example. But people will, but money will still come there. And just I think 1 day ago, OpenAI started shopping application. Perplexity also started it. People like shopping with AI because if you select a column, like a criteria, and this makes it so much easier with AI. You tell him what you need, and it helps you where you can buy it. So I will skip some of the slides because I see the timer that I'm out of time already. I want to stop on something important for those who has business, who wants to introduce it in business. Myself and Marina, we develop an easy framework whether can you automate your process with AI. There are 3 rules. First rule is the process structured and defined by rules? Do you have very clear rules how the process should be done? Second, is there a single source of truth for the process? So if it's sellings, then you should have CRM, and CRM should have latest data about your client. If your latest data about a client is in some email or in some spreadsheet, then AI will not be able to work with it. Third is, do you have a lot of data, like anecdotal data, on how this should be working? Unfortunately, people don't save such examples, and that's why it takes 12 months for introduction, because you use the majority of these 12 months to collect data. Next is what tools does the agent need to use, and how simple is it? And due to all of these 4 categories, the greatest companies that had the highest profits, revenues, is those who use those processes for writing codes. Because code base has very clear rules, very structured process, and there is a large code base to compare with. The same relates to legal documents, but in marketing it's not working, because when you show something to a marketologist, like a brand marketing campaign for Spain, and he says, no, it will not work for Spain, and you ask why, and he cannot explain. He just says, I have a feeling it will not work. And how to convert this feeling of that something will not work into understandable AI context, we still don't know. And the last thing I want to say, open source, it's a great thing. I see a lot of companies introducing AI who say, we don't want to buy anything, no startups. Startups are bullshit, it will stop functioning. It's everything in open source. My engineers will use open source and I will get it cool. Open source doesn't mean it's free. So if you use something open source, you still pay for infrastructure, you pay to developers, and the cost is approximately the same. And then you have the risk that it will not work, and then you have no one to blame or to ask to fix it. And economics in application layer is the following: 40% of margin is agent startup, the producer of the startup, then 30 cents is for foundational model, 20 cents out of it goes to GPU cloud provider, including GPU and VD, and 10 cents goes to some additional infrastructure, tools, and so on. If you use open source, then this $1, then 30 cents is for internal team payroll, 50 cents for cloud and internal infrastructure, and 20 cents for additional tools, service, and electricity. And on this point, I want to skip all other slides, but you will get the presentation and you will have information to read. And I would like to move to our next session, and thank you all.
Надеюсь, было интересно.
Құрметті қонақтар, қатысқандарыңыз үшін алғыс білдіреміз. Бірнеше минуттан соң панельдік сессия басталады. Dear guests, thank you for your participation. After some minutes will be started a panel session. Уважаемые гости, благодарим за участие. Через несколько минут начнется панельная сессия.
А я попрошу коллег ее выложить на куда-нибудь сайте. Вот. То есть она, скорее всего, будет на YouTube выложена, да? Да.
Құрметті қонақтар, орындарыңызға отырып, ұялы телефонның дауысын сөндірулеріңізді сұраймыз. Dear guests, please take your seats and kindly switch your phone to silent mode. Уважаемые гости, просим вас занять свои места и отключить звук мобильных телефонов.
Hi everyone, let's get it going. Hi Diana. Hi everyone. Where's Nick? Who stole Nick? Кто украл Ника? Верните его, пожалуйста. Пару минут, хорошо, окей. Как у всех дела? How are you? Yes, we have a great panel. So the panel will be mostly in English. Is everything okay? Is everyone comfortable with English? Right? Okay. So if I might ask some questions here and there in Russian, if that's okay, because we have a super international panel. And пока начнем, because we'll kick out this room in 50 minutes, so I was told. And so, hi everyone, good morning. Really, really happy to be here at the Digital Bridge 2025 conference. My name is Asset Abdualiyev, and I'm a founder and CEO of Silk Road Innovation Hub. So we're building a hub in Silicon Valley, in Palo Alto, and this is where pretty much all of us live. So we're based there, and all of us, we flew all the way from California especially for this panel, and to share some insights with you and just kind of, talk a little bit about venture capital, talk about how to build and scale your startups in the US. And in a nutshell, it's possible. It's probably the easiest time now to build anything in the United States. I know it might sound a little bit like a fantasy that, oh, how do I go in the United States and how do I do that? It must be very difficult, but actually it is not. And these people are pretty much like the key people that invest in startups, that support startups, and actually can provide you advice how to build and truly big companies. And when I say a big company, I mean like a $1 billion and $10 billion company. So this should be probably will be the best panel session in Digital Bridge. So after this panel session, I think you'll be done with Digital Bridge, so you don't need to go to any other panel sessions. Thank you. Yes. So it's a packed room, and I'd like to quickly introduce our panelists. So we have Galm Imambayev. Galm is a partner at Lightspeed Venture Partners. Lightspeed is one of the largest venture funds in the world, and one of the most successful venture funds in the world. They manage over $20 billion in investments in AUM, and Galm is the partner, so he invests in healthcare. And he's a triple Stanford. He went to, he wears Stanford undergrad, Stanford Business School, and now he's Stanford MD as well. So, and he lives there. Thank you so much for being here. We have Nick Davidov. Nick is a co-founder and managing partner at Davidov's VC. Nick is probably the celebrity in the VC venture capital world, and everyone knows him. Был сюжет на телеканале Дудь, да, интервью Дудя, so he did a really good job. And Nick is actually one of the most active and the best supporters for founders from emerging economies in general, right? And especially like the post-Soviet countries. So thank you so much, Nick, for being here, and it's an honor. We have Luis Albertini. He's advisor and a product marketing at Ambrook. So Luis is ethnically Kazakh. He's ethnically Kazakh. And despite his name Luis and last name Albertini, but he was adopted when he was a small boy. And he grew up in the United States. And so now he's in the US, even though he moved to the United States when he was little boy, but I think his heart beats Kazakh and Central Asia in general. So he always does. And by the way, Luis, like a very quick question, are you married? Okay, so yes, a good Kazakh wife, so I just had to, so. And then we have Ulvi Rashid. Ulvi is the founder and investment director at Traction Fund. Ulvi is originally, let's give it up, yep. Ulvi is he's a great friend. He's from Azerbaijan originally, but living in the US for the last 10, 15 years. And he went to Carnegie Mellon, did his MBA there. He was invested in many, many startups. And now he started his own fund. And so he's building like this ecosystem in Caucasus region, Central Asia region, and also in the United States. So he's building the grip. So Ulvi, thank you so much for being here. And Diana Ryan, she represents company HP, right? And so she'll talk about some of the exciting opportunities that the company HP provides for founders. And as some of you may know, HP was one of the companies that actually started Silicon Valley. So Silicon Valley started because of the Hewlett and Packard, so now it's a big company. And Diana, thank you so much for being here. Hi. Cool. So our panel session is on kind of the US as a leader of the global AI ecosystem, what awaits startups in the new tech race. And maybe I'll start off, maybe each of you, I'll give maybe 2-3 minutes for each, or maybe up to 5 minutes for each of you to kind of talk about why US, what's happening right now, and how do founders from this part of the world have a chance to build something big in the United States? And maybe some ideas here. So Gal, we'll start with you. Thank you.
Sure. Aset, thank you so much. And it's wonderful to see such a packed room here. It's my privilege to be back in Kazakhstan with my brother here. And you guys are on your way to do something great. So why AI and why the United States? I mean, first and foremost, I'll just touch upon one theme, and I'm sure my colleagues will touch upon other themes. I think the first important element is, understanding how much government played a role in the venture capital ecosystem to allow anything to even happen in the first place. People forget, but Silicon Valley was, the internet was born out of government programs in the United States, which then enabled enough opportunities for founders to build more and more. I think what is interesting now also is that over time, Silicon Valley, and I hope I see it here in Kazakhstan too, the culture of innovation and entrepreneurship has to lead. That's the leading indicator, and then the performance and the companies come after. And that first leading indicator, I think, is very important, is to understand how to interpret risk and how people actually interpret culturally. When I go to Europe, when we talk about venture capital or entrepreneurship, starting new companies, in Europe, it is called risk capital. In America, we call it venture capital. And what's interesting is the word venture is a small subset of the word adventure. In Russian, это приключение или путешествие, right? So it's like in American, even the mentality that you're about to go onto an adventure, rather than you're going to take something risk. And of course, there's a lot of risk. But I think to address, Aset, your point on AI. AI, in 2015-16, we had deep learning. Also very powerful AI, but it didn't really address business problems very much. What's happening now, and the reason why everyone here is, I think, very excited about investing in this category is because for the first time, software was the primary industry by which venture capital was active and where people net new started to grow. You can low capital, you don't need to build a bridge, you don't need to build a factory, you need a computer and you need brains. Then cloud came. Cloud opened up access to more so that you can do just through your computer. But all of those competed for IT budgets. Budgets for large infrastructure companies that just in the IT. Today, with the way AI is advancing, you are now finally entering labor markets. So you can take white-collar jobs and begin to automate them. And so the surface area by which entrepreneurship, AI, and software can impact industry has expanded probably at least 10 times. And that is why we're excited. That's why we're investing in AI. But I do also think, and the last thing I'll mention, I'll pass it off, is I think for this technology has democratized access to a lot of people. In the United States, in the Wild West, there used to be, all these, the Wild West, these cowboys with guns. If you had more money, more connections, you had a better gun, it actually led to better outcomes. Then came the American Colt, you know, the Colt pistol. It was cheap, effective, and better than everything else, and everyone had access, and then everyone respected each other. It was the great equalizer of the Wild West. In some ways, I think AI could be the great equalizer of impact globally, and inshallah, you know, in Kazakhstan, it could also be an option as well. So, thank you.
Thank you, Gaon. And Nick, for you as well, and I know you invest in startups, and you invested in 2 companies from Kazakhstan, right?
Yeah, so one is a write-off, one is a unicorn. It's a 50% hit rate.
Yep. Cool.
So yeah, addressing your question, why US is leading on the AI of course, it's a very complex system, but I think Silicon Valley is at the forefront of it because it's a melting cauldron for lots of different people with very different diverse backgrounds that ask different questions and take risks. The country of immigrants basically means that people took the risk to get over the ocean and start their lives from scratch. So they're just more likely to take the risk of starting a new company, quitting their job, and making the leap of faith. No rational person would actually start a company. Like a very rational, smart person would go work for McKinsey because it's statistically more probable to be a successful career path. But you know what? Making startups and starting something new, building new stuff that hasn't existed before is fun. And Silicon Valley people embrace fun. And then as you build this community of people who think that building something new is more fun than watching TV or going to a concert, it just creates this incredible environment for innovation to thrive. And again, work culture, which is very strong in Kazakhstan, by the way, Kazakh people work a lot and very responsibly, is very similar. So I believe there's a lot of potential here. When I come to Germany and ask my friends who invest in German startups, they say that, hey, don't tell anyone, but we haven't really invested in any German startups in the last 2 years because people who work 9 to 5 quit their job to start a company and think that they now can work less because they are business owners. But in Silicon Valley, there's this thing called 9-9-6, where basically you work 9 to 9, 6 days a week, but that's the bare minimum. Most AI startups work 100-hour weeks, and that's just like norm. People don't take vacations, or if they do, they take their laptop with them and they're on call, and it's normal. And it's also the reason why there's just so much getting done.
Thank you. Thank you. Yes, working from people like complain 9 to 5 days, but in Silicon Valley, people literally from 9 till 9 p.m. That's normal, and like 6-7 days a week. No vacations for sure. Ulvi, please.
Thank you. Hi everyone. It's a pleasure to be in Kazakhstan. It's my first time here. So thank you very much for being so welcoming, and thank you very much. It's a great honor to be on this panel. I'm based in the Bay Area. Traction Fund is the investment vehicle, more of the syndicate backing Traction Club, and this is the collective of corporate executives in the United States and globally with software buying power, meaning that we are betting a lot on enterprises. And here in the region, I'm also on the investment committee of the largest fund in Azerbaijan, Sabah Fund. So coming from that perspective and looking at the United States, I think that I absolutely agree with Nick's and Galim's points on, first of all, government offtake, secondly, on hardworking culture. And I think comparing those two regions, Central Asia and the United States, I think one key differentiator is the funding gap that we have here and we don't have there. And the question is, why don't we have it there, right? So I think choosing the startup path is not fully rational decision. I agree with that, but however, the founders which live in the Bay Area are more rational than founders probably which are not living there, because of higher chances to succeed in the Bay Area. And here the question is again, why the money follows the Bay Area? And the answer, and the United States as a whole, right? And the answer is in actually this flywheel. So we have technologies and abilities to create them. we have customers ready for technologies. What I see in the region, which I don't see over there, is that corporates in the United States, they're competing with each other. They want to embrace new technologies. And as a result, if you build something, you can expect getting 1 million plus contracts, eventually getting $500 million in revenue, be IPO grade ready, meaning providing exits to capital providers. And as a result, those proceeds from exits, either from M&As or from IPOs, will be reinvested back into ecosystem. And usually it's at higher multiple than was the initial funding, right? So this is why, looking at the United States, I think that the United States succeeded in creating this flywheel of technology, people, hardworking people, government and corporate offtake, and as a result, the exits either through M&As or IPOs, and reinvesting this money at higher scale back to the ecosystem.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. And Diana, do you mind if we pass the baton to Luis, and then I'll give you a floor. Thank you. Luis, please, go ahead.
Hi, I'm Louis. So just a quick background. I've worked at 4 VC-backed companies in the last 5 years. The last one I led product and go-to-market at a company called Glide. I joined right after Series A when it was around 20 people, and then we scaled to around 150 people in the next 18 months. And so I guess to point of the question, there are 2 things that are pretty exciting about AI when you think about platforms and applications. One is now I think you can actually go for dual ROI, meaning that you can cut costs and you can also help businesses find more customers. I think in the probably before or last 5 years and before, it was basically if you're a platform, you either can help them save costs or you can help them sort of increase revenue. And so with Glide, we're able to actually do the orchestration, help them find new customers, help them do the research, give them more context, and also help companies not have to hire more people. This was a very seismic shift for the business. The second point, I think back to KZ founders entering the United States. I've been traveling between Kazakhstan for the last 10 years. I first came here in 2015 when there was, I think like Tech Garden, or I don't know, there wasn't too much here. And I think now the level of ambition, and I think now that you can't enter the United States as a generalist and use AI to become a specialist in most things. You don't need to sort of have you don't need to be an amazing go-to-market person. You don't need to be an amazing product person to actually move pretty quickly and very quickly compete with, I think, the people in the United States. So yeah, I'm excited to be on this panel and kind of dive into a little bit more of that.
Thank you. That's good up. Thank you. And Diana, so you represent the corporate, right? So can you please talk a little bit how HP supports AI startups, and maybe if you kind of share a little bit more about
Thank
the
you so
company,
much.
please.
Asif. Thank you so much. So I also would like to say a few words about my work here. So I'm here for HP, but also for the American Chamber of Commerce Kazakhstan, where I actually chairperson for the committee on ICT. So very happy to be here and also to represent the committee as well. So we do lots of great work here in Kazakhstan. For instance, we help help grow US businesses, help basically build policy, reopen policy, help basically US businesses prosper, and also connect them with the businesses in Kazakhstan and make essentially both countries prosper. So what I would say is that based on Goldman Sachs study, within the 10 years time, the AI should help grow the progress, global productivity by 1.5%, and also help basically lift global GDP by about 7 trillion. If you look at Kazakhstan as a country, here there is a potential for AI to boost the annual GDP of Kazakhstan by 2%, which is about 4.5-5.5 billion within 10 years. And should Kazakhstan choose the path of the actually advanced emerging markets, then it would be possible to grow GDP by 4%, which would be about from 9 to 11 billion US dollars. Speaking us as a company, obviously HP is one of the largest companies in the world. We do manufacture PCs, laptops, printers, 3D printers, etc. We also have such a division as Tech Ventures, based in California, Palo Alto. So just to give you the heads up what we do, where is the clicker? Hold on. I'll quickly find it, yes. So basically, Yeah. So looking at overall at the venture capital market, so if you look globally, hundreds of billions of dollars are invested every year into well, startups globally. If you look at the numbers actually growing year to year. If you look at the US as the country, basically, of course, most investments are made in the US. So over 60% of global venture capital actually funding happens in the US, and this happens largely due to AI boom. Yeah, if you can see, it's over $60 billion invested in the US. If you look at Europe, it's just around $13 billion. Unsurprisingly, one of the key drivers is AI, right? And if you look at AI deals, the percentage is growing. So about 37% of venture funding is actually goes towards AI. If you look year by year, starting from the year 2015 to 2024, numbers are growing. Of course, another interesting slide, just showing the number of years for companies to penetrate US population. So if you look at ChatGPT, at Facebook, yeah, and then early on, yeah, at the companies back in 1873, it took companies 40 years, 50 years to penetrate the market. Nowadays, like how many years do you think? Well, a couple of years, right? And the companies are really growing. So, and us as a big company, as a company does produce hardware essentially, we face such issues as growth, as disruption, as innovation. We also need capital for R&D, and also we're looking for something outstanding, yeah, something that would help us grow as a company. So as a result, if you look at all those companies here on the slide, I mean those large corporations globally, they'll have their venture capital division arm. So it's, of course, it's HP. Yeah, it's Pfizer, it's Transamerica, it's BMW, you name it, they all have it. Because essentially, venture capital is the future. Also, if you look at the slide, basically just looking at the overall venture capital share, it is growing as well. And for us as a company, we're looking at kind of a number of variables when we are looking at investments. These are financial, strategic, timing, of course, access to deal, and investment terms, and then they are quite obvious. And of course, the key thing for us as a company is our focus is to accelerate business growth, scout future markets. We're always looking at our customers, also looking at corporate strategy, and also at mergers and acquisitions. And of course, kind of key component is our services as well, investments, partnerships, etc. So looking at the examples of where we invested, and HP actually did invest into many ventures. Many of them actually are AI. Just maybe one of them is worth mentioning. It's a company, Multi-Service. It's actually a Spanish startup that did develop a technology, AI-driven technology that helped reduce the number of LLM by 95%. And was able to attract about, I believe, $300 million recently, which I think will also help us as a company grow this technology. And we also have quite a number of partnerships. Yeah, it's, again, based on different criteria, we partner with companies. So yeah, absolutely, I mean, thank you for your attention. We'll be happy, I mean, I'll be happy to direct you towards my colleagues in the US who are actually dealing with venture capital. So thank you so much.
Thank you, Dan, thank you. And thank you. Switching gears, maybe first question to Nick. Nick, you invest in the founders, immigrant founders a lot. And say like if founders sitting in this room decide to come to the United States, right? They want to come, they want to build, like, where do they start? Who do they go, like? How did the day zero should look like for them?
Day zero, so learn, meet new people, learn. And a lot of times people ask me like how to do networking, because that's a concept that is dramatically different. And so Silicon Valley is about paying forward and helping others. And the only way to network effectively, and I'm an introvert, I suck at networking. But what I figured out is that just try to be interesting for people to meet by either your product and company is very interesting in what you're doing, or your ideas are amazing, or you're an incredible expert in something, so you can give something to people. And then you start giving it to everybody. And then Silicon Valley culture is basically, if you meet someone who's brilliant and who's helpful, you start introducing them to other people. And eventually, it's going to work its magic and bubble sort you to the level you need to be. Not necessarily to like Elon Musk and Jeff Bezos, but most likely 99.9% chance you don't need to talk to them. You don't need somebody. You just need somebody else. And 2 months, usually what I see in founders who like land in SFO, rent an apartment and start building something and meeting people and helping everyone they can, is it's 2 months they already have enough people to work with, to raise money from, or sell to in their network.
Cool. Yeah, please.
If I were just to add to Nick's points, I think that's a critical point about giving. I go by the motto, the way I was able to get into venture capital is you give, you give, you give, and then the fourth time you ask for a take. 3 times give and fourth time ask for a take. You do that to 10 people, half of them will take advantage of you. They'll be like, oh, thank you, nice, move on. A quarter will take it but won't do anything, and then a quarter will do something. Then you take that 1/4 of people and you say, hey, if I was helpful to you, can you introduce me just to 2 more people? And then 1 person becomes 2, 2 becomes 4, and it grows exponentially.
Yep.
But you got to do the 3 gives and a take. And I think that's a mentality. Don't trade in the beginning. Go for a real giving, so I just wanted to
really cool.
tap on that.
My framework is 10 gives, 1 take.
Yeah.
I mean, it just makes things much easier. So giving is super important, right? As Nick said, networking is not about just getting a business card, but it's actually providing value to people, right? And my next question is to Ulvi. Ulvi, so kind of you come from Azerbaijan, you came to the United States, to study, and now you're a venture capitalist. Do you think founders from our region have a chance to compete against the US founders?
They do, absolutely. The question is that what do they need to have to compete, right? So you always compete around the things that you are inevitable, probably. So you don't want to compete. You want to play your cards so that you are winning the game, having what you have. So, and here I'm looking from multiple, I'd say, angles at founders. First of all, the question is what you are building. Are you building for consumers, for startups, for small and medium businesses, for enterprises, for government, or you are in deep tech? First of all is like what you are building. And second is probably what is the angle in each of it. Because if you are building for consumers and you started building in your home market, people are more or less at the same, I'd say, pace. So when you compare people in the United States, here, technologically, we are more or less having same apps. We are using the same, we are technically having same problems, right? So the question is, what problems are you solving? So technically, you can find problems that you can solve for consumers even without entering the United States that will eventually become also relevant in the United States. Secondly, if you are building for startups, right, let's go from the successful examples of Nozomio. So Arlan's very, I'd say, well-promoted approach is that he went door by door in the Bay Area to all of the customers, had this personal touch. Although deployment was like, 3 minutes, he still was deploying and actually onboarding all of them personally, giving that personal touch that US founders don't do because it's, well, irrational to spend half an hour of your time to onboard your first 100 customers. Although it's very logical, all of those customers became actually his biggest proponents, providing feedback and everything, right? If you are building for enterprises, that's where US founders may have an edge, and because just it's a relationship business. In enterprises, you need to build those relationships in advance, to wine and dine, and all this, culture that is needed. However, if you were able, and another problem with enterprises is that US enterprises, their problems are the problems of the next technological, I'd say, level than the companies in the region if you are from the region, right? Because companies in the region don't embrace technologies. They don't have problems that we have in the US. They don't care about data lake warehouses. They just need data lakes at the moment, right? Meaning that if you are competing against enterprise founders in the US, you better find your multinational companies here in the region before you go there. More or less, they probably have similar infrastructure to what their US counterpart has.
Cool.
And then you get the edge. And probably you have someone who knows the game. Internally, you can partner and be co-founder. Last but not least, deep tech, that comes from everywhere. I saw a couple of fantastic founders, one from India, another I think from Australia. One of them is trying to put all the data of the world in the DNA-like manner, transcription on the proteins, so that you can have all the data of the world in a cup. And the second person is actually applying, oxidizing leftovers of nuclear fusion reaction so that at the end of the nuclear fusion, you get 5 tons of gold. 1 gigawatt energy, 5 tons of gold. Pose immigrants. Complete, like, total edge over the US founders, just because they were very creative, thinking in this unconventional matters, and eventually coming with this edge to the US. So answering your question, I think there is definitely a way to have this edge. You just need to know exactly what are you competing against, whether you are solving problems that exist in the US, and how you can start solving them as early as possible.
Cool. Thank you, Lvi. And so just kind of a bit of a shameless plug, so at Silk Road Innovation Hub, we have created this platform to help founders from Central Eurasia, as we call, to scale in the United States. So we have an office very close to Stanford, and we host a lot of events and a lot of programs in partnership with Astana Hub, Innovation Digital Development Agency of Azerbaijan, IT Park of Uzbekistan. So we have all these partnerships, and we have programs that we do in partnership with StartX, Accelerated at Stanford University, Alchemist. So you all are welcome to kind of participate in our programs. And next question is to Diane, to you. There's like a big fear about AI taking the jobs and kind of making people a bit obsolete. Can you please talk about the future of work and how HP can help with that labor transition?
Mm-hmm. Well, thank you so much, Aset. Thank you for the question. So absolutely, I mean, obviously, HP is always thinking about our customers, about people. So in that regard, we're actually looking at a few kind of perspectives that way. So first of all, of course, is our products. Yeah, we do, obviously, as I mentioned earlier, we have quite an active venture capital division that does engage with various startups. And the whole purpose about engaging with them is obviously finding something unique that would help us grow business, right? So, and we believe that given our product portfolio, we're well positioned to help improve basically labor overall environment and help anyone from students to governments actually grow their productivity. So if we look at our next generation AI PCs and workstations, I mean, they're there. And if you look at, for instance, OmniBook X and the Elite Book Ultra products, I mean, they are all equipped with AI, and hope that you guys actually use them, that you're actually enjoying. We also have various, software also created that actually sets, that are built in, that are basically the core component would be AI there. And then, of course, education. I mean, we do invest a lot into education, into digital equity, actually helping educate anyone starting from students, teachers, AI, universities. We also do have special programs in education also for professionals, right? For engineering staff, for business people, etc. I did provide some slides. I mean, I would be happy to elaborate, but I mean, anyway, just kind of wanted to illustrate what we have done in the region and in the US with the EdTech incubator. So basically what was done is that the program was created based on HP's digital equity program, where we has driven AI courses for teachers and students. Then we have set up the incubator, and it's kind of global program. Basically, 50 countries applied, and currently we have five finalists. One of them is actually Kazakhstan. We are very, very pleased to see the startup from Kostanay there. So essentially, what's currently happening is that the people, the teachers and businessmen in those basically kind of circles, they've been trained on AI, they've been trained in business, they have generated a solution, AI-driven solution that would be used for education. So currently, I mean, they have been nurtured. So they have this 9-month program that they're actually going through. So and then basically once it's done, they'll be able to face the next stage. We do hope that they'll be able to actually attract some funds, yeah, and to help those businesses grow. So essentially, we're kind of looking at AI and at well, future work in two ways. First of all is our equipment. Second one is investing into the future. And I think it's also very, very applicable for Kazakhstan and Central Asia.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Thank you. And next question to, yes, that's good. Next question is to Luis. So Luis is a big expert on marketing and product marketing. So Luis, my question to you, in the age of AI, how founders, when they come to United States, how they should market, like, I think right now what everyone is doing, spending money on social media where you can pay ads. And can you talk a little bit about how the marketing has changed in the age of AI, right? It's with prompt engineering, and what tools should founders here leverage to make sure that their product is known in the US market?
So yeah, I think there's like some definitions to set up. Marketing and product marketing, it's a little bit different. Product marketing is more focused on positioning. Pricing is a big one. Sort of how you're organizing your company to automate sales. So I think, I joined 4 companies when they were pre-seed, and then they went through Series A, and one went to Series B. But I think the 2 things that were probably the most important was, one is figuring out our positioning. Are we going after enterprise? Are we mid-market? Are we self-serve? Meaning that someone can go to our website, immediately get our product, pay, and then we need to think about sort of activation and churn and retention. Are they enterprise where we need to have a sales team? We need to really have deep relationships with industry partners, and the sales cycles are longer, and we need to think about enablement and different people in the buying committee to constantly convince them to use our product. So mapping out that and trying to figure out where does your product fit into that go-to-market motion is really important, because if there's a misalignment there, you're going to spend a lot of money chasing the wrong things. And so I think right now with AI, it's really easy to spin up these quick solutions. So Glide, for example, we've done really, really well with this post-lovable cursor sort of hype, because a lot of people don't get very far on these kind of vibe coding tools, and they go back to a platform like Glide, which is already solved for the programming language, and it's based on spreadsheets already. So they can actually build mini ERPs, CRMs, these kind of like business critical applications. And so I think the marketing piece is sort of, when earlier stage founders, is that like, what is your unique point of view that you have for the market and for your customers that's a little bit differentiated and a little bit different. I do think storytelling, not in the sense of like, what is your founder's story, but what is the reason why you think that this solution should exist today, and what is the reason why it should exist in the next 10 years? And I think with Glide, I don't want to call it like a mission, but we had this idea of like empowering 1 billion software developers. And we understood that it wasn't, these software developers were not going to be technical. They're actually going to be the closest to the business problem. They're going to be the users of the platform itself. So I think those 2 things are probably, getting those 2 things and thinking about them for a period of time is okay. I think it's okay to sit with problems for a little bit and kind of take a walk, exercise, see what comes back to you a little bit later. I think that gives you, more clarity to kind of think about where exactly you want to play. So, yeah.
Thank you. Let's give it a round of applause. And so, my question, Galam, is to you now. So we have kind of, and thanks to you, we've built like this community of people from sort of a diaspora play, where you have like, Indians have a very strong diaspora in Silicon Valley, Chinese people have a very strong diaspora, people from Israel have a very strong diaspora in the Russian-speaking community. So can you please talk a little bit more about the community of founders from Central Asia specifically, right, in Silicon Valley, and how they're building some AI startups, and some of them, and you mentioned, right, some of the companies here, kind of they're actually succeeding. Can you please talk more about a little bit about the importance of kind of building relationship with your peers in Silicon Valley?
Yeah, no, absolutely. Thank you for the question. I think if you kind of take a step back, what does diaspora mean? Diaspora has to have a common set of values, common cultural set, right? And I find that the Central Asian diaspora, whether they are Kazakhs, Uzbeks, Russians that live in Kazakhstan, all this diaspora has to rely on a common set of values. And I haven't been in Kazakhstan for a long time, but my cousin over here, my brothers have welcomed me, and I've been reminded of the values of this region. Incredible hospitality, high optimism, and strong cultural religious values that just make sure you're honest and work hard. I think the diaspora in the United States teases away all the little cultural things and keeps these strong values. So the people that come to ASET's Silk Road Innovation Hub, they seem to all keep the same cultural values. And I get a lot of energy from that. And then you mix our original core values of Central Asia to the American ethos of incredible hard work, anything is possible. And as one of the top venture capitalists in America, he says he invests in two things: big markets and hungry immigrants. We are hungry immigrants, and when you're in the United States, you're going after a big market. So the one thing I will also say is that there is two traits that I think Central Asians in the United States have. One is incredible rate of learning. The rate of learning, you do something that doesn't quite work, the rate of learning extremely fast. And the second is, it's both positive and negative, but I think it's a positive right now, is Central Asian immigrants, founders they have a certain level of ignorance / naivete. They're naive because they don't know the world, but that is actually a strength. Because the one strength we have over American founders know exactly all the markets, and so they get in their own head. Whereas our founders don't even know what the art of the possible is. The art of the possible is wider. And as long as you have that early openness with rate of fast learning, things happen. But I think it's important what ASET's work is doing in Silk Road Innovation Hub, and the rest of us, I hope it can support, it is our job on the other side of the Atlantic to help that rapid learning. So as long as you come open-minded, hopefully you'll have open doors with the same central values of the diaspora.
Cool, thank you. That was great, thank you. And Nick, a very quick question for you. So some of you, how many of you have heard of Perplexity? Okay, pretty much. How many of you are paying for Perplexity? Okay, hopefully more. So actually, Nick, he's one of the early investors in Perplexity. It's like one of the the models that kind of AI models that helps you to kind of like a GPT-like, but better, I would say. And then so Nick is an investor in Perplexity, and I know one of the co-founders, Dima Volkov, right? Denis, yes. Yes. And can you please talk about how did you find this investment? Like, why did you decide to invest in Perplexity back then? Now it's like what, $10, $20 billion company at the moment, right?
Yeah, so they're 20 and growing. So a lot of companies we find just because Ilyas Tribulaev talks about it a lot. It's a prepared mind, and we study something. I am guilty of falling down rabbit holes of curiosity. That's my sin. And if I have time on a Saturday, that's what I do. I start reading about something, and then I do like Wikipedia surfing or now Perplexity surfing, and just like asking questions, then learning about something, then we start looking at a sector. And then we end up not investing in anything because we didn't quite like anything. But then now we know a lot, so when we see something, that's a quick decision. And so we found Perplexity. We've built a really good network. We have 175 investors in our fund, and the majority of them are technical. So they see technical things, and they have their own prepared mind. And one of my LPs sent me like a tweet by, they were launching their search on Twitter. You could, like Perplexity in the beginning was not even like a web search thing. It allowed you to search tweets. And you could ask things like, what does Nick Davidov say about AI? And it would like look up my tweets and answer the question. And I looked at that, and I loved it. And but also I'm a normie, so I can listen to Taylor Swift. And the reason I value this so much is that I can somehow feel which products are going to become big. We did this with Masquerade, Prisma, all of this stuff that we've helped grow because we're like, oh, this, I love it, it's going to become big. I'm also humbled to say that a lot of times I'm wrong. But in VC, if you're wrong, all you can lose is 1x. But the upside, if you're right, is unlimited. So if you're right only 5 times out of 100, you return your fund like 5, 7 times to investors, and you're incredibly successful. So yeah, like we took the leap of faith and we started reaching out to the founders. I saw that one of them is from Belarus, one from India, and one from China, a classic American startup. And I was like, I want to invest in you guys, and they didn't take my money at first. And then I had to come up a way in. So, but it's also, by the way, immigrants hack their way into systems quite a lot, and that's a huge competitive edge. For example, like if you are going for to sell something, you can always hack your growth. Like if you're one of my portfolio companies, they're selling to medical institutions. They're selling compliance tools, and this can take forever. You can talk to a hospital and say, hey, like why don't you buy our consulting solution or like for compliance? And they would say, yeah, but maybe in 3 years. But what they do instead, they look which hospitals are going to be audited by the government, and they only have like 3 months left before the audit. And then they call them and say, hey, are you actually ready for the audit? Or like you can, another company sells procurement solutions. They find any procurement manager who has been recently promoted. And they're like, do you want to build a career with us? Like, we'll help you. And the same way is with investing. So it's not enough to identify a great company. A lot of people can do that. The hardest is to actually get in, and you do get in by providing value. You show how valuable of a partner you can be over the next 10 years. So what I did, I was like, guys, your mobile app sucks. Here's a small startup that we invested in. They're about to get acquired by your competitor. I'll persuade them to join you instead, and they'll fix your app. They'll make it like brilliant. And they did bite, and they acquired the company, and it took a lot of work to persuade the founder to sell to Perplexity. Now I think he's pretty grateful. And that's how we got in, and then they allowed us to invest more.
Thank you, thank you. And my next question is to 3 of you, Ulvi, Diana, and Luis. So what is interesting, right? In this room, I see like a half of the people in this room, maybe a little bit less than half are females and the others are males, you know. In this panel session, we have mostly men and only 1 female. And Diana, thank you for saving this panel. So my question is that like in the age of AI and in the US specifically, how we can make sure that there's more female founders actually are in and what could be done more to support female, because I think like one of the companies we invested in called Alma, founded by 2 females. So one of the best companies in our portfolio, made over $6 million in ARR, you know, like raised over $6 million. So I'm like, okay, we're missing on so much talent. So can you 3 of you maybe quickly talk a little bit about that? What could be done, you know, and what's happening in the US to support female founders, please?
Thank you so much for your kind words. So, I mean, we obviously do always aspire for gender equality. And of course, for HP, it's one of our key values. And we have obviously this digital, well, basically diversity and, of course, equality, and also, of course, gender equality in particular is one of the key kind of cores for the company. So we have, for instance, company policies globally to have so many numbers, for instance, so many FTEs, women leaders in the company. So, and we do fulfill those commitments, of course. At the same time, I must confess that, of course, if you look at the number of talent globally among women in IT, there is actually numbers are growing, I think, in every country, and we do have some really brilliant examples. For instance, managing director for HP Central Asia is actually a lady. So I'm very, very honored to actually work under her leadership, Sveta Verapaya, which is amazing. So again, one of the examples, and of course in our region, which is I think very, very special as well. What we also do is that, of course, we do support women empowerment overall as a trend. We do work with various UN agencies, for instance, with UNDP, with UN Women, etc., and do help girls actually grow in tech. Yeah, we do sponsor various IT camps. You know, we do have special centers that we actually do run with the UN for women. One of the programs that we actually administer is HP Life. It is, and also we do have HP Garage, another great initiative in education for us, where we free of charge educate, well, both men and women. Yeah, all genders are welcome, of course. Free of charge on programming, on AI, on blockchain. So we would encourage all of you to actually, well, look for us in internet. You know, just Google us and look whatever. You know, HP Life, yeah, or HP Garage. Yes. It's all there. It's all free of charge. Available, I believe, and so far in 12 languages. But overall, of course, I mean, HP is a company. We do like both genders, you know, to be present equally, and help make this world, I guess, a better place. So thank you so much, Aset.
Thank you. Thank you. Ulvi and Luis, please, you know, like anything to add on onto this, please.
No, I think I agree with Diana. I think representation is a big issue. So, yeah.
Let me be brutally honest here. I think when you are competing as founders against other founders, no one cares what gender are you coming from, what are you first generation in college or not, what's your skin of the color, and so on. So meaning that we are competing on merits, right? You are faster, you are better, your product is greater, and so on. So this is why I think there are two gaps, not one gap. A real gap and gap tied in reality and perception. And I think that the gap that we can close and should close is a perception gap, right? If you think about it, does anyone in the room know the largest unicorn, like tech unicorn from this region, from Turkey to China? Yes, it's called Insider. It's from Turkey. It's founded by a woman. Right? Last round, $2 billion company. Looking back at all the founders who have backed, like yesterday, we had a lady who built, also from Turkey, I don't know why, but like, again, another maybe regional pattern, right? Here we see, again, a company which is built to serve HRs and I think the largest client already paid her $700K, and the second largest 600, 500, and they're increasing and so on. I think the problem that I see constantly with best performing founders, women founders, are in when they pitch, they are not quite confidently pitching, but they are actually confidently moving and delivering after that, right? Because they see a lot of how much could be done, and this is why they are not quite sure which path will work, while their male counterparts are very confident, like ChatGPT, right? Very confidently telling you what will happen 10 years down the road. And this is why I think this is something that mentally makes people back those folks, although from what I see, all best performing women, I think there is a statistics, right? They return more capital per dollar invested than their men counterparts, right? Or like female and male counterparts, right? So this is why I think that what could be done in order to close the gap, A, is this level of confidence when pitching and fundraising and so on. Second is being able to constantly communicate distraction and communicate that you are actually moving and you are moving faster than expected and so on. I think the biggest gap to close is perception gap, and this is something that I think we all can collectively work on.
Yeah, thank you so much, Ulrich. Let's give it up. So we're kind of done with our panel session. I'd like to quickly summarize. So thank you so much for all our panelists, and thank you for being here. We talked about why US is leading the pack in terms of the AI development, how founders from our region have a chance to actually build something in that market. You know, we talked about the power of communities. We talked about the future of work, you know, and how we can have better representation in this space. But one big message that the United States is open for you, and we are there to support you. Silk Road Innovation Hub, all our funds that are represented here. So please, when you come to Silicon Valley, do find us. And by the way, those who took pictures, please do tag us on LinkedIn and Instagram, wherever you're posting this. And we're happy to stay in touch, and thank you so much. Guys, let's take a picture maybe. Можно слайд вернуть, пожалуйста?
Құрметті қонақтар, қатысқандарыңызға рахмет. Келесі панельдік сессия бірнеше минуттардан соң басталады. Уважаемые гости, спасибо за участие. Следующая панельная сессия начнется через несколько минут. Dear guests, thank you for participation. After some minutes, will be started the next panel session. А также гости просим не стоять возле технического зона.
Не ставь, ты смотри, какие заменять надо.
Құрметті қонақтар, спикерлер, залды босатуларыңызды өтінеміз. Бірнеше минуттардан соң келесі панельдік сессия басталады. Dear guests and speakers, please leave the hall. After some minutes, will be started the next panel session. Уважаемые гости и спикеры, просим покидать зал. Через несколько минут начнется следующая панельная сессия. Спасибо. Уважаемые гости и спикеры, просим покидать зал. Через несколько минут начнется следующая панельная сессия. Спасибо за понимание. Начинать? Ага. Құрметті қонақтар, орындарыңызға жайғасуларыңызды сұраймыз. Және де ұялы телефондарыңыздың дауысын сөндіруді өтінеміз. Уважаемые гости, просим занять свои места, а также отключить звук мобильных телефонов. Қазір өтетін панельдік сессия Орталық Азия жаһандық ағындардың қиылысында ЖИ стартаптарды дамыту үшін біртұтас аймақтық экожүйені қалыптастыру деп аталады. Следующая панельная сессия у нас называется «Центральная Азия на пересечении глобальных потоков. Формирование единой региональной экосистемы для развития ИИ стартапов». The panel section is called Central Asia at the intersection of global flows, building a unified regional ecosystem for AI startups. Our panel session is named Central Asia at the intersection of global flows, building a unified regional ecosystem for AI startups. Our moderator is Tarat Uskimbayev. He's a managing director of Astana Hub. Rajapov Jahangir Ikhtioroglu, business development director at IT Park, Uzbekistan. Next speaker is Dauren Rakhmjanov, Managing Director of Digital Initiatives Directorate EDB. Ragim Bayramli, CEO of Sabah Hub. And our last speaker is Jumak Temirov. He is a Director of High Technologies Park of the Kyrgyz Republic.
Я думаю, можно начинать.
I guess we can start. Dear participants of the forum, dear guests, hello. I'm happy to see you at our panel discussion. Thank you for being here. Thank you for accepting our invitation. Today, Central Asia is in unique place in time. We are at the crossroads between East and West, North and South. Innovative environment is prospering. Startups and IT solutions are on the rise. But global technological flows require integration, partnership, and overall strategy for sustainable growth. During this panel discussion, we will discuss how countries of our region can join efforts, create ecosystem for development of startups to get investments, best employees, staff, and find our place on the global map of technology. Let's start from a general question for all my colleagues. The question is the following. What are the advantages of Central Asia in the global technological flows? Please raise your hand if you'd like to answer, or just turn your mic on. Oh, Jahangir, could you please start? Hello, colleagues, dear guests. Thank you for inviting me. For us, it's a great honor. For me, it's a great honor. Astana, Kazakhstan, is the place where I feel like I'm at home. Our region is unique. I did a small study, and I identified that every 10 to 20 years, there is a region that grows quite quickly and globally. Asian tigers. And our region has got potential to be part of the history as a region that becomes tigers in terms of economy and in terms of development of ICT. We are finding our niche in the development of AI. If we look at the statistical data, let me share Uzbekistani statistics. 38 million of people living there, more than 100 billion GDP. But if we look at the region, Uzbekistan and Kazakhstan, more than 60 million people living there. It's an economy of more than 300 billion. This figure is much more convincing. So I think that the initiatives being implemented now and to be implemented in the future and making our region as one ecosystem, one hub for the development of startups in the field of AI, our region can become a key player, key actors on the global market. We have all chances, we have all the prerequisites, and we are getting prepared for that. So our main task is to create an environment for the private sector to join the efforts. Thank you so much, Jahangir. Colleagues, could you please also take part in this discussion? What are your thoughts? Hello, I'm happy to say hello to all of you. The ecosystem of our region today is growing, and it's growing fastly, because all the elements of the ecosystem exist, including infrastructure, legislation, access to venture capital, human capital. All these elements are present. And I would like to highlight that we have very strong regional hubs and country-level hubs as well. So our hubs are quite active abroad as well, in Silicon Valley, in London, in Dubai, Southeast Asia, meaning that the work is quite comprehensive. We are building an ecosystem in our region and outside the region as well.
I would also like to start by thanking the organizers for putting together this event and for inviting us to participate here. Coming back to the question of our panel, I believe that Central Asia and wider, I would say, Caucasus region has a few very specific advantages which we should be building on going forward. Number one, I would mention human capital. We have a young population, dynamic population, growing population, and with a very good history of scientific and technical education. I think this is something that we can build on, and not every region has that advantage. Number two, I would mention political stability, which is absolutely crucial for anyone looking to make long-term investments in the region. And finally, venture AI is not even a regional game, it's a global game. And it's very important how well you can integrate with other regions. And I would say that geopolitically where our region is and the kind of connections and partnerships we have been able to build over the past decades with other global centers puts us in a very good place to use that as an advantage to build such partnerships in AI and in a wider venture ecosystem as well. So I believe these are some of the key things I would like to add to what my colleagues also mentioned previously.
Thank you.
Всем добрый день. Да.
Good day, everyone. First of all, I'd like to, of course, thank the friends for inviting us. I'm always glad to be surrounded by partners. I agree with the colleagues. We have many cultural and historic connections. And now what I would add is that we have a unique geographic location as well, which is also an advantage. We're in the center, from the east to west, from the west to east. We are on this crossroads, and it's a unique opportunity, and we need to use it for the economic growth, although we are in the majority landlocked countries. Yeah, I can also add that demographics plays role because we have young population and growing population. The pyramid is actually bottom up because we have a lot of young people. And integration, because in the latest several years we see positive movements towards integration. We have joint initiatives. We support some of the initiatives of our colleagues. And if we all together as a region will position ourselves as a region, colleagues previously mentioned there are various regions, Middle East, MENA, and so on, we at the global market can get our share from this global turnover in ICT and AI. Thank you very much, Subak. You all mentioned about the competitive advantages of the Central Asia, and the following question: how can we promote all of these advantages so that we become an ecosystem that would be famous at the global level, in the technological map, so that we would be on the map as a Central Asia, that it's a place for talents, for startups? What do you think? How can we position ourselves? How can we promote it? And dear colleagues, can I answer the first? It's not a secret that Astana Hub and IT Hub IT Park has signed an MOU for cooperation, and we have practical steps to implement the strategy. So, acting as a unified region and promote our region. And we have more than 100 startups, joint startups from Kazakhstan and Uzbekistan. They go to America, to Middle East, and they represent themselves not like Kazakh startup or Uzbek startup, but as a Central Asian startup. And for us, and for the foreigners, for representatives of venture funds and strategic organizations, the Central Asian region is already known, and we are working in this direction. We have some joint branches in China, for example. And there are several MENA joint programs in America and entrepreneurs that actively doing joint communities and get together not just in our regions but abroad. The main thing is to support them, to help them to get together, to promote them. And we need to develop some technological parks, have joint agendas, and if we take the budget of IT park and Astana Hub in this direction, if we act not solely as Kazakhstan and Uzbekistan, but have a joint budget, then it will give a multiplication effect. I think we need to move in this direction. Yeah, let's discuss it after the forum. Maybe there are additional thoughts? Yeah, I fully agree that we need to support our talents in terms of entering global markets. And using this opportunity, I'd like to talk about the support measures from the Eurasian Development Bank to develop and as part of our bank, we have the fund of new initiatives, and the idea is to help countries with digital transformation. There are 3 tools: grants, investments, loans. So, for example, we can allocate grants for development and introduction of digital solutions. And the beneficiaries could be both government agencies, but also private companies. And digital solutions should have an integrational effect, meaning it should involve several countries of the region, or it could be transfer technologies. Currently, we have the total portfolio, including GovTech, the FinTech, Smart City, AI, and we are also actively working on the development of digitalization of modern solutions in the region. And as you know, Eurasian Development Bank includes 7 participant countries, and for us, an important direction is digitalization. And today we're signing also Astana Hub grant agreement for the development of AI platform, and we would like to invite the speakers for partnership. Thank you, Dorian. And as AI topic and the whole forum is related to digital AI and so on, what do we need to establish a joint ecosystem and having this joint platform, joint environment? Because Kazakhstan has supercomputer, other countries have other initiatives, but how can we join our forces to have a joint ecosystem to support the creation of new talents, new startups, and to scale it up further? Let me start.
To be seeing it as one ecosystem. And just to add one thing to the previous question as well, the main reason behind this is that every single country on its own is quite small. Now even bigger economies like Turkey, economies with 85, 90 million people, sometimes they start realizing that even that's not big enough. Unless you are US or China or India, you're most probably nowhere big enough to have a self-sufficient, sustainable internal ecosystem. So when we talk about bridging together these gaps, coming together, the question becomes, what are the practical steps which have to be taken? I can mention a few in my head, and will ask my colleagues to add to this list. Number one, I think we need to agree on our definitions, on the rules of the game, and on how we define AI startups, how we define startups, so that when companies go from one country to the other, the regulatory barriers in each country should not be different. Because in that case, every single expansion will become a separate fight. What we need to end up in a situation where once you enter one market, you have basically entered the entire region, or you can very easily scale. Scaling for one Kazakh city to the next should be no easier than scaling from Astana to Tashkent, then to Baku. The other thing I would say is funding. Because again, I think where we really need to improve is on the side of regional funds. I believe that every single fund in the region should be regional. And that's probably where we are coming at the moment as well. Because it doesn't make sense to establish a VC fund to invest in technologies, be it AI or otherwise, for only one country. The mandate will not be big enough. It will be very difficult to return good ROI for the investors. So I believe that the other element, the second element here, is the funding element. And the VCs driving this innovation, they should be seeing this region as one region. And they should be bridging the gaps, investing in one country, and helping their portfolio startups from one region to easily expand to all the other regions, to prepare them then to jump basically from local to regional, and that will give them the right foundation to then try to jump from the regional status to a global one.
Yeah, thank you, thank you. Чубак, есть ли у вас какие-то мысли по поводу этого?
Chubak, do you have any thoughts about this? How can we establish joint ecosystem for development and startups? So the initiative of Kazakhstan and Uzbekistan in terms of joining forces, joint promotion, it's a great idea. We're already looking at it. We look at these collaborations. And from the point of view of Park of High Technologies, we also look at this very positively, to join forces, to move as a region, because we already see, for example, if we look at the global picture, you see Latin area, Europe, there are certain changes in America, and part of businesses moved to Europe. So we already have some world changes from the point of view of breakdown of the regions or changes in the regions. Regions are changing. Some regions that previously were considered strong ones, they are losing their strength. And here we have the opportunity to actually take the share of the pie. Yeah, we have a problem with time zones, and it's a joint problem. And from the point of view of promotion, we will anyway come to this integration, I believe. Second, what is important is coordination. What are we lacking? And what I liked in your collaboration of IT Park of Tashkent and Astana Hub is that you are sharing this roadmap. I think roadmap should be among all parks. Roadmap is plans for the coming years from the point of view of where you participate in what events, what exhibitions, because it's very often that we have events at the same time. But in the latest years, I see that we are planning it. Like in September, there is ICT week, and before that, there was something in Baku. In October, there is this bridge. So we are actually coordinating it. So we already announced that end of May, beginning of June, we will also have some event. So if we will have this joint roadmap, not from the point of view of promotion only, but events, and we talk about AI and startups. So in AI startups, it makes sense to establish some shared platforms where we could also see some events to plan it. So the main thing is coordination. We do have the desire. If previously it was just on paper, but now we already see some real actions. Yeah, let me comment. So as for joining forces, we will be only happy if you join our initiatives. For example, when we just started to discuss the common roadmap together with IT Park, and I think we sent some invitations at that point. And we started with some events. We understood that it's effective, it's cost effective, and we will be happy if new participants will enter this joint collaboration. As for also combining AI startups, you remember we opened the new large center, EAI center. It should also correspond the breakthrough solutions in these sectors, not just in Kazakhstan, but for the whole Central Asia. And here representing Astana Hub, want to use this opportunity. I invite all startups from the region, irrespective of what city or country from the region. We have Google for startups, and we have the 6th cohort of the program, and we regularly have startups from Azerbaijan, Uzbekistan, Mongolia, Kyrgyzstan, and we invite you to cooperation. We've opened a center, and we have all required conditions to create such solutions. And just recently, we had at the governmental level, with the participation of the president, we've opened a new supercomputer in the region. I think the capacity is sufficient for the whole region. So let's think about joint programs for development of startups. And we, as Kazakhstan, as Astana Hub, we are ready to share our resources and to act at one single platform to combine regional startups, talents, to promote the ecosystem. Thank you. One more thing I wanted to add. As part of AI and artificial intelligence, we need to also focus on science, deep tech, and research. In our region, unfortunately, we don't pay attention to R&D. But if we take experience of our neighbor, Turkey, they are much better in this direction. We can learn from them. We have some perspectives for development, and I would like to thank you for being ready to share your knowledge and experience, because we require research so that we can make data-driven decisions. And as part of our KIT forum, and I invite all colleagues for this event, it will be next year. We will have Water Tech Summit, because we want to raise the question, the problem of water shortage. And by 2030, of course, population will grow even more, and technologies will be developing. But at the same time, negative statistic is that we will have even less available water in the region. And this is where we can collaborate. And as part of such summits, we can discuss how we can use technologies to join our forces, strengthen our ties, to maybe make estimations, to calculate, to properly use water at the regional basis. Thank you, Chubak. Let's move to the question about venture financing. What do you think about an idea of establishing a regional fund for venture investments to combine all countries to support startups in terms of venture financing? Dorian, maybe you can say whether there is such opportunities for such collaboration. Thank you for this question. We see now that in the region we don't just have growing number of startups, but also the quality of them and the maturity and the quite high level of competitiveness at the global market. And the next important step would be development of venture capital, because we know that venture capital is the fuel for innovations development that is needed. We in our bank, we also think about venture direction development. We considered different options, including establishing our own fund. We also considered establishing regional funds with other international financial institutions. And what is interesting to us, what we are studying now, is a new initiative of establishing a fund of funds in Kazakhstan that would cover the region and also global market. And we can say that from our point of view, from the point of view of institutional investor, probably the most optimal and most comfortable resultative approach would be to participate as an LP in the regional fund of funds, because our capital multiplies with other investors and we can get a higher effect. But what I can clearly say that this direction is of interest to us, and the options we've shared now, I believe we will come to a solution in the future.
Если позволите, тоже добавлю немного.
I'd like to add here, if we speak about venture investments, so under our cooperation framework with the IT Park of Uzbekistan, we've got our own venture-based fund, IT Park Uzbekistan, IT Park Astana, based cooperation. So it's always difficult to make a decision, but we made this move. We invited to the board of the IT Park Ventures Magjan Dinmuhamedovich, who is working for the benefit of Uzbek startups to finance them through IT Hub Ventures. Farhod Ibragimov was also invited to look at the Kazakh startups and to make investments about decisions about the investments. So we have invited each other into our boards, although financial decisions are always sensitive. And we are seeing benefits already, additional expertise, new ideas for funding. And the next step will be the establishment of a mutual fund to work jointly, to do market evaluations. So we'll see what kind of venture fund is needed for the region. The region has got the money. ADB can be a part of it as well. Fund of the funds, I will remind you of the idea. Funds of the funds is a long story, but a mutual or joint fund for the support of artificial intelligence from 10 to 50 million, we can think of it. It's an interesting proposal. We can think of it. Thank you, Johangir. I think that Ragim also knows that we submitted this proposal to a secretariat of OTS, Organization of Turkic States, but countries of the region found a fund, and we offered to create this regional venture fund. Thank you, dear colleagues from Azerbaijan. Thank you for taking this initiative on. Thank you for promoting. Thank you for pushing the OTS guys. And we hope that when they complete the structuring of their funds, I hope that they will allocate some money for us to create a regional fund of venture investments. In Turkey, there are more than 10 unicorns. And I think it's a good tool to support the regional startups. Let's talk about the talents. We talked about promotion and startups. Let's talk about talents. I think that we need to join efforts. What do you think about that? What can we do together?
Let's start here. I think the question of talent is also will come to the question of collaboration. Because at first, even though we have a lot of technical talent, to convert this people with good scientific, mathematical knowledge to actually becoming so-called AI talents, we will need to have good international partnerships and probably renowned, globally renowned institutions here. And those institutions also will only come here if we can show them the region. Once they see a region of 100 million people, once they see a possibility to source people from multiple countries, from multiple geographies, that for them will become a much more feasible story. So what I would say is that maybe even coming back to the research question as well, because I think education and research, they go hand in hand, right? And usually the partners which will help us get ahead in education and partners who will help us get ahead in research will oftentimes be similar players. And I think here we need to do two things. Number one, every time we design a program, it should always be regional. So if Azerbaijan invites some institution to come set office in Azerbaijan, it should never be about Azerbaijan. It should always be about the region. And same goes to every other country in the region. And number two, for this to cohesively make sense, both in terms of investing and in terms of education and research, I think each country needs to understand what's its unique advantage. So basically on a big picture, we need to be one single region. But when you deep dive, every single government, when they will be investing, their question will be, what is it in it for us? Because they're spending their taxpayers' money, right? So I think within the bigger picture, it's important to understand whether it's 5 countries, 7 countries, 10 countries joining this movement, what is the unique advantage of each country, what kind of startups, what kind of technologies we expect from each country, and what kind of research should happen in that country. And then it will become much clearer which institution should be set up in Uzbekistan, which one in Kazakhstan, which one in Kyrgyzstan, Tajikistan, Azerbaijan, maybe Turkey should also be part of this bigger vision. And that will make it easier for all of us to go forward. So in my opinion, it should look something like that. One whole, but also strategies on individual country level of what makes them particularly unique.
Yeah, thank you. Что другие коллеги думают?
Да, с точки зрения...
So in terms of talents, let me add, I think that it's one of the biggest issues. We have few talents in the field of AI, and we need to speed up, to catch up. When we saw the AI growing in Kyrgyzstan, we created an AI academy, and we didn't have enough people to train other people. So in this academy, we focused on the training of teachers, like computer science and math. It's TOT, training of trainers, for them to cover a wider audience. So the idea is well bought in, so we got a buy-in, and students study, and we have a big AI community in Kyrgyzstan, uniting people from Kyrgyzstan and other countries as well. There are guys who are programmers that work on bits, and they are based in CIS, in Silicon Valley as well. Big AI community. So I think that the role of our IT park is to make them knowledgeable about such initiatives, to strengthen such communities. During one panel session, someone said that by 2030, AI will bring 15 trillion USD money. And naturally, we have to be on that map. And we need to somehow be part of the picture. We have 3 or 4 years, but without talents, without specialists, it's very difficult to do that, even if you got a lot of money. Let me add, the problem that we see in Uzbekistan for the last 6 to 7 years, we have been promoting IT for the youth, that you need to learn IT, IT is important. One of the big successes is that we implemented we embedded this thought in the heads of parents that IT is important, you can be successful, but AI really mixed up whole pack of cards, because in Uzbekistan, 70 to 80,000 of junior specialists come to the market. We talk to companies, we talk to the industry. but companies reduce their number of IT staff. They are not ready to hire junior specialists. So why would I hire junior specialists if AI solutions cost less, like $20, and it replaces one junior specialist? Why would I pay a student, why would I pay $400, $500 if I can pay $20 per month to AI? So we cannot say the industry that it's important to train people because middle or senior specialists, they have been junior in the past, but business is business. So this question is quite relevant now. I think that we have to be very quick in decision making here. We need to change our curricula. Front end or back end IT specialists. Change the program to prepare AI engineers, prompt engineers. I think that there will be a lot of demand for that. If we can make decisions quickly, then on the global level, we can supply a lot of AI specialists. So we can do it in bulk, and then Central Asian specialists will take positions of CEO in American companies, so we'll change the situation drastically. Allow me to add one thought. Speaking of AI, now the chances are equal among countries. We thought that AI is progressive for high-tech companies, but China mixed up all the cards, saying that with less resources you can achieve more. So we think that we need to go in this direction. So this industrial revolution equalized the chances of all the regions and all the ecosystems. There are more developed ecosystems like Silicon Valley, Southeast Asia, but development of AI gave equal opportunities to everyone. We are seeing that on the example of Kazakh startup Hixui that has become a technological unicorn. 30 or 40 engineers from Almaty broke all the records in GNA solutions and so on and so forth. Google, Bytes and everything. So there are all chances in the field of AI to be on the same level as everyone else. Let's continue. There was a question. For the development of AI talents, we need great specialists, we need professors, researchers. What do you think? What global centers, hubs, or labs we need partnership? In terms of the university environment, it's very important for the development of specialists to really overcome the junior stage and be a good engineer. So I think that MIT, Stanford, these advanced universities, top in class, we need professors or also launch joint programs for our star hours, for our students. Of course, in Europe, it's Cambridge, Zurich, also well advanced, Korea, South Korea. For Uzbekistan, it's an important partner, KAIST, KOIKA, that help a lot. And as mentioned before, Chinese experience needs to be studied to see what universities helped there and to engage more professors. We have a program. It's called UMIT Fund, Top 100 Universities of the World. If you want to study there, you can get a grant for that. So I think that we need to focus more on that, allocate more budget by the government. This is a raw idea, but why not? Because Uzbek students abroad would always be friends with our neighboring country students, Kazakhstan and others. Stronger links are student links. When you find friends in the universities, they're your colleagues, so you work with them. Thank you.
I think there are two elements to the strategy. One is working with the leading universities, right? But I think what was also mentioned is that where like Uzbek people will be friends with people from Kazakhstan, Azerbaijan, from other brotherly nations from the region, right? I think one of the reasons why these people historically, even though we might not be where we would like to be in terms of deep tech or research currently, there is still a lot of people from the region who are very talented and who are actually at the frontier of scientific revolutions in their own respective fields all over the world, in US, in Europe, in United Kingdom, in Asia, in China, in Korea, and so on. And I believe that this might be a good time to start attracting those people back as well. So together with the MIT, Stanfords, maybe Carnegie Mellons of the world, also bringing back our talent, which is currently working somewhere else, which would happily, in many cases, come back to the region if the opportunity was there. I think one good example of people of a country attracting top talent in a particular industry was Saudi Arabia and what they did in football. But the problem with football is that attracting top players to Saudi Arabia costs hundreds of millions of dollars sometimes. The good thing for us, maybe bad thing for researchers, is that researchers usually cost much less. The reality is that talent researchers to our region, cutting-edge brands, together with talent which at some point left this region, which happily will come back if those brands will be here, if those political will be here, and if those, I would say, quite accessible budgets will be in place.
Yeah, thank you. Давайте, наверное, хотите сказать? Давайте, чувак.
Да, добавлю. Согласен. Интеграция, коллаборация с ведущими вузами.
Integration and collaboration with leading universities are important. Let me share an example of our country, Kyrgyzstan. This year, in June, we launched a program with top university, MIT. They've got a center that is called MIT Koshopra, Shamil Ibrahimov, venture capital firm, Material Impact. And a focus was on deep tech technologies, 4 weeks of online trainings, 1 week in the US. We do that together with MIT, Kyrgyzstan, but there is a plan to launch it in Kazakhstan, Uzbekistan. The program has proven to be very effective. It's one of the positive stories, success stories. I think that we need a similar strategy with the other universities so that they will come here, as well as first students from MIT for summer in Bishkek. We want 100 or 1,000 of talented students to travel to such universities as MIT, and MIT students to come to our region to share their experience, work in big tech companies to promote our region. Thank you. Shamil also offered us this program, but unfortunately we had too many programs planned back then. We couldn't take part in that, but I'm sure that you will share details, your feedback, how it all went, the results. Yeah, this is our first step in Kyrgyzstan. After that, we will be ready to jump in and be part of this program. Our panel discussion is coming to an end. Wrapping up, I can say that it's all about joining the efforts, getting together with all the ecosystems and countries to develop startups and venture capital, R&D. I fully agree with that. The main insight for everyone that by joining all our efforts, we can really reach some results, significant results. Thank you for participation in this panel discussion, dear participants. I hope that this discussion was useful to you. Colleagues, please do continue your discussions regarding practical steps, not just ideas, but also implement something in real life. I think that now we have all the conditions for that. We just want people willing to do that. So as Ragim said, it's cheaper to bring top researchers, but they're not very cheap. But by joining our efforts, we can create one platform and develop studies together that will be applicable in all of our countries. So let's work together. Thank you so much.
Құрметті қонақтар, қатысқандарыңыз үшін алғыс білдіреміз. Келесі панельдік сессия бірнеше минуттан соң басталады. Dear guests, thanks for participation. After some minutes, we'll be started the next panel session.
Это про людей, разных, ярких, смелых. Они встречаются впервые и уже спорят, смеются, предлагают идеи. Каждый со своим опытом, но всех объединяет одно – вера в технологии и желание создать что-то настоящее. Сначала хаос, непонимание, поиск, столкновение характеров, а потом команда. Они учатся слушать, пробуют, ошибаются, пробуют снова. Учатся не только строить стартап.
Например, купить машину за один день и подарить ее близкому человеку. Или переехать в новую
Уважаемые
квартиру.
гости, просим вас занять свои места и отключить звук мобильных телефонов.
Или открыть свое дело и менять жизни других людей. Freedom
Dear
Bank.
guests,
Пора
please take
меняться.
your seats and kindly switch your phones to silent mode.
Kazakhstan has so many incredibly beautiful places to spend your holidays. To find them before, you had to search the internet or ask friends. Now there's a new section in Kaspi Travel, Kazakhstan, where you can choose a place for your vacation at great prices. Choose your holiday destination in Kazakhstan with the Kaspi KZ Super App. Kaspi KZ, made in Kazakhstan.
At the heart of Eurasia, a signal pulses across the land from the vast Kazakh steppes to the world's busiest data hubs. We connect continents, businesses, and generations. This is where big data becomes big insight, where numbers turn into knowledge, and knowledge powers a continent. Tradition and technology no longer opposites, but one single path. Even the most silent places speak in the language of data.
Бүгінгі панельдік сессия Қытайдың инновациялық серпілісі, үкімет пен корпорациялар жаһандық жасанды интеллект экожүйесін қалай құруда? China's innovation leapfrog, how the government and corporations build global AI ecosystem. Инновационный рывок Китая, как государство и корпорации строят глобальную экосистему искусственного интеллекта. Would be Lazat Borankulova. She's the founder and CEO of Hantengri Innovation Hub and Growth Vision Pro. Su Tianman, partner at Chenghui Capital Evergreen Fund. Next speaker, Wei Zhuo. He's a CEO and founder of Xnode. Frank Ludwig Schaefer, head of international government affairs in Alibaba Group. Thomas Zhao, co-founder and CEO of Gobi Partners. And our last speaker, he's a president of international business of QAX, Zhu He.
Dear guests, we will be using the English language, so if you have any headphones for the translation, please take it now. Dear panelists, we are very glad to have you here, and today's session's discussion is devoted to understand the path how the China becoming one of the leading technology innovation countries in the world. And I would like to keep this panel session in a very, not the formal, but more discussive way, so we can share our opinion and be free in sharing your opinion in the way how the China is growing and progressing currently. So I would start with a little bit context to give to the audience. Actually, I think that all of the people here in Kazakhstan, at least, knows the China from different angle. And we know the China as a big, one of the largest manufacturers in the world, but we don't even recognize how they develop in terms of the innovation and in terms of the AI and other this technology stuff that actually driving the world right now. So in terms of the innovation achievements of the China, we can say that up to 70% of the AI patents that was provided and granted was established in China. More than 47% of top AI professionals are also located in China. And they are the number 2 in terms of the innovation and AI rankings just after the US market. So we see that there is a tremendous changes happening in China. And today I would like to uncover this maybe unknown information for the audience. So we start to investigate the China from the different angle. So I would like maybe to start with the history, how China become so giant in terms of the innovation and in fast growing economy as it is now. So I would like to start with the Tiangmen and say, how do you think, what kind of background or what kind of prerequisites was provided by the Chinese government, Chinese corporates, or Chinese private companies, so the China become leading, one of the leaders in the innovation ecosystem in the world?
Okay, thank you, Lazat. Thank you for inviting me here. I just took some memo to check the newest number this morning to give everybody a clearest number. So after 2017, China, we launched a national AI strategy, and the government invested trillions to build 11 pilot zones. And I think just like what Kazakh is doing right now, you are pouring money to support the talents here. That's what we did in China. And we spawned over 5,000 AI companies during that period of time. And by 2023, China led in AI publications, which is in the academia area. We took a 23.2% global, and in patents, we have 69.7%, with a 47% of top researchers in China. And the unique factor is a data pool from 1.4 billion people. That means 10 times larger than the West, and plus very low-cost computing and returning talent wave. I mean, I think within those years, because the policies in the U.S. strict their like the the passport policies, and we've seen a lot of very young, talented people coming back, and I would say the number is more than like 1 million. 1 million young kids graduate from AI PhDs. So from a VC view, this made early investment soar, with our 2015 to 2020 AI deal averaging 5x, which means 5 times returns. And think of ByteDance, they starting at just the AI algorithm short videos, but to now they have trillion valuation. And that's a chemical reaction between the policy and the market, and I'm really looking forward to see that similar chemical effect happens in Kazakhstan, because you have a lot of young talent. I was in Nazarbayev University yesterday, and I mean the talents there, their internationality, ability, and their advancing thinking, it's so much beyond my expectations. And yeah, with those young kids keep developing new stuff, I believe there's plenty of room for us as a VC to discover in the future.
Okay, I would like to maybe clarify. So, how many years ago did China decided to become an innovation leader? So, how long it takes the China to execute this strategy? Because sometimes the countries set the strategy, set the strategic goals, but not all of them can achieve them. But in regard to the China, we know that there is a very good discipline in every execution of the strategic goals. So how many years ago China decided that at one point of time it will become the leading innovative country in the world? Is there any plan?
Officially, we started from 2027, so 8 years. But
2020.
No, 2017.
Yes.
Yeah, so 8 years. But I think before, like, let's say this is a 2017, but before we have a lot of tons of accumulation of the talents, the academic research, and you know the market, it's incubating itself. All the international companies, they coming in. So I think you couldn't say it's only 8 years. It actually has a lot of like accumulation at the front. So, yeah.
Okay. Wei, next question goes to you. So we are actually partnering with Wei because his company XNode is one of their high-quality accelerators in Shanghai that supports foreign startups to enter the Chinese market. And Wei, you know the startups from the ground. You work with them every day, and you know the challenges and opportunities that they face in the Chinese market. Can you please tell the current situation in terms of the openness of the Chinese economy for the foreign startups? How difficult for the foreigners to be successful in the China market? What kind of challenges do you see, and what kind of opportunities you can mention for the foreigners?
So before I answer your question, Laza, if I may perhaps ask a question to the audience.
Sure. Yeah.
How many are startups? Please raise your hand. Interested going to China? Raise your hand. Oh, actually. Oh, wow. Okay. West. My past 11 years of running Xnode is, we've been helping, by the way, hundreds of the startups trying to enter into China market, and knowing that a majority of the rest of the world, I mean, ex-China then, still show huge interest in the US because of market size, the readiness perhaps. And somehow China become a myth, a maze, a difficult place. I mean, to be honest, I agree. China is difficult, but nothing is impossible. I'm not going to defend whatever the positions of who I am, but no matter what, we are now entering into a very complicated new geopolitical order, and the whole world is becoming more increasingly fragmented, at least given the size of the market, given the strategic direction of this country is setting for, given what China's latest position of continues to open up to the rest of the world. From economic perspective, this is a market worthwhile exploring. I'm not saying that there will be a success guarantee. There's not such a thing. China is one of the fiercely competitive cutthroat competition. Cutthroat competition. Get prepared for that. Anyone who wants to go to China, then you do need to get prepared and at least start from a kindergarten level, understand the culture, the dynamics. But most importantly for startups, you don't have resources, you don't have much money, you don't have a big team. You have a technology. There might be a creative product market fit in your home country. My advice is for those who early stage companies, don't go to China. Stop thinking of that. If you are too early stage, create your home success first. Create a quick win. As long as you can prove you can win your home market. Even Kazakhstan is good enough, but you have to win your home market before you consider China. And guess what? The culture, the market dynamics, the whole industry structure, we have all these experts here who give you more details. China is for sure one of the most difficult markets. But I guess the reason why we work with Lazat, we just recently signed with Astana Hub and Uzbekistan IT Park is, I think the interest is still there. I mean, both from the public G2G perspective, there is a push for that. But more importantly, you're running your own private company. Whatever pushed by the government sector doesn't guarantee it's something you have to do. At the end of the day, you have to think about your product market fit. Some of the technologies, by the way, I mean, no offense, when I was sitting in the judge panel then, are not ready for that. Not ready at all. You'll be killing yourself if you go into the China market. But some actually are good, potentially can work with local partners. I mean, again, you have to look at specific case by case. But no matter what, my past 11 years of helping foreign international startup enter into the China market then, the success rate is low. It's below 1%. 100% below 1%. So are you the 1% or 0.1%? I have no idea. But there is some way to do it. You have to work with local partners. And you have to understand the local culture. Same as here. This is my first time to Central Asia. I've never been to Central Asia. I'm intrigued, but I really like what I've seen. Kazakhstan, and at least what I've seen Astana, I'm going to Almaty tomorrow. You're actually more international than Shanghai is. I mean, Shanghai claims to be one of the most international cities in Asia, the most international in China. A lot of people in Shanghai don't speak English at all. You'll be shocked, by the way. But a lot of people in Kazakhstan do speak English. And the young people are very keen, thirst for knowledge, to learn things. I see the hope. I see a lot of potential opportunity potentially can be done here. So again, I'm a humble student. I'm very, very new to Kazakhstan and to Central Asia. Hopefully through my partner, Lazat, and through friends and experts like you, will be able to do something. At least start from taking baby steps. But it will take really long time for you to figure out. Again, to summarize, nothing impossible, but everything's difficult. Get prepared, my friends, specifically for those startups. Yeah.
Can you provide the startups here who already raised their hands and they're considering to enter the China market, at least some hope? What should be their what are their opportunities that they can face or explore in China market? Why they need to go to China market?
I should be bluntly honest, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, okay, yeah. I hope there will be no media, whatever, broadcasting this. I'm not a politician, by the way, yeah. So there's a lot of myth thinking of China has 1.4 billion population. If I make 1 cent out of 1.4 billion population, I'll become 100 millionaire. That's bullshit. That's just not possible. For those who wants to explore China market, obviously the size there, as I said, the market is second world largest market. The size is there. Population is there. Consumers are there. Whether it's to B or to C, they are there. But do you have a product market fit? My advice is for anyone who is interested in China market, at least as a startup, the lean startup way, to figure out within as short period of time as you can, to figure out do you have a product market fit or not. Again, as CB Insights have shown, 45% of the number one reason of startup fail is there's no product market fit. So whatever is a product market fit in this country doesn't guarantee there is a product market fit in China. By the way, everything you are used to here, Yandex, Google, whatever cloud service, the social media, WhatsApp, Telegram, this and that, nothing works in China. You need a VPN to get access to it. So the infrastructure is massively different. It's almost 100% different. So no matter what for you to get to know from scratch, it will take some time. So my advice is use the shortest period of time, ideally a few months maximum, to see if you can figure out product market fit. If it's not, it's okay to stop and move out of China, maybe go somewhere else. It's okay, because otherwise you will waste your 18 months, 24 months having nothing achieved. But once you have product market fit, then you start to take baby steps. But no matter what, hopefully, whatever that Lazard and us, we have in mind to create these market entry programs together with the Astana Hub is to hopefully provide a platform and a systematic approach to give you a relatively efficient way within a relatively short period of time to help you figure out a product market fit. Obviously, you will meet venture capitalists, you will meet the corporate partners, you will meet potential friends, and you get to know the China 101s, but that's just the beginning of the steps. Again, that's one thing I want to mention. The other thing, if I may, is there is a trend, because Lazada actually brought 2 Chinese AI companies to Kazakhstan, attend this digital print this time. There are a lot of Chinese AI companies, deep tech companies. You saw on the ground floor the Unitree. They're working with one of the local partners companies here. There are hundreds of the fast-growing robotic companies. They are very actively looking for new markets outside of China. Central Asia is obviously one of the important regions, interest region to look at. They need partners. So the other approach, potentially, for those who might not necessarily land in China is you might start working for some of the really excellent Chinese fast-growing scale-up companies. Again, stay away from early-stage startups. Try to work with scale-ups. If you can help these guys land here in Central Asia through Kazakhstan as a major hub, then go to Uzbekistan, Kyrgyzstan, the other countries, maybe even Azerbaijan and the whole Central Asia region then. That might be also a unique opportunity for you to be connected to China, find out China business opportunity. So I'm trying to cover both inbound and outbound perspectives.
Yeah.
Although you haven't asked me about outbound.
Yeah. Okay. Thank you, Wei. To turn our discussion to the government and the corporate support, I would like Wei again ask you, how do you think, what is the role of the big tech corporates like the Alibaba, Tencent, Baidu in developing this innovation ecosystem of China?
Well, we have a gentleman.
We have a different question for the gentleman.
Okay.
I would like to take your perspective as an accelerator who actually within the industry and knows the key players in the market.
Yeah, the Alibaba, Tencent, Baidu, they don't need us. They are fast enough. I mean, they are already in the comfort zone, exploring both within China, outside of China. What we have been working with, actually, we work with a lot traditional multinational enterprises. I mean, some of the names you'll be very familiar with, BMW, Volkswagen, SAP, Intel, these companies. So I mean, I'm not sure about the whole maturity of the so-called the corporate and the startups collaboration model here in this country yet. But we have been doing this in China since 2016, for the past almost 10 years now. One of the, I think, the major potential quick wins for some of the maybe excellent China, Kazakhstan local companies trying to work with the big corporates. In China, obviously, after 30, 40 years of open and reform and development, there's tens of thousands of companies out there. Again, I'm very new to Kazakhstan. I don't really know about the local landscape and dynamics. But for any of you who would like to explore overseas market, trying to work with the local leading accelerators with cross-border focus, you have a Silkway in the Silicon Valley. Now you have a Growth Vision Pro, being the partners being selected in China then. try to tap into the local corporate networks and try to work with them. The beauty about that model is if you can create a quick win, even a POC or prototype, that help you set up a track record, that help you give you a lot of credibility towards both VCs and their future potential customers, even the local government, because they see you as a credible player. So it is okay to start from a prototype. So one of the latest projects we are running, hopefully, together with Lazard, we can also start some testing cases. We're now working with the Changi International Airport in Singapore. They're now building their global largest, one of the largest airports in Terminal number 5. They're now testing all these robotic solutions. So after 1.5 years of scouting, they've decided to go for the Chinese robotic solutions. So we're now helping them, scouting from north, south, east, west of the best robotic companies. Unitree is one of it, by the way. So again, I'm sure some of the Kazakhstan local-based corporates will have similar needs. And I'm sure some of the Chinese local corporates, traditional ones, might have interest in some of the local Kazakhstan companies. But again, I don't know what I don't know. I need to learn and start from scratch and try to figure out the needs from the customers. As a company who has been doing this for 11 years, no matter what, ultimately the most important thing is you know what the customers want. You have a solution that the customer will want to have, and that solution solves the problem of the customer. Yeah. No matter what, that's always the golden rule, the universal rule.
Yeah. You need to solve the problem of your client.
Solve the problems.
Thank you, Wei. So we smoothly go to one of the tech giants of the China, Alibaba Group. Frank represents the GR block of this giant company in China. Frank, question goes to you. Alibaba was one of the drivers, one of the tech giants of China that actually make these innovation achievements of China happen. So you have your own corporate strategy for years ahead. How do you assess how the AI currently impacted the corporate strategy of Alibaba, how you switched it, and how you customize it to the current trends of the AI, if it is any changes in your corporate strategy? And do you see the Kazakhstan as part of this newly developed AI strategy that probably you have at the Alibaba?
Yeah, okay. First of all, yeah, thanks for the question and thanks for having me. I would like to start to take a step back and to describe a little bit the legacy of Alibaba. So it was founded 26 years ago by Jack Ma. And the mission was at that time, and it is still, to make it easier to do business anywhere in the world. And within this 26 years, the company has undergone several transformations. And the recent transformation, it is for sure the path towards AI. What do I mean by that? So AI is nowadays really the center of all of our business activity. I can tell you, I just came back from China. I was there last week, and there was a conference organized by us, by Alibaba, the so-called Apsara conference. And I was really impressed to see what's going on there. And our CEO, Eddie Wu, he also announced a further investment program for AI. So significant investment in terms of AI. And what does it mean when I say AI is the center of all of our activity? I think the FT put it very clearly in a recent article. They said something like Alibaba was in the past an e-commerce giant doing also AI. Nowadays, we are an AI giant doing also e-commerce. So you see that there's a certain development. And it means at the end of the day that AI is providing very, very powerful tools for all of our BUs, our business units, be it e-commerce, be it logistics, I can tell you one example. So we have a very powerful tool for our B2B business. So you may know that Alibaba.com is the biggest B2B platform across the globe. And there's a tool called Accio. And this tool, it's more or less, it's like a co-founder that never sleeps. It's like an AI agent. And this AI agent, it can manage the communication, the sourcing, the ordering, even compliance and logistics. And we did a research within a company, and we could find out that somehow this AI tool, it is automating approximately 70% of all the manual workflows of a regular B2B buyer. So I think at the end this means something. And in terms to illustrate that a little bit more, I brought with me a video. So if we could just play the video for, it's a quite short video. That would be interesting.
Yeah, can we please turn on the video?
Millions of children live with autism. Their clothes whispers against their skin. What does it take to create a new product line that truly meets their needs? Traditionally, you need a sourcing team and countless hours of coordination. Now, it only takes a few minutes to get a full report. Just tell your needs to Accio. I want to design loungewear specifically for autism children, and Accio Agent will fulfill your unique requirements like a seasoned pro. Here's how Accio helps. First, Accio analyzes industry sites and social media to summarize the real needs of your audiences, surfacing key product attributes essential for new concept development. Soft material and tagless design to minimize irritation. Deep pressure for a sense of security. Bamboo or organic cotton could be ideal fabrics. Temperature regulation automatically factored in. With these critical insights, Accio jumps straight into product ideation, supporting your development process with visualized inspirations. It gives you multiple options in just a few minutes, completely bypassing the endless back and forth with design teams. Accio provides tailored marketing strategies. It analyzes your unique selling points and even delivers key messaging points to inspire your marketing efforts. Next, Accio will search and evaluate suitable children's loungewear suppliers, ensuring even the most challenging requirements are met. It even lines up your options by what matters most to you, so your next move is confident and well-informed. Once the tasks are complete, go to Results to access all reports and initiate inquiries with a single click. The work that used to be done by a whole team is now done by Accio, empowering you to bring light to the unseen corners and unlock new possibilities.
Yeah, and now coming back to AI as such, AI is for us in the tradition of Jack Ma, it's not only about doing business, but it's also about giving the society something back. And that means we also use AI tools in order to create a social impact. For example, we have collaborations from our DAMO Academy, it's our internal think tank, with universities, research centers in the area of energy, in the area of healthcare. We have also, and I'm particularly proud of that because I'm part of that. We have interactions, projects together with the World Bank, Asian Development Bank, so in order to support local SMEs with AI tools. And coming back to your point in terms of the region, in terms of Kazakhstan, I think at the end of the day, this region, it's a very dynamic region. And I think as all emerging countries, it offers the advantage that on the one side, you have a lot of flexibility, you have a lot of innovation, a focus on innovation, you have flexible regulation, and that are the ingredients for businesses to strive. And especially for Kazakhstan, I see very positive, a very positive outlook. We had it already. You have a very talented, dynamic workforce, young people, very good demographics. You have also a leadership that is really, in my view, future-oriented. You see the opportunities with the AI strategy, so that is really great. You created an impressive infrastructure. When I look at the city and this capital, when I look at the AI center, this is really impressive. Also looking from my humble German perspective, this is really great what you did. And I think this is more or less that are all the ingredients are there to be successful here. And we are very happy to engage with Kazakhstan in all our cooperations, partnerships. We are open to all countries, regions, irrespective where it is on the globe.
You mentioned that currently Alibaba is mostly like the AI company, and the rest is like the side products becoming right now like a side products. So taking into account that the Kazakhstan recently announced this AI agenda, and yesterday we have been opening this Alem AI International AI Center, how do you think in terms of the AI collaboration, how we can cooperate with the China and in particular with the Alibaba? Which specific areas you see most of the potential for the Kazakhstan market?
So I would like to start in that context also with the regulation you are setting up in this, or Kazakhstan is setting up in this area. So the upcoming digital code, I think it's a very good regulatory framework for AI, for data management, and for digital services. And I think it's a very good balance between innovation on the one hand and on the other hand regulation that provides a certain framework. And I think at the end of the day it's about providing predictable and transparent conditions for businesses, and I can perfectly see that here in the country.
Okay, thank you. Frank, last question regarding how you build the innovation inside of the Alibaba. We mentioned that the tech giants don't need startups that goes outside of the maybe Alibaba ecosystem, but being an innovative company, you should have some strategy how you develop this innovation. So in the case of the Alibaba, how the innovation grows and how it builds, is it some in-house development by the internal talents, or do you have some specific programs for the startups where such bright ideas and talents can apply for you, and you consider that as a potential collaboration and incorporation of these innovation solutions into your Alibaba ecosystem? How it works?
Yeah, I would say we have both parts. So on the one hand, we have impressive colleagues, developers, doing great things internally. But on the other side, we do partner also with startups. We have a whole ecosystem, and many quite impressive companies they are somehow at least co-founded at the early stage, also by Alibaba, for example, DeepSeek. There was a collaboration with Alibaba, and we have this ecosystem. We are there. We are perfectly aware that not all the innovation can come from the inside, but that we also need external perspectives and external ideas, and we are very open for that.
Okay, thank you, thank you. Now goes to the private equity thing, because the big corporations and the government, they have the resources, and they have the chances and they're, for the mistakes. But in terms of the private capital, it's always very strictly, because you need to think twice before investing in any of these startups or any other ideas. Thomas, my question goes to you. Usually, China is very associated with the government protection, the government regulation, and setting the targets for the country. And we see the results that this type of the work really works for China. They set the goal that China will become the innovative leader by 2025, and here we are. It is among the top innovation leaders globally. How do you think, in terms of the private capital, having backed by the government or the big corporations, for example, like the Alibaba or Tencent, is it a good thing or a bad thing for the startups? How do you think? Is it de-risking, or this type of the support creates the opportunity for the startups and for yourself as a VC company to enjoy these benefits of the ecosystem?
Yeah, Lizat, that's a great question, and I'm delighted to be here. Thank you for inviting me. I thought multiple parts to that question. I think the first one is Gobi. We've been around for now 23 years. We have 16 offices around Asia. We've actually worked with the government. So I think, Lizat, your question's a very interesting one. Look, venture capitalists, PE firms, we're all very short term. Everybody says they're a long-term investor until they're not, right? And how many entrepreneurs, I think you guys raise your hand, you know what I'm talking about. I think one thing that the government, what China did was very important, is their patient capital. When you think back, there was a correction, right? China changed the direction of its investment. It was because, quite frankly, look, Gobi, when we first started off in Shanghai in 2002, think back, 2002, what were you doing, okay? We were investing in semiconductors. Semiconductors takes a long time. Okay, I'm very proud to say we had a recent exit. I invested into that company before my son was born. So you guys should be very happy. Say, oh wow, you get great exit. The second question you should ask is, how old's your son? So someone asked me that. Oh, he's 17. So it takes 17 years, right? Okay. Well, good. All right, cool. But the point is that venture capitalists, we also have bosses. Our bosses are the high net worth individuals, the pension funds, the government, right? Foundations. And they want their money back. But sometimes the role that the government can play is they can be more patient. And in fact, in Hong Kong, we just announced a patient capital strategic fund. Because sometimes the only party that can take a long-term view is the government, right? I like to say at Gobi, and we try to take a long-term view, but sometimes it's tough. At Gobi, we like to say, we're not like microwaves. We're like an oven. We can afford to wait when it's worth it, right? Because microwaved food, yeah, it gets hot. It just doesn't taste as good as oven-baked food, right? But oven-baked food takes a longer time, right? And just like what entrepreneurs are building, sometimes it just takes time to build great things. And that's what the government sometimes can do. They can take a longer view. The other thing is, Lazat, you asked about corporates. And I have to say, I think Silicon Valley worked. China's working now. Again, Frank, as Frank knows, Gobi, we're very lucky that we can work with Alibaba. Alibaba has been very supportive, for example, in Hong Kong through the Alibaba Entrepreneurs Fund. And Gobi, we've had the privilege of we've sold a couple of our startups to Alibaba. But a couple of things. Big companies play a huge role. And in Kazakhstan, we already see there are big companies, right? They provide an exit, right? You guys are building companies. Ultimately, you got to get an exit. The big corporates, and you got to pick the one that fits in with your values, can provide an exit. And also the big corporates can also take a longer term view. So I think those are two elements that can be very, very important in an ecosystem.
Thank you, Tom. Regarding these answers that you responded that there is some support from the government and it's really good to have it here. How do you think, what kind of industries is currently under demand in China market? Because you invested not only in China but overall into the Asian market, and you're building this, Silk Road of your investments across all the Asian countries. What kind of sectors do you think will be at most interest for yourself, like Gobi Partners? And do you see, as an international investor, that some of the companies they are forced to make the decision? You are either with the China or you are with their other Western countries. And some startups are struggling, and because if they go to the China market, the other investors can say, if you are in China, I'm not investing in you. So we heard this direct, responses from the investors. How do you resolve this issue, being an international investor, having a portfolio in China, and at the same time having a portfolio outside of the China?
So I get the tough question, huh? Okay.
Yeah, you asked for tough questions.
Well, look, I think I guess there are there reporters in this room or no? Well, look, I think I'll be direct here. I think look, I think what's going on is it's sort of like everything you need to know in life you learned in kindergarten. Okay? What do I mean by that? I think the analogy is, if I were just to simplify it, is right now there was a kid on the playground who was very popular. Very powerful family, very rich, had a lot of cool toys, good looking, and all the other kids wanted to play with that kid. That kid doesn't want to play with everybody else now. He wants to take his toys, and he doesn't want to play with anybody. He wants to create like a little club that only he can approve. So now all the other kids, they got a problem. So do you play? You got to, because kids always want to play with the popular kid, and but now it's like, well, what if all the other kids on the playground just got together and played with each other, right? Instead of playing with the popular kid. I mean, is that an opportunity? And so at Gobi, when we see what's going on geopolitically, I just think, we always see opportunity. I had a lot of startups, friends from China, right? I was so sad when the tariffs came up. I called it was terrifying, right? But look, the world's a big place, right? I think, 10 years ago, right, we'd all be in Silicon Valley. Nobody even knew where the rest of Asia was. Most people in China, they didn't even know their neighborhood. I give an example. We were one of the first to go to Southeast Asia, right? Most of the China guys only cared about the U.S. They didn't even think that Southeast Asia was an interesting market. So sometimes adversity creates opportunities, right? So how many of you, you guys have all heard about MAGA, right? I think everybody here should support MAGA, right? Why? Well, no, we should, because it's, what's going on? The U.S. is making Asia great again, okay? Right? And I think what we should look at is
opportunity.
Yeah, opportunity. I was talking to a startup, and they focus a lot on neuroscience, and they're talking about dementia and how, sometimes we get blockages. If you have a stroke, right, you get a blockage in the brain. The brain has a remarkable resiliency where it's called plasticity. it will reroute around the clot. And that's what's going to happen in the world, right? There are blockages, and it's for the rest of us to go reroute. The world is not deglobalizing. It is reglobalizing, and I believe Asia is going to be the center, right? And when you look at the center of Asia, where is that? Oh, somebody answer that? Where? What's the center of Asia?
Here. It's
Right,
here.
So, I mean, so I actually think there's a lot of opportunity. I don't think we have to get caught in the, you got to pick sides. That's what popular kids always. I was never the popular kid, so I kind of know what it feels like, right? You got to pick, and look, if all the so-called unpopular kids got together, they could play with each other and have a good time, right? I mean, that's the way I look at it. As for sectors, I'm going to say something controversial. We're not investing into artificial intelligence. We want to invest into the next generation of companies doing actual intelligence, okay? And that's the next generation, all right? If you want to know what that is, my colleague Jimmy is there. Jimmy, raise your hand, okay? All right, we are looking for that, right? Because, early stage VCs, we always have to be one step ahead. And we're actually looking, and I'd love to should Gobi open up an office in Kazakhstan? Oh, no, we shouldn't? No. Should we? Okay. Yeah. I think we're really looking at it. Please find my colleague, Jimmy. We want to learn more about the ecosystem. Today, we're students. Like Frank was saying, we've seen so many great things. We want to come out and do more. We need to learn. We need to localize. That's something we learned at Gobi. Look, as you can probably tell from my accent, I'm an American who went back to China and then expanded out to Southeast Asia in markets I never even knew about. So, that's kind of the Gobi way. We think our strategy is to create connectivity around Asia, and you can't have Asia without Kazakhstan. So I think that's one of the reasons why we're here.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you for a very inspiring speech. So before going to Rio, I would like to come back to Tianming, to you, regarding the sectors. So as a Changi capital, what kind of sectors do you consider? At what stages? What key information our audience should know about your company and about the sectors that you invest in?
Okay. So generally speaking, we can, because we are a evergreen fund, so theoretically we can invest in a lot of categories, artificial intelligence, even though Gobi is not interested, robotics, or even I was in the the gas and oil company 2 days ago. We're trying to find some artificial intelligence way to help them to facilitate the process of finding the mine, the coal mine and the cobalt mine, etc. So for us, it's not really about a category, because we would love to go as early as possible to those startups. But I think the more important thing is to know who's behind the technology, where is this technology coming from, and who will be the supporter for the technology at the first beginning. So for us, at this stage, we would probably love to be more engaged with the state-owned company. For example, the Kasmoy. Yeah, right. Yes, I mean, for us, because we are very new to this market, we are still students here, so to be more safe to play this game, we would try to team up with the local giants together to find real trustworthy partners and to dig into the market and to learn the culture here slowly.
Okay.
Yes.
Okay. Got it. Thank you. Thank you. So the last question goes to Rui. He's the president of international business of the QIX, is one of the top leaders in cybersecurity in China. And we know that in regard to all of this innovation and AI and all of this fraud, fake news, cybersecurity becomes a key component of the innovation progress. Rui, can you please tell more about the strategy, how your company is supporting the AI movement that is right now happening and all over the world. And continuing the question that we discussed with Tom, how do you feel, can you, with the very specific way of doing business like the cybersecurity, because it is related to the national security in others, how do you promote your international business to the other countries? Because each of the country would like to have their own cybersecurity teams and software, etc. How do you do that? How do you expand outside of the China with cybersecurity services?
So
Being too sensitive.
Yes, it's too sensitive. It's just to get right to the heart of what we do as China's background cybersecurity company. In fact, QX is a new name to Kazakh friends. But in China, it's the largest cybersecurity company. We have almost 10,000 employees, and about 40% is R&D persons. So we invest, we have a 10 years history. We invest $1.7 billion in this field. So I don't know if anyone here you're working for cybersecurity companies or not. No one. So in China, there's a very famous saying that there's no national security without cybersecurity, especially in the year of AI. So for cybersecurity, it's like gaming of cat and mouse. Currently, the mice, every day, they're using AI to create the sophisticated attacks. So we must invest a lot in this field to fighting AI with AI. This is our strategy here. So, in China, there's many companies that are developing very good AI applications in the field of such as finance, education, communication, and smart cities. But all the systems are run on code, run on cloud platform, and data. Those are the targets for the attackers. So if we take AI as the new powerful engine for a digital economy, and our job is to be the brakes and airbags. You cannot have a high-performance car without the safety features. This is what we do. This is important what we do. And in our company, just now you mentioned as a Chinese background cyber company, how we to expand our global markets. It's very hard for us because when I go to a new country, I must establish the trust. If there's no trust, we cannot touch this market. So how can we get the trust from a foreign government? I think the first thing is the transparency, and the second is localization. These two elements is the most important for us. And for our global partners and our global clients, transparency is the first thing. We must totally open to our client. We accept the international standard. We accept the third-party audit. Even we can open to share our code to our client to prove them there's nothing hidden. There's no backdoor. This is the first thing. And the second, we cannot only sell the product. We must transfer the technology and also the knowledge. That meaning we must store the data center to ensure the data sovereignty and independency in any sovereign country. And second, we should transfer our knowledge. We have a full of experience in this field. We trained for our foreign customers to provide not only the customized, tailor-made solutions, not only the customization, the systems, but also all the knowledge to train their own teams, to let our client to have their own sovereign capability in this field. And the second thing is localization. Localization, that means we don't want to see not only, we don't want to see as a foreign company to do in this sensitive field. We hope to become a trusted local partner to the local critical information infrastructure. for every country, the CII, the critical infrastructure, is the most important thing for their security. So this is our strategy, global strategy. Okay.
Thank you. Rui, you've been yesterday on the plenary session that was chaired by the president of Kazakhstan, and you heard about the AI initiative that the country is ambitioning to deliver in the nearest future. How do you think, in terms of your company's development strategy outside of China and the Central Asia as a region? Because I know that you are the first time here in Kazakhstan.
Yes.
What was your impression about the overall as a region and as a Kazakhstan, as the dynamics that you see here, and the mindset change that maybe, there is some tectonic changes happening here and we are opening up for more innovation? How do you see what kind of collaboration could take place here from your company perspectives?
Yes, and yesterday I participated in the plenary sessions. That really encouraged me, because it's my first time to take a visit in this region. And before my trip, I don't know what happened here during the past 20 years. And yesterday, not only the plenary session, but in the afternoon, I take a city tour. I know the city very well. So our strategy here is partnership-driven. We hope to have the local office here. We want to invite the local office here to have partners and to not only the joint venture here, it's just one option, but also we hope to have the joint laboratory here to set up the capability. We don't want to only sell product. We don't want to have the distributor or the resellers here. So we want to have our local partner to have the Kazakh cybersecurity product, not the QX product here. Because every country has its own situation, has its own risks and threat. So we hope to build the capability here, not only resale system here. So that is our strategy in Kazakhstan.
Okay. Thank you. Thank you very much. I think we are running out of time, and we have just a couple of minutes left. So I would like to ask each of their panelists one question. And I asking the panelists to respond to that from your own company's perspectives. So what the Kazakhstan company or the startup IT company should do or should know before entering the China market? For example, if there is a startup that would like to raise the funds from your company, what should be the prerequisites for that startup or the IT company? Is it the maturity, the team? What else?
I think Wei, as already mentioned earlier, first of all, trust. The product market fit really matters. It cannot be some new ideas out of passion and imagination. It has to fit the really local demand, because for business it's very simple. It's just the supply and the demand. Okay. And second, I think also Wei mentioned you gotta win fast to earn the local respect and trust. Okay. That trust is what brought us here. It's what bring this society running. So I think those are the most important thing. And for entering China, I think, yes, China is a very single big market, but maybe treat China as a stepstone, and maybe through China you can go to East Asia and think about the whole world. And China isn't merely one of many players in it. Yeah, so just if you have a really solid product, go. Okay. And if you don't have it, if you cannot raise money in Kazakhstan locally, I don't think you can get money anywhere out of the world.
Okay. Yes. Thank you. Thank you. Wei, do you have something to add? You already mentioned, but maybe.
Yeah, I think I have said enough. So I try to summarize. Be curious, be brave, be open-minded, be cooperative. I would like to steal Thomas' word, by the way. I think I love that word. Make Asia great again.
Yeah, thank you. Thomas?
Boy, I feel like the audience has been great. I normally don't like sharing what... I'm going to tell you a secret. Venture capitalists, we only talk about trends that we've already invested into. We rarely share what we're really doing because we don't want other people to do the same thing. But I think, Lazat, should I tell people what we're really thinking?
Yeah, sure.
All right, so if I were a startup here in Kazakhstan, I don't think the question is what do I do to get into China. One of the big opportunities Gobi is looking at right now is we think it's an even bigger opportunity than China. You guys want to know what that is?
Yeah.
Okay, so China had a 1.4 billion, right? Gobi, we put together an investment thesis 10 years ago. There's a bigger opportunity to be bigger than China, bigger than India. And that's what we call the global digital Muslim economy. We call it Taqwa Tech. Taqwa is the Arabic word for faith, for purpose. And Kazakhstan is a Muslim country, correct? Kazakhstan could play a very, very important role among the global ummah that's developing. It goes all the way from Indonesia, where Gobi, we have an office, we've been investing there, to Malaysia, to Bangladesh, 190 million people. We have an office in Dhaka, to Pakistan, 240 million people. Gobi has 2 offices in Islamabad, we're in Lahore and Karachi. And then connecting that all the way out to the Middle East, Turkey. And what's in between?
Central Asia.
There you go.
Yeah.
There you go.
You
So
missed us.
if I...
Yeah.
Sure, go ahead.
Если очень быстро, потому что мы уже опаздываем. Can we provide the answers privately just right after the panel, because the next panel is awaiting. So you can take your time with these 2 financial institutions. Okay, so we are running out of time. Thank you again, dear guests from... No time. So, yeah, we can add just a couple of words, Frank and Rui.
I think for Kazakh friends, you should pay much attention to cybersecurity market in your country. This will be a very good opportunity.
Frank?
Yeah, I think one very last point, you mentioned it already. I think in terms of China, you have to be prepared for strong competition, and probably the strongest competition you can imagine. And that's what you should have in mind when you go there.
Thank you, thank you. Thank you very much for our panelists. Thank you.
Құрметті қонақтар, қатысқандарыңыз үшін алғыс білдіреміз. Және де келесі панельдік сессия бірнеше минуттан кейін басталады. Dear guests, thanks for participation, and the next panel session starts in a few minutes. Уважаемые гости, благодарим за участие. А также следующая панельная сессия начинается через пару минут. The next panel session will be started in a few minutes. Dear guests, please leave the hall. The next panel session will be started in a few minutes. Уважаемые гости, просим покидать зал. Следующая панельная сессия начнется через пару минут. Уважаемые гости, просим покидать зал. Следующая панельная сессия начнется через пару минут. Dear guests, we kindly ask to leave the hall. The next panel session starts in a few minutes. Құрметті қонақтар, орындарыңызға жайғасуды сұраймыз. Және ұялы телефоныңыздың дауысын өшіруді ұсынамыз.
We can start, right?
Бүгінгі панельдік сессияның тақырыбы Шығыс Азиядағы стартаптардың экожүйесі. Startup Ecosystem in East Asia. Стартап экосистема в Восточной Азии. The moderator of the panel session is Shola Sarambekova. She is a startup consultant, Tech Woman 24. Anatoly Kolbanov, CHO People Cloud. Dana Macau, head of IVS YAS, Whipley Swank, head of IVS Global and Headline VC, John Park, CEO of the Garrison and organizer of Foster Bridge, Mr. Issam Al-Ragat, he's a charge the face of Jordan.
Well, I believe that we can start now. Can you hear me well? You can hear me well. Cool. Hi, everyone. My name is Shigala. Today, I'm honored to moderate the panel session with distinguished speakers from Japan and South Korea. We will explore on how the institutions, universities, government, organizations, and companies were collaborating together on building the ecosystem there for decades, and also find out the ways on how we all can collaborate between the countries. So, but before to start, I'd like to share some personal example, not mine, but the friend of mine who studied in South Korea. She studied finance,
And she also was volunteering as in like startup club, which was doing different, implementing different tasks for startups worldwide. For example, like doing market research, calculating market size, and so on. She volunteered at the club, she enjoyed it, she included this very experience in her CV, and nowadays she's a Chief Operational Officer at the International Venture Fund. And that's how I'd like to address this very question to our speaker from South Korea, Mr. Jaeon Park, the CEO of the Garrison and organizer of the Foster Bridge. So we just learned about how the system benefits individuals. Now we would like to deep dive into your perspective of as ecosystem builder.
Hey, my name is Jaeyoung, but just call me Jay. What was the question, by the way?
So I just told about my friend who studied in Korea and was volunteering at Startup Club. And, in result, she enjoyed volunteering there. She included this experience in her CV, and this very experience allowed her to get a job in venture fund. And nowadays, she is a chief operational officer in the venture fund. It's all because once upon a time, she started volunteering at Startup Club at university. And it all happened in South Korea. So, and this is a perfect showcase of how the system, which was organized within the university, benefits some individuals and students, right? Now, I would like to ask about your opinion of how, you're ecosystem builder there in South Korea, and we would like to learn your perspective on that.
Okay, sure.
Cool. Thank you.
Even myself, I have failed 3 times in Korea, and back then I was really young and I had no reference, so I just cold mailed 2,000 startups from all over the world, and I take 6 to 10 exclusive rides in Asian Pacific region. And I have made 200K USD sales only in Korea with those 6 exclusive rides. And I made a counter offer to Korean VCs and Korean startup accelerators that I have proven myself with the international startups, so you should hire me, or I'm going to incorporate my own, and you're going to give me the project or program. So as she mentioned, and what I have done by myself, it's working in Korea. So if you're considering Korean market as your next step, you should make a reference, and the Korean people will see it, and the Korean people will accept and admit it what you have done. So I would say it's the easiest way if you don't have any references or you don't know anyone. Then, yeah, that's the one way to settle in Korea. That's it.
Well, thank you so much. That's actually was perfect showcase of how you can do after the university, being young professional. And now I would like to ask Ms. Dana Macau, the head of IVS Youth and the CEO of Elite. Could you please share on how the situation designed for youth in Japan?
Hi everyone, I'm Dana. So as Shugla mentioned, I run IVS Youth, and Whipless will be talking about IVS later, which is the largest startup conference in Japan. And I run the youth program, which means basically IVS is a 3-day conference, just like Digital Bridge, held in Kyoto. And the 4th day is for students in Japan. So up until now, we had some university students participating in the main session, but we didn't have as many opportunities for younger students. So then we decided that since we have such amazing network with incredible entrepreneurs and startups, well, why not connect these amazing role models with the next generation of leaders and entrepreneurs? So we made a 4th day this year, which was for elemental sessions by entrepreneurs, young entrepreneurs in Japan, as well as Japanese entrepreneurs in Silicon Valley, and we also collaborated with Korean companies as well. So it was pretty much a global experience for young students in Japan. Thank you.
And I'd like to ask you another question, is that how actually educational system built to, I should be closer. How the educational system built to build, for example, entrepreneurial skills for students?
Yes, that's actually an interesting question. Up until now, like the past 5-10 years, Japan wasn't putting much effort into like education or entrepreneurship. So things hadn't really changed in the past. It was much more traditional. But these past few years, the government has been putting a lot more effort into entrepreneurship. And there's this new initiative where the government, private companies, and also universities and schools are collaborating to create more entrepreneurial and hands-on programs for students. So now there are many more student pitch contests, and also universities are developing more entrepreneurship departments where students can learn how to start their own businesses. There's also university run ventures as well. And in schools, there are more project-based learning, starting in middle and high schoolers.
Okay, well, thank you. Now I would like to ask Mr. Wang to shift to like larger focus and explain us what IVS is, how long did it start, and like why did it start?
Sure, yeah, thank you for the question. So my name is Wee Plus. I'm the head of IVS Global. IVS started from 2007, so it's small, almost 18 years. It's the oldest and largest startup event in Japan. It started by a few co-founders who are mostly investors. One is called Akio Tanaka. He's the investment director for Adobe. So the Photoshop, Illustrator, Adobe. So his main focus is to invest on emerging market, including Japan at that time. So when he is doing like investment, and there's few also other like individual VCs in Japan, they found an issue that even they have money to invest, the entrepreneurs, there's no environment for them to grow. So there's no connection for them, and Japan is still very corporate dominated. So how about to create an environment for the startups, founders, and investors and corporates to connect each other? So then IVS started from 2007. And we're not doing in Tokyo, basically. We're doing in like local small cities. One, it started from Miyazaki. It's a very little.
Okay, cool. Okay, but how did it scale? Like, if you can highlight that.
It's a very interesting question. So IVS was already, always like invitation only, exclusive event until 2023. So before it's usually less than 1,000 people scale. But from 2022, we started IVS Crypto, which is like a blockchain conference inside IVS, and we expand to like 2,000 people. But it's still like invitation only. From 2023, we opened the registration regulations, so everyone who buy a ticket can join us. So we expand immediately to 10,000 people. And now we have 13,000 people in the main conference every year, and also 500 side events, which is happening around those 3 or 4 days of the event, especially in Kyoto. So which means like more than 100 side events a day. So you find 100 parties in a small town. Imagine maybe 100 parties a day in Astana. So thank you. And in total, it's about 50,000 people as a participant together.
Like 50,000 people. It's the population of a small town here in Kazakhstan. And I mean, but also it's just like question for me, you know, recently we here in Kazakhstan in Almaty hosted a football match of UEFA Champions League. And it actually helped in terms of tourism a lot because, and like internal tourism as well. So I believe that you doing this event not in Tokyo but in Kyoto also helps at this point, right? Like to support local businesses especially.
Yes, yes. We need more to get more from the taxpayers in Kyoto.
Okay, amazing, amazing. Well, that's probably something that we should learn also, taken into the account. Well, another question that I have is also addressed to Mr. Wang is about venture capital now.
Yeah, okay.
There is an interesting point is that in general, venture capital market in Japan, according to KPMG report in 2024, estimated like by $20 billion. Meanwhile, in South Korea, it's about $8.8 billion. We're talking about $1 billion. In Kazakhstan, well, we are emerging country in venture capital, and according to KPMG, this report again, Kazakhstan is leading in Central Asia, and the venture capital market estimated about $71 million, right? I would like, and you also, beside of IVS Global, you also represent Headline VC. Could you please tell about it more? How and when did it start, and how it's working right now?
Sure, it's very good, interesting like data. But compared to Japan, we will see the China and United States. So Japan, you said about 20 billion. So it's different data sources, maybe 10. I think it's very similar to Korea, a little bit more than Korea, but population is small too. And China is 70 billion. So which is like a 7x of Japan. And see United States, 240. So it's like 25 times than Japan. So although Japan is still like the world third or fourth now, fourth economy, biggest economy, the ratio for like invest on from the VC compared to the GDP is still very low. But we can see, so from the data, but I think we can see Japan is increasing that ratio. So we can also see, I think, Central Asia, we have Digital Bridge, we have those initiatives like Astana Hub, or like maybe like IT Hub from Uzbekistan. So I think I would see this as a potential market that can be expanding fast in a long time. Because I was in Africa and India last year. I see the rapid growth on their market. For example, like China 10 years ago or like 15 years ago, some situation like Kazakhstan, the ratio for the venture investment is very low. But all the foreign investors, foreign capitals come to China. They create those, I think, the IT giants, Alibaba, Tencent, those companies are found mostly by foreign capitals. So I think the foreign capitals play an important role there. So go back to headline. So we are global VC. So we are not a Japanese VC. We started from after actually IBS, the first IBS, 2007. So the co-founders think about they are from different like CVCs. So they decide, oh, we have IBS as a platform. Why not we invest by ourselves? So the Infinity Ventures LLC was established from 2008, just after the first IBS in Miyazaki. And 1 year later, they closed the Fund 1 in 2009, so start to invest. So nowadays, headline is global VC with AUM of $4 billion US dollars, with all the branches in North America, Europe, and Latin America, and also Asia. So we combined with another VC called eVentures, originally from Germany, and altogether we do investment all around the world. So our investment philosophy is to support more global entrepreneurs to the global market. Because in Japan, we see a lot of unicorns. And of course, there's a lot of like domestic business before, but now we see those AI companies like Sakana AI, they are the global founders. I think their founders are American Chinese, and they are targeting the global business like clients. So what we would like to see is more global founders in Japan or in the East Asia and doing the market, like targeting the global market all around the world.
Wow, that's impressive. I hope you will like represent. We will have also representatives here in Central Asia as well. Another my question is, me myself, I consult startups. I worked in startups. I work with startups. I consult startups and acceleration incubation programs here at Astana Hub in Silicon Valley, and of course, they are always like curious to know, like in which area, which field VC preferred the most, like. I don't really believe in that. I could say that at some point illusion, because everyone might say that we prefer only investing in e-commerce, and then we have, for example, our Hicksfeld, who became just first unicorn, and they do video generation with the AI. So, but my question is about in which which startups interest the headline we see the most? Like, do you have some specific area in which you invest beside of the global focus?
Yeah, okay. So basically we invested into 5 areas: e-commerce, Web3, AI, entertainment, and the commercial tech. But it doesn't matter. Basically, the field is just like people decided. But when we go back to see like how many unicorns like Japan has, it's basically 3 categories. So one is B2B service, internet service, like smart HR, those kind of service like integrated with AI to the corporate clients. And another one is a B2C one. So it can be something like a copy version of like Uber, like Go, which is a unicorn, and also smart news and news applications. So this kind of application to the to the normal customers, which they run well in Japan and started to expand overseas, become unicorns. And also Mercari, which is the first unicorn, which is a second-hand platform, which is like a Japanese version of eBay. And the third one is very interesting. It's material. Yes, the material. Japan has a strong technology on materials. So we got 2 unicorns. One is about protein fabrics, and another one is to create papers from stone. I think those areas can be very interesting and may have connections with the startup ecosystem, the industries in Central Asia.
Yeah, oh my God. I hear it for the first time, making a paper out of stone. It's impressive. Thank you. Thank you.
Mm-hmm.
Well, now let's shift to another speaker. Like, considering the development of ecosystem, right? Many events happening, so many thousands of people participating in these events means like new companies and new jobs created. And now I'd like to introduce Anatoly Kolbinov, who's the Chief HR Officer at the People Cloud. And could you please, like, I have 2 questions to you. Could you please say, how do HR strategies and talent development, like those at People Cloud, adapt and support these fast-growing tech ecosystems in general?
Thank you. So a couple of things before I answer the question. So in People Cloud, we mostly help engineers find a job in Japan and Japanese companies, and startups also. So a couple of things you have to understand about Japan, especially about the IT sphere of Japan, is that there is a really big shortage of engineering resources in Japan. It's estimated to be in like hundreds of thousands. So yeah, really small number of engineers are in Japan right now. Yeah, and also there is a really good YouTube documentary, if you're interested, that explains why software, especially software development in Japan, is really weak. So basically, if you keep it short, Japan used to be known for their hardware, and they thought that hardware is what will drive the future. And as we see, mostly software right now is like on the top. Yeah, and they saw software mostly as a sub something to hardware, right? That's why if like it works, well, let's just it work. There's no need to update the software if the hardware is good. Yeah. So the shortage of engineers, there is a shortage of engineers, and especially of high-skilled engineers. Don't get me wrong, there are a lot of skilled engineers who are from Japan, but still on the low levels, especially on the entry-level jobs, not a lot of engineers can even understand the basic principles of OOP, for instance. Yeah. Yeah, and how it changes. Basically, now Japan is really open to any outside resources. So if you are looking into like coming to Japan, the only thing you have to do is to get an offer from a company. It's not that easy, but still possible. If you have an offer, basically you have the visa. Like 20 years ago, it was really hard to get a working visa in Japan, and it has drastically changed over the years. So now if you want to come to Japan, the only thing you need is an offer. And for most of the companies, up until now, the most deciding factor was if you can speak Japanese or not. Even this is changing right now. We even have the cases where the company that is only Japanese speaking hires engineers who cannot speak Japanese because they basically don't have any other resources. You can ask me like how they work then. Well, you can use ChatGPT to work with text, right? You don't even have to speak Japanese to be able to work there. Those are rare cases for now, but I think it will be growing and growing throughout. And also, I think all of you have heard the fairy tales and nightmares about Japan, like a huge overwork and other stuff. Yeah, it's 80% true, I'd say. But it changes. Yeah, if 20 years ago or in Showa period, you would have to work like additionally 40 to 60, sometimes 100 hours, adding up to your 160. Now it changes, especially in startups who are mostly westernized right now. Yeah.
So, and now I'd like just to wrap up and explain for one last time, right? People Cloud, the company where you were working, actually helps human capital, like people from Central Asia, this region, to get a job in Japanese tech companies, specifically engineers, right?
Yeah, sure.
Okay, amazing. But how, for example, if we have, I see some even like engineers who are sitting here, data scientists, how they can work with you, how they can apply for the job?
So we have a project called Hello Japonia. If you Google it, it will, I think, come up like the first thing. You can just apply there, and we will find you a company that suits your skills. Also, besides us, there are plenty of resources you can use right now in Japan who are focused on finding jobs for English-speaking engineers. For example, Tokyo Dev is one of the most famous one. Not a lot of vacancies there right now. I think a couple of hundred maybe, because not all of the companies are still open to hire engineers without the Japanese and sponsor the visa. But still, yeah, lots of options. And LinkedIn, of course. LinkedIn is still pretty limited in Japan.
My favorite LinkedIn. Okay, see. Thank you so much. That's really great insight. And by the way, I will promote the meeting that will happen like in a couple of hours later. We will be doing CV Roast with Anatoly in Astana IT University. You can also come like to me and get the registration link later if you want your CV to be roasted not only by Anatoly but also by AI startup. Please, reach out us after the session. So now I would like to wrap up this our conversation to also leave some space for your questions. And I have the last question. Me, myself, as a woman, and moreover, a woman with a disability, I'm very curious about what kind of opportunities suggest ecosystems around the world for women and people with disabilities. So as I know, like especially in South Korea, for example, startup ecosystem is quite, well connected with the social entrepreneurship. Now, Mr. Park, I would like to ask you to share some insights on what kind of opportunities exist in South Korea for women and specifically people with disabilities.
Okay, not only for the women, that Korean startup ecosystem is basically government-driven, so there are many government support programs that only for the 20s, only for the 30s, or over 60s, or only for the females, or only for the disabled person or people, or only for the foreigners as well. So let's say if all the people applying for the normal government grant support program, that if you're a female, you get an advantage, and also if you're a disabled people, you get the advantage. So it's kind of not good for the young guy like me or we plus or Anatoly, that we don't have any advantage. So if you're a female in Korea, you got the advantage. So, and also, as I mentioned, the Korean ecosystem is basically government driven. Government gives you a project or a program up to 20K for the young male. But for the female founders, Korean government will give you up to 50K USD amount of government support or grant, whatever. So, and also if you're a foreigner, that there is a program called K Startup Grant Challenge. It's kind of a high competition. Every year, 20,000 startups from all over the world, they apply for the program, but only Korean government select 120. And I was an accelerating manager in the program in 21. If you apply and you got granted from Korean government, and you will get the $3,000 every month for 6 months if you're a one-man team. If you're a two-man team, if you're gonna get $5,000 for 6 months. Then you can pay for your rent. You can eat any like a Korean barbecue or tteokbokki, whatever. Then you just need to spend them all in Korea, and make your company incorporate in Korea. That's it. Yeah, and also like we have a limited time. If you have any questions about Korea, just feel free to let me know.
Yeah, and thank you so much. I'm glad to hear. Sorry to hear that there are less opportunities for young men, but what can we do? That's a lot. That's the age we're living in. Now, I'd like to finish to address this question to Ms. Macau. Could you please share some insights on what kind of opportunities exist in Japan exactly?
Sure. There are definitely more programs now targeted towards female entrepreneurs. For instance, there is a government-funded program called APT, or APT Women, which is it's basically an accelerator program that helps female entrepreneurs expand their businesses both in Japan and globally. There's also Startup Lady, which is a global program, and there's a lot of kind of international people in that group. So like if you're looking to expand to Japan, for example, then there's a lot of sessions and mentoring done in English. And there's also more AI-related support for women in tech and AI as well. So we're definitely kind of pushing for women in STEM. And I would say that among these programs, there is definitely a push to go global because the Japanese government is really kind of funding these the Japanese companies that are trying to go out and expand in the global market. So that's kind of the trend at the moment.
Well, thank you so much. Actually, that's the end of our session. If you have any questions, please ask. And I would like just to remind you one more time again, at 4:30 p.m., we will be having a CV roast at Astana IT University. If you want to join, if you want your CV to be roasted by Anatoly, he's kind guy, but please welcome. You can get a registration link from me after the session. So yeah, that's pretty much this. And thank you so much for our speakers for joining us today.
We have 18 minutes. Yeah.
Flying all the way from Japan and South Korea. I mean, it's a long ride. So
Sorry to interrupt, but we have 18 minutes to go.
Oh, the questions. We have FAQ now.
Okay.
Yeah, so maybe, is there anyone who wants to ask a question? Yeah, sure. What kind of question do you want to ask? Like, are they single? Oh, yes, they are. Okay, he's taken. All others single.
Oh, of course.
Like a full force day for. No? So you said that at IVS forum you said you settled the whole fourth day for school children and students, and you like encourage companies to work with them to come and make speaking sessions, etc., etc. What are other applications to continue companies to work with school children, with students, with like young experts? Because in Kazakhstan it's like a kind of huge challenge for kids, for school children, for students to get internships and etc. And so how Japan works with this, and especially like your IVS Youth initiative.
Okay, thank you for your question. So I believe it's kind of about what kind of opportunities there are for the youth to pursue maybe entrepreneurship or extracurricular activities. And this is kind of my domain because I also I have a company that does study abroad consultations. So it's like it's very important for students to get hands-on experience, internship experience, or have their own projects. And actually, this goes hand in hand with the Japanese education system and university admissions because university admissions in Japan are becoming more holistic, which means that they're looking at students' activities and how they're spending time outside of school. So that's why a lot of schools are adding programs for maybe short-term study abroad opportunities, which means that as for opportunities with Kazakhstan, if you want to work with schools in Japan, you could potentially create a program, or you can do this through me as well if you want to create an education program that's maybe more cross-cultural. In addition to that, like you can do that with high schools, middle schools, universities as well. And then, as I mentioned, there are more accelerator programs and pitch contests for students as well, both in Japanese and in English. So I think there's opportunity for collaboration there if there's anyone interested in doing maybe like English or more global hackathons or entrepreneurship-related initiatives. Thank you.
Hello. My question is for you, Mr. Wang. Thank you for your presentation. I'm interested for 18 years of this acceleration education program. What were the major projects, results, and who were the startups, the founders? Is there any specific niche that has made major results? And did you evaluate the outcome of launching these educational programs in rural regional areas? And did you make like this evaluation? Thank you.
Thank you for the question. That's actually something I really want to answer other than her question. So thank you so much for your question. So IBS, we run it for 18 years, and our core program is called IBS Launchpad, which is something happened downstairs, the pitch contest. So we run it for 18 years, and like every year we have about 10 to 15 finalists, and in total we have about like 100 something, and we got 30 IPOs and 45 buyouts, and basically most of the unicorns in Japan, they are joining or they're speaking or they're presenting in IBS in the early stages. So I think like the outcome we want to evaluate is how much great startups we help create it. And we are trying to build a platform, not just an event or not just one platform to do this over years. So and one additional like point to add is how we do it. So we make it very decentralized. So we we see with limited resources, but we bring the best startup founders, investors to become our directors. Say someone like Dana, become our director of the youth part. So the main event is something like a startup Disneyland. So we divided the event into different zones. Each zone have like IBS AI, so have very specific topics and specific booths around it. So when you go to the Zoom, you can connect with investors in that field, and you can also talk with the startup founders in like AI or entertainment in the specific industry you are interested in. So I think. Of course, like those startup founders need investment, but more like as you mentioned, they need some educational program, which is the mentorship actually. If you from different industry, like you talk with the startup founder, I don't think it make a lot of sense. So we want to match the people who are in the same industry all together, so they can have a good mentorship. To have in Japanese senpai and kohai, so like the senior and junior relationship, and also give them like a corporate, because Japan is still very corporate dominated. So those open innovation from big corporate companies are still very important, and this is also a good way for those startups to get exit, so they can do M&A, they can sell their company and become an innovating engine for those big companies. So I think these three parts combined together make IBS become a quite successful platform. But we are not stopped here, right? We aim to be Asia's #1 startup platform. So we want more international startup founders and investors to join us. So this year it's about 20% from 70 countries, but next year we want to expand more for the global participants. So if you would like to join our next year's IBS, you guys are all invited, and please come to me later after this. Thank you.
Yay, welcome. I saw the lady also had a question. Yeah, cool.
Yes. Ms. Dana and Mr. Wipus, I think that you can answer my question, so I address it to you. As many people know, startups grow by quickly testing of hypotheses. But in Japan, as I know, the approach to the product's quality is different. So my question is how this affects the process of testing hypotheses.
You want to go first?
Sure. So I believe the question was about how, kind of, for startups to grow, you need to do a lot of trial and error over and over again pretty fast, right? But then in Japan, we do value kind of the product quality. It's actually interesting because I was talking to a founder in China the other day, and he was saying that they kind of just go with the beta product and they release it, and they are like ready to file like claim. They're ready to deal with the claims that come basically. So they're about speed. And then in Japan, definitely like people value quality a lot more. But I do believe that the speed is changing, especially for new ventures and startups, because the young generation is a lot different from like a decade ago, for instance. So in order to keep up with the global market, a lot of entrepreneurs do know that speed is key. So although there is this like, there might be a lag depending on the company or if it's like a traditional company, I believe that the speed of trial and error for startups has quickened a lot. What do you think, Wiplis?
Yeah, exactly. Like you got a perfect answer. Just one point to add, like the employment system in Japan very different from any other of countries. It's lifelong employment. So like
it's changing though, luckily.
I think like Sweden Union. But this like clock is collapsing. So a lot of companies cannot afford the lifelong care for their employees. So that's why more and more new graduates even consider to join startups. So in the lifelong employment system, if you make some mistake in company, this will come with you the whole life. So people try to not make mistakes. But when there's more flexible employment system like integrated nowadays, I think this can be changed gradually.
I think with employment as well, we were just talking about how in the past, like the Japanese employment and like work culture was like just always working, right, constantly. So then like now people, like young people, don't want to be tied to a job that they hate, even if it's like a famous company. So then now they join like startups where they work 24/7 instead, but they actually like their job. So that's kind of the new trend, I guess.
Yeah, it's a new trend. So not like our parents' generation. They like most of people just work in one company until they die. But now like things changed a lot. People try to change their jobs every 5 years, and more like startup founders.
Me who changed the job every year.
That's what I did.
Yeah.
The only constantly thing that I'm doing is startup consulting. So yeah, that's why I put it here. You had a question. Yeah, please.
Qadrli do'stlar, men o'ta kechirasiz. Qadrli do'stlar, men o'ta yaxshi ko'raman.
I know Tech Women 24 very well because I've been to America, and I want to say that our youth is going around, and previously I was happy for that. And my advice to Tech Women, we need to think about mothers. For people now here, it's easier to speak English. For example, I use smartphones, but I use it in Kazakh language, and there are no problems. But if we talk about international things, everything is in English. And there is nothing in Kazakh, then it becomes a problem. And like in 1997, for example, English was not so popular. For example, I wrote letters to Islam Karimov and to other presidents in 1997. So please don't think that because we maybe don't know English language, we don't know anything. So, of course, the future is in the hands of youth, and it's so important that youth.
For example, Japan and Korean, you use the keyboard 20 letters, yeah, usually, yeah. And for example, when you try to write on the English, on the Korean, you use the Latin alphabet usually, yes? 26 letter. Sorry. Сол себептен көбі бізде тіл мамандар.
So that's why I also have communications with the language specialists for like many, many years. Yeah, I know that many people don't understand. So please use your language, develop the medicine. For example, you can find me in Facebook. I will put my post in Facebook. You will find me there. And Nikita, for example, he lives in Vietnam now for 15 years. And he left Khakassia 18 years ago. And at 4, I will go to the medical session. And I am forcing, promoting the idea of using this.
Адамдар осы қолдарын көтеріп сұрақ қою керек.
Okay, okay. Кешіріңіздер.
Yeah, apologies. We have 2 more people who wanted to ask a question.
Maybe people ask you a lot of time, but will be a lot of time in one. Why you called your program organization like People Cloud? Why do you
so
call
the
it?
People Cloud is the name of the company. Program is called Hello Yaponia, right? People Cloud, well, basically a cloud for people, the place where people accumulate.
I just imagine how people in the cloud, you know, and just a little bit complicated.
And one more thing, why People Cloud? Because we are based in Izumo, and if you look at the kanji of the city of Izumo, one of the kanjis is
Kumo.
Cloud. So yeah, that's one of the reasons.
Okay. I think we have a question over there afterwards.
My question is for Ms. Mako and Mr. Wang. I understood that IVS uses this conference for young people, yes?
Yes.
Okay, my question is, can people over 30 years old participate that IVS use? Also IVS Global.
Yeah, so basically, over 30 years or no for youth. It should be under high school, right? Basically.
So like for participants, like
Yeah,
it's from elementary school through high school. But for instance, we did have speakers who maybe started their businesses when they were in like their teens or when they were in their 20s, and then we had them do panel sessions. So it depends on which side you're on. Are you like a participant, or are you like right on like the organizing side? So you can participate as an organizer.
Yeah, but for IVS, you're more than welcome to come. Yes,
Of course.
we welcome all
Welcome
ages.
everyone, please come.
Yeah, everyone is welcome, please.
And there is a lady who want to ask a question. Could you please pass her the mic? Yeah. Just give it to people, and they will give it to her. Yeah, amazing.
Thank you for giving us asking questions. My question to Anatoly. So, what is the difference People Cloud to another companies? And if I open my profile and upload my CV, what kind of advantages do I get?
Basically, we are focused mostly on Eastern Europe and Central Asia. So if you apply, we also have free Japanese courses for a selected number of people. We usually select from 8 to 12 people 3 times per year and provide the free Japanese courses if you are selected. And then we also invite people to stay in Japan for 2 weeks. Yeah, to see the companies there, to see if the food is good and other stuff.
And my question, is there any kind of charging, like a subscription fee or any kind of like you need to pay?
For engineers, nothing. We take our fee from companies.
Yeah. Well, if no one has a question, it's actually our time is done. So yeah, if anyone has like last question, we have a space for the last question. Nope? Okay, well, oh, okay, yeah. Okay, cool. Thank you.
Well, I'm a teacher, so I understood that can I recommend your IVS yours or IVS global thesis to my school pupils to participate that conference? Can they from Kazakhstan participate that conference?
So thank you very much for your question. Actually, this was our first year having IBS Youth, so it was more focused on Japan, but with some global sessions as well. And we are hoping to expand, so we would be more than happy to collaborate and have maybe some international partnerships. So feel free to reach out afterwards.
Same comment, yes.
Okay, well, thank you so much. Our time is done. Yeah, thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, our speakers, and thank you, Digital Bridge, that provided this opportunity to do this session. I mean, if you have any other questions, we have last 10 minutes, you can ask them outside. And thanks for coming. Thank you for your attention.
Құрметті қонақтар, қатысқаныңыз үшін алғыс білдіреміз. Келесі панельдік сессия аздаған уақыттан соң басталады. Dear guests, thanks for participation. The next panel session starts in a few minutes. Уважаемые гости, спасибо за участие. Следующая панельная сессия начинается через пару минут. Dear guests, we kindly ask you to leave the hall.
The future, the digital heart of Eurasia.
Here, people fall in love, find inspiration, begin new chapters. Here, you can find a place to belong, your community, and your first steps. We want there to be more places like this. That's why we build homes, schools, hospitals, bridges, parks,
Бүгінгі панелдік сессияның тақырыбы жасанды интеллектінің ауқымын кеңейту, Орталық Азия, Таяу Шығыс пен Солтүстік Африканы байланыстыру. Scaling artificial intelligence connecting Central Asia and Middle East and North Africa. Масштабирование искусственного интеллекта. Соединяем Центральную Азию и Ближний Восток и Северную Африку. The moderator of the panel session
Hello, everyone. I think we can start. I'm very sorry I have to tell that moderator of this panel session is going to be different because Aslan has some sickness today and he cannot attend, but it's actually, I don't think it will affect the session itself. My name is Renata. I am a CEO of Al-Farabi Innovation Hub. We are helping Central Asian startups to expand in Middle East, in Dubai, Riyadh, and beyond. So let me introduce today's panelists, and then we have an announcement of a special guest today. Our panelist today is Talal Al-Khatal here. He is the Vice President of National Technology and Development Program of Saudi Arabia. Now our next guest is Saad Ansari. He is a co-founder and CEO of Expense, one of the leading expense management fintech platforms in Saudi Arabia, UAE, and Bahrain. Next panelist is Bora Chaldu. He is a chairman of Executive Committee of Habitat Association. He works all across Turkey, Central Asia, and Middle East as well. Also, we have Yassir El Ismaili. He is a founder of One More Thing Venture. They are working in Saudi, Egypt, and also have Central Asia expansion here. And of course, last but not least, Denis Pay. He is a product director of Super App Snoonu from Qatar. It's a super app for restaurants and F&B, actually one of the leading growing super apps in the Middle Eastern region. And I would like to invite you to our first keynote, our special guest, Mr. Essam Al-Ragad. He's a Chargé d'Affaires of Jordan, and he has a keynote speech for you. Applause, guys.
Audible? Yes, now it's working. Good afternoon. Good afternoon, everyone. It's my pleasure to be here today. I won't take long. It's just a couple of minutes to introduce some statements on behalf of my ambassador. Your Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, artificial intelligence is rapidly transforming industries and societies across the globe. Between 2024 and 2029, its influence will continue to expand, driving efficiency, fostering innovation, and reshaping economies. At the same time, it raises important questions about employment, governance, and ethics that demand careful attention. In Jordan, we have laid strong foundations for this new era. With the AI policy of 2020 and the National Artificial Intelligence Strategy 2023 and 2027, we have set out a clear vision to harness AI as a driver of sustainable growth and inclusive development. The years ahead will focus on turning this vision into action, integrating AI into healthcare, education, energy, agriculture, finance, and public administration. Our strength lies in our institutions and in our people. Jordan's ICT sector is one of the most dynamic in the region. Our universities and research institutions, such as Princess Sumaya University for Technology and the Royal Scientific Society, are equipping our young talent with the skills and knowledge to lead this field. Together, they provide the foundation for Jordan to emerge as a regional hub for AI and innovation. As we pursue these goals, we must also address the challenges ahead, bridging the skills gap, ensuring the ethical and secure use of data, and guaranteeing the benefits of AI and shared by all communities are essential steps for progress. Jordan and Kazakhstan already started cooperation in the field of information and communication technologies. A memorandum of cooperation in this field was signed between the Ministry of Digital Development, Innovations and Aerospace Industry of the Republic of Kazakhstan and the Ministry of Digital Economy, Entrepreneurship of the Hashemite Kingdom of Jordan. Another memorandum of mutual cooperation was recently signed between the International Tech Park of IT Startups Astana Hub, Cooperate Fund and King Hussein Business Park. I am sure this cooperation will come into fruition of the mutual benefits of both Jordan and Kazakhstan. AI is not here to replace human potential. It is here to extend it. If guided responsibly, it will empower our doctors, teachers, farmers, entrepreneurs, and innovators to achieve more than ever before. Looking ahead, let us approach this transformation with responsibility, collaboration, and determination. Jordan has the vision, the talent, and the will to ensure the artificial intelligence becomes a force for prosperity, equity, and resilience. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Mr. Sam. So, leading the Central Asian hub in Dubai, I'm always dealing with the same questions. How do we go to the Middle East? How do we expand? How difficult is that? Turkey is a huge market. Saudi is a huge market. How do we compete? They have so many worldwide startups there. How can we do that? So a lot of how and why. And actually this panel session was designed specifically to answer these questions. I hope that after this session, our startups will go with the deliverables of the strategies, of the processes of how can we expand and why we are eligible to do that. So first of all, our dear panelists, I would like to ask, let's do the first quick overview of who we are and what we are doing and some overview of the market that you're coming from, and then we will go to the list of questions. I think, Mr. Talal, we can start with you.
So first of all, thank you very much for inviting me. It's really a pleasure being here in Astana for the second time. So I am Talal Haddal. I am the Vice President of the National Technology Development Program. A program was established 5 years ago with a budget of around 2.5 billion riyal, which is equivalent almost to $600–700 million. And the main goal and mandate of the program is basically to accelerate the growth of the information technology, emerging technology of Saudi Arabia. And we do that through providing different financial solutions, debt, equity. We do grants as well to keep de-risking the market and to increase the participation of the private sector.
Thank you so much. Let's continue. Saad.
Hi, everyone. My name is Saad Ansari. I'm one of the co-founders and CEO of Expenser. Firstly, Renata, thank you for having me here today. I started a B2B fintech about 7 years ago in the United Arab Emirates. Today, we operate in Saudi Arabia, Bahrain. And whilst this panel is talking about how you can go from Central Asia to the Gulf, I think we are one of a few startups that are going the opposite way and coming to Central Asia, very much thanks to Renata and her team, and I'm looking forward to sharing that experience with you. Thank you.
Thank you, Saad. This is a very unique experience, actually, coming from the Middle East to Central Asia.
It's because we like the food here, that's why.
Right. Okay, Bora, can you do the highlight of Habitat Association and your role as well?
I will try to keep it short, but yeah.
Hi everyone. So first of all, thank you for having us and today for this panel. So also thank you to the participants. You know, it's 3 p.m. but the room is very crowded, right? So thank you for your participation. So I'm the chair of the executive committee of the Habitat Associations, and we have been founded and 30 years ago, and we are improving and developing social development programs for entrepreneurs and for the other groups as well, not just in Turkey and for the Central Asia and for the Middle East as well. So while we are doing that, we are partnered with all the UN organizations and also international private sector companies such as Meta, Netflix, and Microsoft, right? So that's all.
Thank you so much. So shall we proceed now, continue with Yassir?
Thanks for having us. My name is Yassir Ismaili. I'm a French Moroccan whose family lives in Cairo but travels essentially in the Middle East everywhere. So when I'm trying to talk about expansion, I'm trying to expand myself for a different region. What I do, and we'll talk about it, is as a serial founder now, I moved as a studio. We help entrepreneurs from all over MENA, Africa, and hopefully Central Asia soon to launch startups from day one, and also to expand to the Middle East, also from the Middle East. We are trying to bridge this gap between the passion and the knowledge and the know-how of founders and the experience that they sometimes need to succeed in the different markets.
Thank you so much. And Dennis, what is Snunu? What we are doing? What is your superpower? Why are you calling yourself the leading growing platform in the Middle East?
I don't know why I got the most of the questions from this initial round of introductions. But yeah, very quickly about me. My name is Denis. As a matter of fact, I am from Kazakhstan. So I guess from my perspective and what I can add to the panel is to share with you the point of view of how you can actually enter the market as a talent and how you can actually enter the market as the company itself, launching new verticals, growing and improving on your super app experience, or if you're from Kaspi, just an app. Because yeah, Mr. Lamtadze also before mentioned that he doesn't like this word anymore. But yes, so Snunu is a fastest growing super app in
audience. Now you can have an understanding who we are and what we are talking about. We have a governmental representative. We have brilliant startups, I believe businesses already now. We have ecosystem players. We have people, venture. So there is different angles of views, but all from the different countries of Middle East and Turkey as well. Let's dig into this topic. And my first question would be to Talal. I know that NTDP is doing major initiative to support deep technologies, to support machine learning and AI. Central Asian startups, specifically Kazakhstan, Uzbekistan, do we have a place to be in that game? Do you believe in our deep tech as well?
Yes, of course. So I believe Central Asian AI startup have a unique opportunity to plug into the fast-growing innovation market of Saudi Arabia and the broader MENA region. So with different government, so innovation can flow both ways, with supported by government and powered by talent.
Okay, but do we need, what are the first steps for our startups to start expanding there in Saudi particular? Do we need to have first an entity, or should we have fundraising first? What are the first steps for us?
So then I'll talk a bit about NTDB because this is essential to this discussion. So NTDB, as I mentioned earlier, it was established back in 2021, and with the aim to keep broadening the market within Saudi. So with that, we have created multiple initiatives, including one is called Relocate. So personally, I call it soft landing. So basically, we are trying to bring and assure that Series A plus startups globally, if they want to expand within our region, they will be more than welcomed in Saudi. And with our soft landing program, Relocate, we provide different incentive packages, grants to entrepreneurs, grants to salary subsidies and so on, and also a lease free property for a year or two. In order to apply, you just simply get into our website, apply, but you will be accepted if you are still in your country. However, you will receive your financial package upon fully commercially registering your company in Saudi. And then with that, you can trigger your payments and so on.
Oh, wow, that's a huge support. I don't know if any other countries are doing that for the relocation.
Well, I'm not sure. I believe so, but startup. And so Saudi has adopted the second, being more active, to keep encouraging the ecosystem and entrepreneur, and being a tech hub regionally and globally.
Thank you so much. Continuing with policies, I would like to ask Bora, because I know that you have a huge experience with UNDP, right? Currently, with Habitat, you're also doing the legal frameworks for the regulations, especially for AI startups. You know, when Central Asian startup is joining new market, there is always a lot of regulations that they maybe don't know. It's not only about GDPR. Everyone is talking about GDPR. But now with AI, there is a lot of policies and regulations that we should consider before entering the market. So how Habitat is helping with that for the startups, and what is your role in that frameworks?
All right, so thank you for the question. That's a very hard question, by the way. So I will answer the question from the regulation side first of all. So the governments, first of all, should avoid, over-regulation, right? So yes, I believe, the new technologies like, AI. Everyone's talking about AI right now, right? So everyone's talking about, and the governments are talking about. Also, they are talking about the regulate the AI area, right? So every country is in the world, around the world, right? So yes, and I believe the regulation, and AI needs to be right. So that's okay. So that's totally understandable for for all countries, and for all regions around the north. But the governments also should think about supporting more effectively. Should spend their time supporting, more effectively startups, and the government should launch more, let's say, incentive programs and for the startups. So I believe this is really important. And while regulating is important, also supporting and providing incentives for the startups is important as well. So this is what I believe. The second point is partnership. So partnership always works, and civil society, companies, and the governments should act together. I mean, all actors in the countries in our region, in Central Asia, in Middle East, in Turkey, all the countries should work hand in hand to have startups, for instance, build their AI skills, right? So currently all the startups should integrate AI technologies into their business. Otherwise, they could not receive any incentive, right? So this is the fact. So that's why all the related parties, like governments, civil societies, universities, and companies should act together. That's what we exactly do at Habitat Associations, by the way. So we partner with ministries, also international companies like, as I already mentioned, Meta, Netflix, Starbucks, and etc. We are running training programs, mentorship programs, and we are organizing boot camps, ideathons to help startups to grow their business and expand to the other regions as well. So that's very important.
Yeah, that's.
We have to avoid from the overregulation, and also we have to focus on partnership.
Yeah, talking about partnerships, it's very specific needed for early stage. In Central Asia, actually, I would call it like it's a land of early stage startups. There is much more early stages, pre-seed and seed, than the different other series. So I just have a question to everyone, but maybe if you feel to answer that, and maybe Yasser also has shared. One more thing is not the classical VC, it's a venture studio, right? So we have a lot of early stage startups here. At the same moment, they already want to expand. Sometimes in the classical way, VC is telling, do not go in international markets, grow in the domestic market, get your market fit 30%, and then go expand. But I think your idea of supporting our startups is different. You can work with early stage. You can implement that regulations that what I was talking about on the early stage. Is that right?
That's right. Well, first disclaimer, I'm a bit biased because I'm personally never stayed in a country more than 5 years in my life after I'm 16. So I'm expanding countries to countries. So I think I've maybe developed this habit of moving, and I think it's very important for anyone to just understand that different countries are actually, you can go as if you really want to adapt yourself. But to answer directly your question, well, first, every country is an early stage because you need early stage to be later stage. That's maybe stupid to say, but you have to start somewhere. And when we as a studio operate, we start with early stage first. We either start from founders directly and then we build with them, or a bit later, but we start from that early stage. And what we believe is that you need to bring this expertise from day one on how to avoid the common mistakes that everyone is doing. It's not because you are going to see them. I've been a serial founder before I did a studio, and I did the same mistakes every single time. So, and it's not because you can know what mistakes you should not do. For example, everyone knows like you should launch as soon as you can, not wait too long, but still we all do this. Those experience is something you have to go through, and our job is to help the companies go through. The other thing that is very important from day one to encapsulate, and maybe we'll talk a bit more later, is you need to think international from day one, but start local. That's the dilemma you have to. If you're thinking local market only, you might not succeed expanding later from day one. But if you're also thinking too global from day one, and you don't have at least a first basis, you may not succeed as well. So it's strike the right balance between localization and understanding your local market, but also thinking, okay, how can this scale, and preparing yourself to scale from the beginning.
Thank you so much.
Renata, sorry, I just want to add one point, particularly because we talked about regulations. So sometimes when you're in a heavily regulated business, in my case, financial services, the ability to come into a market to operate might take you 18 to 24 months. And if you take the VC approach, get 30% of your market, and then look at the next market, you will lose the opportunity in the new market. So what we did at Expense was like, imagine if you were going fishing and you, instead of throwing out one line, we threw out 10 lines. And we just saw which line is going faster, right? So whether it was Egypt, whether it's Morocco, and now here in Central Asia. But I think particularly where you've got licensing processes and regulations, startups need to start, founders need to look at it earlier rather than waiting. So you need to establish that foundation first in your target market. Just a quick point there.
How many markets Expense is operating now?
So we're fully operational in 3 markets, is United Arab Emirates, Saudi Arabia, and Bahrain. We are incorporated and going through licensing processes in Egypt, Pakistan, Uzbekistan, and Kazakhstan. And just, you know, on that point of it being a race, the first time that I stepped foot into Central Asia was only 4 months ago. I'd never been here before. And we decided we would see which country will go faster. Is it Uzbekistan or Kazakhstan? And I'll give you the answer at the end of the panel. But it has been a race to see where we can move faster. And we see different elements that we require to set up our business being easier in one country than the other. So maybe it's easier for us to deal with the banks in Uzbekistan, but Kazakhstan, it's easier to incorporate the company. Different things, but that's what we are doing at Expense. And inshallah, 2026, we're looking at the UK and Europe.
Wow, that's a lot of geographies to handle.
I like traveling like Yasser.
Right. Let me ask Dennis, and then we will continue with the partnership. I really love the idea of these partnerships, because this is when startups ask me, how do we go into Saudi, to Bahrain, to Turkey, I'm always saying the same things. First, know your partners. It's not know your customer, not know your business, know your partners first. And I love these ideas, but is it the same in Qatar, Denis? You're originally from Kazakhstan, so you have our Kazakh blood and Kazakh culture, right? Is it the same in Qatar for you? Is it always about, especially your app is working B2C, the most difficult type of business form, in my own opinion, B2C. How does it work in Qatar now?
So I think it makes sense to start where Talal has also mentioned, that government and the overall entities from the state are supporting heavily the relocation of the talent, because honestly, their support from the funds, from VCs, and from even dedicated entities like QRDI or NTDP, like for the case of Saudi Arabia, is a huge part of this, making sure that the high-level talent is always flowing towards the region. And this is where some of the grants are allocated specifically to relocate like top-level talent from all over the globe. And with that being said, you have a huge incentive to go over there. And that's what we are executing at Snow. That is where we also have a support from all these funds. And this is where it helps us to drive the talent. The huge part of our success story is this significant support from the funds and states and all these entities, where we're also relocating the top talent from all over the globe, specifically from Kazakhstan as well, because we find the very right balance of the quality and expertise which we can get from here. And this is where they help us to build the infrastructure, they help us to bring the expertise from all over the globe to make sure that we are leading in specific market, like we are leading in whatever we executing from our side.
Okay, thank you. And I have a question to everyone. It might be like a short question and short answer, but I'm feeling a little bit nervous when I'm talking with startups and asking about their expansion. Everyone keeps telling me Silicon Valley, I want to be in YC, I want to go to London, I want to go to USA. And I'm always asking them, why not Middle East? It's so close, it's 1 hour time difference, okay, 2 hours with Saudi. It's daily flights. It's so close to us in terms of the culture, religion, some traditions. Why not Middle East? And I feel in Central Asia a lot of this knowledge gap about Middle Eastern countries and Turkey as well. So if I would ask you the question that startups ask me, why should we go and expand in your countries? What would you answer? Who can start first?
You want short answers, right?
No, I mean, feel free. We still do have 26 minutes.
I think the short answer I would give is that when we're talking with entrepreneurs from all over the globe, they are telling us they want to go to the Middle East, especially from America and Europe. So you should just, if you go to US entrepreneurs right now, especially European entrepreneurs, they are looking at the Middle East. So they may be right. When you think about startup, think about the startup, not maybe where you would like, separate your way of life, maybe your desire versus where's the best place for your startup. I think what you said, Renata, is very sharp. It's close. Culture is not that different. And this is the potential for the next 5 years. So choose the right timing. It's the right timing. If you want to go, it's now. Maybe in 5 years, it might be too late.
I also think, Renata, founders follow the money as well, right? So it's like they can smell it and they will go wherever that money is. And when you have amazing programs like Dalal is heading up, and you know that those incentives are there. But I think in Saudi Arabia, it's not just the incentives that the government, but the everybody wants to invest in a startup. I mean, like you will find people ready to put in, even from the smallest amounts of money, from $10,000, $20,000, all the way to your large family offices putting in millions of dollars. Saudi Arabia has that capital. It gives the right environment for startups. So I think the thing with like the US, I think it's a mentality thing, right? Because even for us sitting in the Gulf, it's like you've achieved something. The next step, I should go to the US, I should go to Europe. But we seem to forget our own markets. But there is one challenge with we are small fragmented markets. And so scaling becomes difficult. And if you're a regulated business, it is extremely, extremely tough. So even if I have a license from SAMA, which is the Saudi Central Bank, it doesn't mean that I can walk into Bahrain and start operating. It doesn't mean that the Central Bank of Bahrain will give me a license. They might treat me better, they might take me more seriously, but there's no reciprocity. They won't give me, there's no passporting. But if you are an unregulated business, then I think it's a no-brainer. You should get on a plane from Kazakhstan, come to Saudi Arabia. It's visa on arrival. Everyone speaks English. Everyone is welcoming. So it's not as if, you know, it's not a difficult thing. But I think that typically what happens is because the United Arab Emirates PR is so good, people naturally gravitate there. But that's a market of 10 million people. That's a market of 35 million people. It's a completely different scale. So that's my 2 pennies worth on that.
I would, and if I may over here, and I do want Yasir and Saad challenge me, but one of the parts which is specifically interesting for startups is that in the MENA region, the tolerance for the mistake and tolerance towards the trials and errors is much higher in comparison to the markets like NVCs and investments like in Europe and US, where the investors, private investors, OVCs in the region, they are more open for you to try out new things. They are more open for you to try out some MVPs, find your product market fit, iterate on your errors and mistakes in order to make sure that your product actually works. And in comparison to other ventures, at least from my observations, they are a bit more volatile in comparison, like how they actually invest and like how they treat their ROI and return from their investments. So MENA region is very nice place to nourish your ideas and actually invest over there. And that's what we are doing even with Snunu. And like with the programs like NTDP, where they finance through R&D without any expectations for ROI over the very long period of time, we have submitted to the multiple grants over there, and they have almost zero expectation for us to actually get any sort of investment back for them for the very long period of time. And what I see and observe more is that across the globe, we have less of investment into like the companies like this. We have less investments into the chances, while MENA region is still like pretty much willing to do so.
Yeah, I would totally agree with that. Even if you are the startup with R&D, you are doing some type of machine learning, for example, or R&D or something, you don't have a plan to expand, but you do need capacities. Sometimes here, we cannot provide everything. Yes, we are already doing that. We have now the AI center, we have a supercomputer, we have huge GPUs capacities, but we are just starting. But there is some capacities in Saudi, for example, that NTDP already has. So if you have an R&D, internal R&D, maybe you should consider to go there and try to develop your product rapidly, faster, on the capacities that the other country can also provide you, right? Also, one big part of the culture of all Middle Eastern countries, and tell me if I'm not wrong, if I'm mistaken, I think one of the key points is a trust in the region. So maybe in other regions, it's not that important, but in Middle East, it's extremely important. If you will not build the trust layer of your application, of your company, of your team, your company CR registration, your presence in the market, if you are not trustable enough, the partnerships that you were talking about will not be that easy to do. That's what I feel from my experience in Middle East. First, work on the networking, on negotiations, on your trust layer, and then you can get everything, grants, R&D teams, investments, business. How do you think about that?
Thank you. So, first of all, I think we need to emphasize a bit on the level of maturity of the industry within the entire region. I think that's very important. Secondly, so the GCC specifically are very growing, GDP, population, everything just keep increasing. Thirdly, different government support, I think we tapped over there. But from founders' perspective, I think they need to demonstrate the global ambition with local content understanding, so that would make the interest for them in Saudi and even in the entire region. Maybe a specific point on talent, I believe this is very crucial, is that having a great algorithm, that's perfect. However, having a world-class team thinking how to expand within the region and global and so on is essential and is a must. Building on the local in terms of cooperation, I think that is strategically imperative. And so building with good relationship, partnership with local entities, tapping into R&D network is very important. So that shows an indicative and a sign of a signal of a trust, which is essential building on your startup and developing your stakeholder network.
Yeah, totally agree. Continue with the Central Asian startups. If we are talking about 5 years ahead, what is the industries, what type of applications, what type of startups should now start entering the region? Would you personally would love to invest, for example, or help them with your ecosystem? What type of solutions? Yes, of course, AI, we know it. That's the obvious answer. But what type of AI? What type of, is it more in the dev tech for the DevOps, for example, or synthetic data generation or data analysis, or it's more in other in other verticals, fintech, for example, or super apps like Snunu? Who can answer me that question? What, in 5 years ahead, what is the type of industries we will invest in the Middle East so we can start preparing?
So quick one here. I think the Saudi approach into AI specifically is highly strategically. This is not about only as a cutting edge technology. It's about more of a national alignment, capacity to scale, strength to execute these ideas. And I can mention mainly some different industries. One is smart cities and infrastructure. I think, of course, critical fields like energy, education, healthcare as well. I believe those are essential. And I think still money will flow over there because potentially everyone's trying to solve these big problems, especially to renewable energy and sustainability elements.
Okay. Thank you so much. How is it in Turkey? Bora, what do you think about that? What are the type of industries should be the flagmans in 5 years?
Yep. Actually, I was planning to say AI, but you interrupted my answer. So, you know what? Also, and industries will be impacted by the AI developments, right? That's okay. But manufacturing is the key for the countries, right? So, also manufacturers, we have important and big manufacturers, right? And in our countries, in Turkey as well. So also manufacturers are discussing in Turkey currently how AI can, increase the efficiency of the producing procedures, right? So that's also important from that angle as well. So manufacturing.
Okay, this is nice. This is actually a very important topic here in Kazakhstan as well. Yesterday on the battle, we didn't have a lot of engineering, manufacturing startups with AI, very few of them, and they are very demanding. How is it in Egypt and Saudi? Okay, we already got the answer, but Egypt as well is a huge market, right, Yasser? How is it there now?
Well, first I would like to just step back on this word AI, because everyone is putting it, everyone is like, if you go to any conference, it's AI powered, like, I'm starting to say to startups we work with, don't put AI, or say we don't do AI, just to get the traction or the attention of VCs. But let's break it into pieces. Here, at the end of the day, AI is about data. Okay, so either you work for the algorithms themselves, so to improve the quality of the algorithms, but that's a worldwide game, worldwide competition. You're trying to beat engineers all over the world that are working at LLM itself or the computer vision model or the forecasting models. That's a worldwide game. You can play it, but you are playing the Champions League, and it's more difficult. Why we prefer in the studio is work on the application on AIs in a specific way and specific gaps that we can find in the market. And because it's a data game, you should start where you get the data, as simple as that. So in Egypt is about, for example, agriculture. There's a lot of data on agriculture. There's a lot of doctors there. So you can do healthcare AI companies. You can build agri-database Here, it's a hub for logistics for centuries. You can get data on logistics. You can build AI in logistics. Maybe manufacturing, but maybe others could be stronger. So focus on where you can get the maximum number of, where your company or your region or your access to the data locally, and you can build the AI company around that. Because if you can get access to data, you can train your models, and you can train your models, you will have better solution than anywhere else on the planet. So don't overthink it. Just look at where your country have been strong for centuries, or at least it's very strong right now, and collect those data and bring solution around that. That's my playbook. I'm trying to think it very simple. You get the data and build around it.
To circle back to your initial question, where what are the industries which will get a rapid growth in the development in MENA region, I think that making a step back in terms of the overall approach, how you can look at it, and you can look at from the regulation industries as well. I mean, Abu Dhabi right now is opening casinos, and 5 years ago you would never imagine that. And it opens up the opportunity for you to go and invest into fintech and or other industries within the entertainment. And not only that, but Abu Dhabi in particular is even supporting and subsidizing the companies in entering the market over there. So I think one of the key things over here when you think about like what is going to grow in the region is also to have keep a very close eye on the regulatory compliance and how the regulatory and the laws and everything about from the legal standpoint is going to change and evolve in the region, because I'm very confident that the region is going to warm up even more. They are letting more international investments. They're letting more. From what I understand, they also open up on the fintechs and financing side. I mean, right now, one of the fastest growing startups, not startups, but like companies in the region are the BNPL companies, right? Like Klarna and Tabi.
In the life, Qatar is making a lot of PR currently. This year, we just launched direct flights, we have tourisms. Everyone, all of my friends went to Doha. I don't know what happened. Everyone went to Doha this year. So how do you think is Doha and Qatar is a good market for Central Asian startups as well? Because the country is not very big in terms of the territory, but in terms of the tech and AI perspective, how is it?
I would say that we are catching up towards the regions like Emirates, right? But at the same time, Qatar is doing that at an incredibly fast pace. Qatar, right? Qatar invests heavily into, as I mentioned before, startups. They have technology parks, they have R&D institutes. So there is a lot of room for improvement. And if anything, I would say that it is a very good place to go right now, because the competition over there isn't as tough, like in comparison to Saudi and Emirates, which wasn't the radars for a while. And from what I know, there are some Kazakh startups already existing in the Qatari startup ecosystem and technology ecosystem. So it means that there is already a pathway towards there. And if anything, Qatari market is always, as I mentioned before, very interested in bringing high-level talents and high-level like startups and like growth stories to their borders.
Okay, so UAE, Saudi, Qatar, Bahrain as well, Jordan as well, with all of the strategy that they have right now that we just had a discussion about. So we have at least 5-6 countries already. Looks like they're ready to get and accept our technologies from Central Asia. But our Central Asian startups, they used to think that we are growing in a very safe place in the domestic market, and now we just need to jump in the Middle East. But actually, Central Asia is growing so much that big names and big players are coming back to us now. And it's not only VCs and investments. That leads me to the promise that Saad made in the beginning of the session, right? He promised to tell us which country actually was faster, which country they chose to expand in. And also, I just wanted you to share a little bit more about that. This is a very unique case. A big Middle Eastern company already expanding in UK, come into Central Asia and see a huge potential in here. Why? How is that?
Yeah, good question. Thank you. So why did we decide to come here? Look, I said earlier, founders chase money, especially in the early stages. So I think perhaps maybe that was the catalyst to come to the area. Although that being said, my brother's wife, my sister-in-law, is from Azerbaijan, so we have that part in the family. And then I recently did a DNA test, and 37% of my DNA is from this region, so maybe it was the ancestors calling me back. But I think that when I came here for the first time, it was very much like what I guess people that go to Saudi Arabia feel like. You don't do great PR. I mean, on an international scale, so I don't really know what's happening inside. I know Samarkand, I know Pilaf, that's about it. But beyond that, you know, you do PR from a tourism perspective. And Saudi Arabia is the same in the sense that, you know, it's seen as this like very mysterious place. We don't know what's happening. But when we came here, we're like, oh, wow, you know, there's a lot of stuff happening here. So first trip was to Uzbekistan, and we met the guys from IT Park, Uzcard, and that. And then, unfortunately, I didn't come here this is my first trip to Kazakhstan, but my partner came here straight after. And I said, oh, what's Astana like? And he said, you know, Dubai, it's exactly like that. You know, it's got all the buildings and stuff. And very, very impressed by what has been set up over here. But what we saw is a hunger, right? When we went and spoke to the banks, for example. So in my business, in fintech, partnership with the bank is critical, and speaking to the regulator is critical. And if these two elements are not available, then we don't look at the market. And what we were really pleasantly surprised with, is how open the banks were to working with fintechs. And not just working with them, that their infrastructure is ready. So if you need what they call banking as a service, BaaS, the amount of people that were talking about BaaS when we were in Tashkent was really surprising. Whereas if I'm, go to the UAE today and I go to their largest bank and I say, do you have BaaS services? They will kindly show me the door. So, I mean, that's a huge difference. And for us, it was like, okay, yes, these are the right markets to look into, because they're also, from a perspective, like a virgin market for us. So it's a blue ocean. No one is here. Whilst my competitors are looking to go to Egypt, for example, or going to Turkey, where there's saturation, I'm coming over here where there's no one operating, and we're being alhamdulillah, we're being welcomed with open arms everywhere we've gone. If I was talking to founders from my part of the world, my brother spent a week in Tashkent. He just flew back to Dubai, walked away with 4 term sheets. So that's how much hunger there is in the region. Not just for people going the other way, but people coming this way. And as for which country was the fastest, that has to go to Uzbekistan.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Thank you for this answer, Saad.
Well, we'll see where the first expense card comes out, we'll see, inshallah. But so far, Uzbekistan is in the lead.
Okay, thank you so much. So, talking with you guys, in my head, there is a clear roadmap. If I want to go to the Middle East, first of all, I need to know my regulations. I need to be sure which institution can support me, if it's a fintech, if it's an AI, if it's in a delivery. There is a lot of regulations, and I have to know my compliance and have to know how I will go through all the processes. On that path, there is an ecosystem players, such as NTDP with their brilliant grants, such as Habitat Association in Turkey with all of the regulation and support, such as venture studios like One More Ventures, who can take me on the early stage and help me. Second thing is the partnerships. Partners is the keys. And even though in Central Asia it works like that, based on the Saad's example, it's always about partnerships. In the Middle East it works even more, I think, partners in the government, partners in the business layer. Even for the B2C, I believe, it also works based on the Snuno example. And the third one, for the verticals, if I am in AI, in deep tech, in manufacturing and engineering, healthcare, agriculture, I didn't forget anything. I think we did not just discuss crypto today, Web3, didn't say a word about that. If I'm not mistaken, these are the 3 key points that you have to have before entering Middle Eastern market. But if you can just quickly add any more hints to the founders, what you would add on top of that practical list. What do we have to have in mind before entering Middle Eastern market, Turkey market, maybe Africa market as well? Is there any additional things in mind that our founders should note?
I would say quickly, having the right team is essential. Secondly, play with the local players and engage fully with different stakeholders, name them, whether it's government, semi-government, and even private.
Thank you so much. You can continue, Bora, maybe?
Yep. So, and I would say finding the right partner in our region, in Turkey as well, all about networking. So I will suggest, networking. So that's why startups should join, networking programs and events. And that's the fact, not just only for our region, for the other region, US and China, other regions as well, right? So that's why the startups should join, networking programs, should join, training, mentorship, accelerated programs happening in that country, in Turkey. If you guys, wants to initiate something in Turkey, so you should do that. So networking is the really key,
Okay, so be extrovert, guys. Yasser?
I would say don't overthink it. At the end of the day, entrepreneurship is about connecting to the difference that you might find. If you launch a startup in your country or a different country, you still have to listen and meet people and don't think too much from your perspective, but look from the other's perspective. This region has been on the Silk Road, on so many roads for centuries, and I guess with the nomadic culture, you've been always open to look at the difference and traveling and see the difference. This is just reconnect to that, connect to the difference and go and just say, okay, how is it different there? Meet people, connect, think as a nomad, maybe how it used to be. And this is, I think, the best way any entrepreneur should think. Believe me, guys, the best entrepreneurs I've seen are usually not too much rooted in where they are succeed. The best US entrepreneurs are usually not born, or at least their parents were not born in the US. So being a traveler, being open to the different cultures is the best way to succeed elsewhere. And you have that in the blood for centuries, I think, here.
And we are nomads, right?
Yeah. I'll add one quick thing to that, like to be in culture. If you want to enter MENA region, learn the culture as well, because keep in mind that this is one of the few regions in the world which still has their culture, their traditions deeply waved into the way of thinking, in the way of the consumer behavior as well. So it's extremely important to understand how they think, where they're coming from, what is the history behind where they are at the moment, because in the end it also heavily affects how you build your product, how you build your startup for them. So learn the culture, understand their mindset. That would also be extremely important.
Yeah. And Saad, from your perspective, knowing both markets very well, how is that?
I think I want to just echo the last 2 points from Dennis and Yasser. As an entrepreneur, take risks. We're risk takers, right? Get on the plane, go see what it's like, and understand the culture and be, assimilate into the culture, and then the rest leave it to Allah. That's it.
So it's that simple, guys. Why are we still here? Why are we not on the plane flying to Dubai or Riyadh or Qatar?
You're very welcome to come anytime.
Thank you, guys. I hope that this panel was valuable for you, and I hope that you've got a lot of insights. If you do have questions on Middle Eastern market, you can always connect me from Al Farabi Hub, or you can connect our distinguished guests through LinkedIn, I believe, right? They're very responsive, I know from my own experience. We have to wrap up here now, because we have to go to the next session, but we do have like 5 more minutes just for the photo and networking in case anyone wants to talk. Okay. Yeah, thank you so much, guys.
Құрметті қонақтар, қатысқандарыңыз үшін алғыс білдіреміз. Келесі панельдік сессия бірнеше минуттан кейін басталады. Dear guests, thanks for participation. In a few minutes will be started the next session. Dear guests, we kindly ask to leave the hall because in a few minutes we'll be started the next session. Thanks. Уважаемые гости, просим покидать зал. Через несколько минут начинается следующая панельная сессия. Құрметті қонақтар, орындарыңызға жайғасуды сұраймыз және ұялы телефондарыңыздың дауысын сөндіруді өтінеміз. Уважаемые гости, просим вас занять свои места и отключить звук мобильных телефонов. Dear guests, please take your seats and kindly switch your phones to silent mode. Уважаемые гости, просим занимать свои места. Алдағы панельдік сессияның тақырыбы еуропалық ЖИ дамуының моделі, инновациялар, реттеу және тұрақтылық арасындағы баланс. The European model of AI development, balancing innovation, regulation and sustainability. Европейская модель развития ИИ, баланс инноваций, регулирования и устойчивости. Dear guests, please take your seats. Уважаемые гости, просим занимать свои места. Уважаемые гости, просим занимать свои места. The panel session starts in a few minutes. Please take your seats.
All we know that artificial intelligence, AI is transforming economies, industries, and societies across the globe. And Europe has, in particular, has taken a distinct path, striving to foster innovation while maintaining strong ethical standards. And today we will hear how different European countries approach this balance. I'm honored to introduce our distinguished speakers. Ms. Marie-Laure Rituro, Vice President of Tech Corporation Scality from France. Mr. Charlie Morris, the UK Government's Economic Development Counselor for Central Asia, United Kingdom. And also we are waiting our speaker from Spain, Regional Minister for Digitalization of the Community of Madrid from Spain, Mr. Lopez Valverde Arguesa, but he is on meeting right now with our Minister of Artificial Intelligence, and he will come in maybe 10 minutes, I hope so. So let us begin with our first speaker, Miss Rituro, thank you for your coming and for sharing with us insights from Europe. And we know that France, one of the first countries in Europe to present a national strategy for AI. Could you please share with us what is the impact from this national strategy for your company, for maybe for society of France, and how the country find the balance between innovation and regulation? Your floor, please.
Okay, so thank you for. Okay, sorry, I need to. I have a deep voice, but I need to use that thing. So, so thank you very much for welcoming me here with my distinguished colleague. It's always a pleasure to be in Kazakhstan. I must say I'm totally amazed by the young population in this room, and you are the future of the country. So I would hope it's the same for us in Europe. I think we have some problem around that. And you know, it's always a pleasure to be here. And at Scality, so a little bit about me quickly. So I'm French, as you can hear it. I work for Scality for the last 6 years. And Scality provides data infrastructure, data storage infrastructure for organizations on a worldwide basis. So whether they are enterprises, service providers, government, and we are very happy and very lucky to have customers here in Kazakhstan. So our customers are in finance, healthcare, but also service providers. So, and we're planning to continue our growth here. So coming back to the question, actually, yes, the UK and France actually, so they are no longer in the EU. So yes, UK and France were basically the first countries in Europe to really launch a national AI strategy. And to your point, yes, this strategy has had a very strong impact on our economy, on innovation. So I'm going to try to assess the key point and then show you what we continue to do in order to be successful. So it all started in 2018 when President Macron asked a guy called Cédric Villani, who is a mathematician and a Field Medal winner, to articulate the first national AI strategy for France, okay? So, and it's important to note that the first program was called AI for Humanity. So, you know, it's important to stress this. So this strategy sat on a couple of pillars. The first one is a world-class research and education. You know, AI still needs our brain to phosphor and work very, very well in order to be able to transform the future. So the first pillar was research and education. Second one was to build an innovating ecosystem of companies that are able to push forward and strive the innovation. The third pillar was obviously to focus on verticals where basically AI could drive value. So initially we started to work on mobility, government, innovation, and environment. To the point of government, I think like the UK, in France we think that AI is helping to make the state more efficient and smarter. So that's one of the pillars. Obviously, the other one, and because we are European and because at EU level there are very strong values around humans, then President Macron wanted that one of the key pillars was also to give an ethical framework to AI, which is also important. And last but not least, there's nothing you can do unless you have money. So the French government has invested a lot in public and private investment to boost innovation. So those were the main and major pillars. And since 2018, then this strategy has been strengthened in 2021, and even more so now with Vision 2030. So to your point, what are the impact and how can we assess them? I think there are three key points that we need to look at. Prior to 2018, I don't think much of us were anywhere on the map in relation to AI. Post this, since 2021, all those pillars I've mentioned, one of the impact that we could see, there's a couple. One, global ranking, especially in terms of research and innovation. Now France is the second country in Europe, the 7th in the world for AI publication. We have more than 40 AI chairs and a lot of laboratories working in AI research. And we've been ranked by Stanford Vibrancy number 3rd on research and education. So I think this is really a success on this side. The second point that we've seen a lot of impact and assessment for the country, which I think could be a replicate where we see here how much the AI-driven transformation of the country is at play, then it's obviously the number of talented people that we have now, but also in terms of innovation. From 2018 to 2021 up to now, we have now in France more than 1,000 AI companies that are actually boosting our economy. So we have gems like Mistral AI, Hugging Faces, but also many others. So just for the record, Mistral AI recently raised 1.6 billion, is now valued 10 billion. And basically what Mistral does is to offer, an open source LLM, so, which is super important. So, strong impact on research, strong impact on the economy. And actually to that point, we move in 20-something from the 13th rank to the 5th ranks with the AI ranking worldwide. And I think the 4th one is our colleague in the UK. And when we speak, for instance, about Mistral AI, Mistral has been rated as one of the only European company who's actually in the Time 100 AI organization on a worldwide basis. So my message is that, yes, there is room in between the US and China. The vision is different. The US is very much about innovation, pouring a lot of money into it, and we all need this. China has got another view in terms of how AI can transform their country and what the usage you can do of it. I think there is a path for the EU and for a country like Kazakhstan. When I last came, I think it was February or March, I don't remember, I remember that in one conference where Sabit was speaking, the goal of the country is also to train more than 1 million Kazakh to embrace AI, because this is also something which I think is extremely important. And AI has to be trusted by the people in order to be adopted and to have a further way of doing things. So those are, for me, the main assessment and impact. As a company, Следите, if you go on our website, today we've just announced a partnership with one of the largest AI laboratories in France. So they're going to use Следите technology to continue to do research on AI algorithm. And one of the key things I would like to mention before I need to pass on, is what it is we do as a country to continue that leadership outside of research and innovative ecosystem. I think the other challenge for AI is the processing. We all know that AI is, because you have to deal with very large set of data, this is very much energy processing, and in terms of consumption, it requires a lot of energy. This is also something where France is very well positioned, because what we want to become is a trusted and sustainable leader for AI. So in order to do this, you need to have a very good mix of energy, and in France we have that. You know, we have nuclear, we have electricity, we have wind, and we have already more than 30 sites in France that are already ready to welcome large data infrastructure. So to illustrate this, we had a summit in France led by President Macron in February called the AI Summit, where France launched or signed a partnership with the Emirates for 50 billion euro to build the first AI campus able to process 1 gigawatt of processing data. So that's one example. There are many examples like this in terms of investment in France from large hyperscalers, whether this is Amazon, Google. You know, France is kind of becoming the European pivot, if you wish, to become, you know, the greener state for making AI more frugal and better in terms of energy consumption. And I think you have this also here. The country is huge. You know, the level of energy and resources you have can also put Kazakhstan on the map in between the two giants that are Russia and China. So definitely, you know, I think that there is a lot to do and a lot to come, but transformation is at play everywhere. And I think, you know, in Europe, we have a path to do things a bit differently and close to you. So that's it for me, unless everybody's got a question. I hope I was okay.
Yeah. Thank you very much, Ms. Retiro. And Mr. Miguel Lopez Valverde joined us. We welcome you. Thank you for participating and sharing with us. Now look at Spain. Mr. Lopez Valverde, we know that Europe is considered to be as a leader in setting some ethical standards and regulations, yeah? And trying to balance between innovation and regulation. From Spain's experience or perspective, how do the country promote AI within this European context?
Okay, thank you very much. Well, I'm going to explain what from our country, Spain, but also from the region I represent, because I am in charge of all the digitalization of Madrid region, that is the capital region in Spain. And one of the things I would like to start speaking, I think you have already spoken because I came a little bit later, is that now we are seeing it as the AI as a geopolitical driver, and also AI is one of the main strategic levers of all our regions and of Madrid also. We are working, before speaking or trying to speak about AI, I want to speak about data. One of the things that we have in the region is mainly I'm in charge of all the data of all the different departments we have in the region: healthcare, social care, transportation, education. Every department we have in the region. And what we started certain years ago, it was just after the pandemic, was creating great amount of data within the data lakes and trying to create the quality, or give them the quality enough in order that we can use for in the near future for the AI models. What we introduced was principally that we have it in the healthcare sector is the ethical committees or ethics committees. Because the healthcare, as you know, the healthcare department, as we use many data regarding the information or clinical information of our citizens, we started here in that committee. And then the next one was a AI office in order that we can travel, we can travel in this journey with all the information of our citizens securized and anonymized. When we put ethics, and we put also in front of the use of data and also of regulation, the first thing is it's important, really important to have, and we have the AI Act in Europe. AI Act is going to change because they're going to transform it a little bit in order that innovation is going to be easier in that regarding AI. But not only AI, we have also data acts, we have other type of acts that we have to cope with. Also the GDPR. In the region, what we did was mainly create that, as I told you, those different data lakes that were governed by or managed by this AI office that was in charge of how we manage with all the issues the AI Act was telling us. In Spain, we are now going to have a new, also an act regarding AI, and the region is going to create another law in order that we can put that in place for in a regional scope. The really important thing regarding all what I told you before is how we can use it for innovation. We have lots of foundations in the region regarding, as I told you before, all the departments and how we can manage those data in order that we secure the information we have of our citizens. The citizens themselves, we are using, for example, AI in many of our different procedures regarding all those grants or other services we give to our citizens, but mainly we have to be transparent. It's really important to say to our citizens what are we using the data for, and this we have to work with the AI Act that is mandatory for us. But we are using there's a big amount of people, of professionals and scientists that are working in a really good way because they are managing all data, because we are from this office, this AI office, we are in charge and responsible of the use of it. We have to monitorize the use. We are also looking how the generative AI is working and mainly in order that we can cope with I told you before, the innovation and also the regulation. We mainly, now what we are using is mainly we are using more than 150 different algorithms in the region, but also one of the really important things is that we are trying to help out the small and medium enterprises in order that we can embrace AI to be more productive and also to create value in the different subsectors. And then we are also using the AI office in order they can help them to use or to comply with all the regulation we have. The other thing is really important, as you said before, is you have to educate people and professionals. Because the change comes from the inner part. We are educating all our professionals, our public employees, in order that they can know how to use it in a responsible way, in an ethical way, and also know how to use it. Because one of the problems is that they don't really know how to use it in a day-to-day basis. And those are the really important things, because if everybody knows how they can use it, for what they can use it, and we have also an act that we have to comply with, that is a really important thing, because many times we have seen people that use, for example, in many sectors, people that can use data from patients or from the citizens to create different models, and they haven't complied with the different rules we have. And that is really important. That's why we have a centralized AI office.
Okay, thank you very much for sharing with us Spain's perspective. It's very valuable for us. Turning to the United Kingdom, Mr. Morris, the UK has been building its own domestic system for AI. And could you please share with us how this approach is structured? And what key lessons Central Asian countries could take into account in their national strategies of AI? Your floor
Thanks, thanks very much. So first of all, it's wonderful once again to share a panel with our European partners on this. As we said, we left the European Union, but we very much did not leave Europe. And I think there's lots of commonalities that I think both of the panelists have mentioned regarding how we, our approach to AI. Indeed, I think those are commonalities across the world. Just to say a little bit about the UK's interest and involvement here in this in Central Asia. The UK as a partner works very, very closely to support the tech and startup ecosystem here in Central Asia. We've been doing so here for over 5 years, and we work with the IFC, we work with World Bank, we're partners to governments across the region, and soon we'll be launching our own investment fund for SMEs and startups across the region as well. So when it comes to exactly the work and technologies that those companies will be engaging with and how those are regulated, it's something we pay really close attention to here, and I think we have a few lessons to be able to share. It's really interesting, I think, first of all, the dynamic with which the discussion about AI regulation takes place all over the world, because on the one hand, you'll hear things like this is a completely unique moment. It's a completely unique technology in terms of how it's regulated, our approach to it, and therefore people just don't really know what to do. It's so fast moving, so fast developing, so unknown, we don't know. But actually, when you get into it, and indeed I think from the questions we're framing here, there is at the heart of it a question of regulation that is really like any other. That is, this is a technology which, if harnessed properly, can be used for good and wonderful and amazing things. But it is that question at the heart of it. It's about how you regulate to strike that balance between, innovation and safety, privacy, data control, etc. So I just wanted to give that framing at the start of it. It's something that UK, as I say, we've been working on for a number of years, and just recently this year we published the UK AI Opportunities Action Plan, which frames the UK's response in this area. And I think the title of that strategy is really important to how the UK thinks about AI and how we work. We're lucky to have had from the UK and London a number of really exciting homegrown talents, not least of which DeepMind, which was acquired by Google in 2014, I believe, still operates in London to this day for $500 million and is one of the UK's most productive enterprises in London. We have a whole range of talent working right across the AI value chain, anchored by amazing research institutes, world-class at the University of Oxford and Cambridge. The work we have indeed not just with the UK's domestic ecosystem, but with the global ecosystem as well. So if I can also take a moment to just pitch, if there are any real budding AI entrepreneurs in the room, the UK is a really fantastic place to partner with and work with to build your own startup and business as well. Back to the question about AI though, if we'll return there for a moment. So really fundamentally, so I would say there are 4 principles which I think characterize the UK's approach to AI. So the first is setting the level of ambition. I think we are unbelievably ambitious in how we want to use AI. And this is not just thinking of how we use AI as something that the private sector benefits from in terms of productivity, not just in terms of new business, not just in terms of foreign direct investment, but also, I think, as Marie-Laura correctly mentioned, entire transformation of our public services that I think we could be potentially looking at with AI. And what we set out in that action plan was exactly how the government can be a partner to those new technologies, giving it space to pilot and test those within the public sphere for how we can improve those services even better. So setting that ambition at the start is really important. The second principle is real pro-innovation, and this mostly applies to how we cultivate talent. Fundamentally, if we want to be one of the best ecosystems in the world for AI and AI talent, and that is the level of ambition, it's not just to be a kind of, how do you say, AI taker, it's to be a maker in terms of these rules. And I think Kazakhstan and countries in Central Asia should absolutely adopt a similar ambition as well. We're going to need the best talent to do so, and that's in partnership with our research institutes, but also we have then introduced special visa regimes for leading AI research scientists, special grants that are being introduced this year to be able to attract the very best talent, because all of that's needed if we're going to grow the ecosystem at home and domestically to make that a success. The third principle is investment, and I think this is something I think actually both on talent and investment the government of Kazakhstan understands really well, is that harnessing the power of AI will require massive investment across the board. And I think that's not just in, traditionally what we think of as, computing power or data centers, but it's about research capability. It's about, as I mentioned, government piloting some of those very latest technologies. But we also want to have a new strategic partnership with our private sector, and that's what we've set out also in the action plan. And this is really important. This gets into, I think, the detail of how governments can really partner with the private sector more. It's not just about investments in those businesses, but for instance, how can the government provide some of our leading companies with access to amazing data sets that allow them to train on those data sets so that are even better to promulgate and promote that access even faster? How can it provide, for instance, access to shared computing power which those companies can use? That's all something that we're looking at and exploring in our new action plan. And the fourth principle, I'll say before I come on and leave it, I hope we'll have time for a bit of discussion on how all of this applies to Central Asia, is when it comes to actual regulation. I think this is probably where there's the strongest difference at the moment between, I would say, not just the UK and the EU, but between countries globally, is about whether a single AI law is necessary to regulate this, or with this is something you take a decentralized approach to and let it be regulated sector by sector. I don't think we have time now to get into what is the correct answer. I have views, but I think I would rather say I don't think there necessarily is a correct answer. There's not an objectively right answer, I would say. It depends on how, as a government, you define what your objectives for such regulation is and what you want it to achieve. And that will lead you down the path of whether you take a more centralized versus decentralized approach, sectoral versus horizontal, etc. And these are something I think as governments form their AI strategies and regulation, they'll need to think about. But the final thought I will lead it is this. I see the timer we've got is broken, so I hope I'm not going massively over time. The one thing I will say is that I think sitting and doing nothing is not an option. I think that's something that is being realized around the world. I think it's still probably only the case that less than half of governments around the world have set out kind of in detail what their approach to regulation is in AI. And I think quickly, even this year and next year, we will get into realizing that that's no longer a position that can be taken. We can't just sit on the fence with this. We need to put something down that says what it is we're trying to achieve with such regulation. So I'll leave it there. Thank you.
Can I say something?
Yeah, sure.
Yep. So I just wanted to bounce on Charlie's couple of points. I think there is a lot of commonality between the UK and France/EU. So I forgot to mention, obviously, you do know that there is in Europe an EU AI Act that has been where France has been pretty much pivotal into it. But to your point, whether the regulation is kind of centralized or decentralized, the US have a tendency to say, we innovate, Europe regulate. I kind of disagree with this because what we want to do in Europe is a smarter regulation. It's not a question of frustrating people from innovating, and I think both the UK and France can prove that we have a lot of leading company into AI. But there is one thing into getting into no regulation at all and, you know, kind of policing to the extreme. And I think this is, at the end of the day, what we want is a trustworthy AI, and that is for the benefit of all of us. You know, AI is transforming our life from A to Z, like the Industrial Revolution transformed the life of, you know, our great grandparents at the end of the 19th century. So I think it is super important that our government take a lot of time to think of how they want to bring this further. And to your point also, in relation to how do we promote people to continue to innovate, the UK and the French have the same approach. We also have programs for researchers, visas, people, so to help them to come to our country. So I think we're all the same. Spain is probably the same. Question is, you know, how do we continue to strive in a very challenging environment? Because, you know, this is not at all easy for none of us, you know, Kazakhstan included. So that was my 2 cents additional.
Yeah, thank you very much, Mr. Morris. Thank you.
I would like to say one thing. Yes,
sure.
one of the projects we have in Europe that we're not using and we have to promote are the European data spaces. We have a problem with that because we are also only using for the vehicles, but we have to use them for everything. Because one of the problems we have had in the past is the amount of data we have to train all the models, and that's a really problem we have because, as you know, the data and the models come from where those companies had enough to train it. And we have a problem in Europe. We have a really problem because we have the data we have, you know, there are different initiatives in that part, but we have to work all the countries in order that we can have, for example, a really big healthcare data space, for example, because we have to research with them, and also we have to help our professionals in order that they can make or take value of all of this. And that's the main problem I see. Then regulation is really what we have, is important, I think we have to have it. We have to change certain things in order that innovation can also be done. But for example, in Madrid, there's not so problem with innovation if we tackle what we have with the data and the control of it. That's why I told you that we have a centralized model in order that we can cope with all the different regulations we have in Europe. So the problem is the European data spaces.
Yeah, I mean, to that point though, I mean, recently in Europe we launched INSEA, which is this big research and on security for AI, and also in France, I think the same in Spain, we have large supercomputing, you know, GESE, and so we have at least 3. And then comes to what Charlie was mentioning, which is the partnership with, you know, private company. Like there is partnership, for instance, in between Mistral AI and NVIDIA, in order to continue to have, as you mentioned, the data space to be able to continue to train AI on a regular basis and have the processing power to do it. So yeah, there are so many facets to this. So.
Well, thank you very much for your contribution. It's very interesting. Yeah, now we have time for the questions from audience. Please feel free to address the question to our distinguished speakers. But before asking the question, please introduce yourself and specify whom you are addressing the question. Please, do you have any question there?
Hi, thanks for your presentation. My name is Malika and I work in recruitment. I'm just interested how, if you can be specific, any of you, because you're clearly represent sort of European.
Excuse me, there is a microphone, and because.
Sorry.
Yeah.
Should I repeat once again? Okay, so my name is Malika and I work in recruitment. I'm interested from any of you about the data privacy address, how your regulations in any of your countries think of your citizens in terms of like data privacy. Could you be more specific? I understand this forum is not really detailed, and we hear a lot of like big phrases about how we should be regulating, how it should be safe. But if you can give any specific examples on what you've been implementing exactly, that would be informative. Thank you.
I think, yeah.
Obviously, in Europe, you know that we take a great care of privacy. So we have already this regulation called GDPR, which is pretty restrictive on what data can be used for any purposes. So normally people have to give their consent. I'm not so privy on the detail of the EU AI Act, but I'm pretty sure that this is a great concern for Europe to make sure that, as Charlie said initially, that AI is used for the right purposes and continue to make sure that privacy is at, pivotal for the citizen. So the only thing I can say is that I think if we follow what EU has been doing in terms of data privacy with the GDPR, then AI is another technology that we should pay attention, probably even more attention in terms of consent and privacy. But I think we have probably the start of the framework for this. Charlie?
I was just going to say, I mean, so the UK follows the GDPR principles in exactly the same way, and I think it's a kind of world-leading approach to data privacy. I think one of the questions, though, I think thrown up specifically by AI is about exactly how data and content is used by companies for their own innovation and purposes. And I think that is a very active debate that's going on, certainly within the UK right now, exactly how, let's say, content creators and the creative industry are exactly protected. I don't think, again, I don't think it's possible to come up with answers in this forum today, but what I think I would say is my message to governments who are developing their own legislation is again, I think actually the question on data privacy is a really good one to get into some of this debate. We have this amazing conference here in which we're showcasing the wonderful power of digital and innovation, but also if it's not regulated in a way where you're protecting, for instance, some of the most important people in your creative economy through a desire to innovation in one way, you might inadvertently harm innovation in another. And so it's really important to strike that balance. And AI really, I think, it's a field that needs paying attention to, is exactly how that's used.
Regarding Madrid region, when we use the traditional AI, what we are doing is we informing all our citizens what is the use of the data and what is the objective for them, and we ask them to the permission for it. And regarding Gen AI, that is another thing that we are trying to find in the European AI Act, how we can tackle with it, because it's not so easy. Because we can inform that we are using data, but we cannot inform always what is the result of what we are doing. That's why we are not using Gen AI in the way you can see only in aggregating data, but not using personal data. That is one of the things we are working now in the AI office, because the traditional one is really easy because you know what is the result or the outcome, but the Gen AI is not so easy to tackle with it, because we don't really know, because we have to train it, and not always we know how we are going to finish with it. So that is one of the challenges we have.
I just want to pick up on one more point as well in regards to data privacy, how it relates to AI. This again gets to the heart of what I think this is, that it's really important to define what your objectives are when it comes to regulation, to be able to guide in the answers. So I think one of the most important parts of data and privacy and how it's used are around laws about how data needs to be localized or not. Now in Kazakhstan and countries across Central Asia, there's pretty strong requirements on exactly how data needs to be localized here. But that is a choice that is made by governments, and there are cases all across Central Asia where such requirements for data localization have prevented investments taking place across the region. Is that necessarily a correct choice? Difficult to say. I think there are very good arguments for why you would want data to be localized here as opposed to being exported out here when it becomes to the most sensitive data of your citizens. But again, these are really important choices to be made, and defining those objectives is really important.
And to that point, actually, data privacy, also the domino effect, or the opposite maybe, is also sovereignty. It is super important. So, you can't really split one from the other. So I think this is where we're all going to kind of converge one way or another.
Thank you very much for the reflections. Any other questions? Yeah, please.
Hello, dear speakers. It was really interesting to hear your opinion about different stuff. So I actually wanted to ask you this more a little bit philosophical question about AI, because I was just wondering, AI develops really fast, and I have some fear about that, because in every science field there are regulations that make science stop because of the ethics in the point of people's view. But AI is accessible to everyone, and there's no regulations to stop it, so it could be like ethic enough for the people. It makes извиняюсь, я не знаю, как сказать, то что это иногда заменяет труд людей.
And sometimes it replaces the jobs,
Yes, it leads to unemployment, and it also makes art impossible for the people because it has no regulations. There is no authority rights now because AI copies that too. So I just have fear for that because I don't see the point of it stopping.
Yeah, thank you. Yeah, please.
Yes, so yeah, that's a very, very good question, and it would probably need hours of discussion. But there's one thing, being afraid is not going to stop anything. So, the best thing to do is, per se, technology is not bad in itself. It is always what the human is going to do with it. And it is not always about the horsepower, but it's about the best usage of it. So yes, AI is going to transform our life, like I said, like the Industrial Revolution did. And at that time, everybody thought they were going to lose their job, that, all of a sudden the world was going to turn it upside down. I'm not saying this is not going to, or this is not happening, because the transformation is huge. But I think there is always positive and there is always value. And yes, things will transform. Maybe some job will kind of transform itself, but something new will happen. So for the younger generation, for you, I think, this is us. It is our job to make sure that as much as we can, we provide you with a framework that it is sustainable and you can live with. It doesn't mean that you will not have to continue to build on this. And yes, if I were your age, I would be also kind of overwhelmed by this. What does it mean all of a sudden? But I think there is more opportunity than fear to get. So, and it is up to all of us to make sure that this technology, which is amazing, doesn't turn into a nightmare for all of us. And we have to put a bit into it, all of us. So that's a bit philosophical, but this is what I think. Sean is going to make that very...
No. I mean, I don't think you're alone in that. I think we all feel that. I think what was very heartening to see yesterday is I think this is something that's clearly well understood by the president as well in terms of talking about sustainable and ethical AI usage. And so I think that's well understood here by Kazakhstan as a jurisdiction. I think that's going to be really important. I mean, this is very much still a technology which I think is in our control. The question is exactly how we regulate this. And I think what you're already seeing in many jurisdictions across the world, not least of all the EU, is a really rigorous kind of risk-based approach based on particular sectors. So for example, when it concerns AI's use in, for example, not least of all if it would be defense, but even other sectors like financial regulation or credit scores, that regulation can outline exactly how involved and where exactly do humans need to be involved in that decision making. And again, this is something that regulation, when it's designed properly, can set out exactly. It's about how you shape and control that technology for the better. But the one thing I will also say that's really important to get to that point, we talked a little bit about this early, education is really important. It's not only important to promote talent in terms of your own industry and growing that, it's really important to help guide regulation so that regulation is informed by the very best practice from industry, by the very brightest minds. You need those people in the conversation. It cannot just be the case that regulation is done by the same policymakers who've been doing this stuff for 20 years. You need the best and brightest minds involved in regulation. And that's where I think we can get to some of the best answers for how we can use this technology for the best.
So our time is up, but okay, let's have a little bit time for last question, please. Yeah. Who was the first question? Okay. Okay. But we have only 2 minutes.
Thank you. Yeah, sorry, I was a little late to the session, but please disregard my question if it's not relevant. But I want to know your opinion. If the AI nowadays, so now we have this global south, global north definitions, let's say, the one that I don't really like actually, third world countries and so on, which is, like economically we divide these countries. I mean the whole globe. So do you think the AI will make it worse? So we will, divide our entire globe, make it like, the big distance from those countries to those who are very developed, like USA and China. They are doing, like, for example, now they have GeoGPT as well, AI, tool. Or make it, or is AI is like a tool for those global south countries, to develop their economy? Do you see it like as an opportunity, or do you see it like as something that divides, economies significantly, let's say? Thanks.
I just wanted to ask 2 minutes, please.
I think that both of the things you say are correct. I think it's a challenge and also it's going to divide the countries, because the countries that don't embrace AI, they're going to get a part of all these geopolitical movements. So both things are correct from my point of view.
Unfortunately, we do not have time. We are sorry. Okay. 1 minute, please. So.
Thank you, dear speakers, for
10
today.
seconds, please.
Informative. Imagine we are 100 years past today. This is a very futuristic question. Imagine how would human being and AI and everything that has emerged with the AI would coexist in some 100 years' time? The life, how do they coexist? Just like an imagination. All the futurists, I know that these large companies, they have futurists, researchers like futurists, and they imagine when they introduce something, especially as important issues as AI, they look forward in 50 years' time, 100 years' time, even further. Thank you.
I think 5 seconds, so 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. I think the differentiation in between us and AI is our cognitive abilities, okay? So I would hope that in 100 years from now, AI is still a tool to help humanity and not the other way around. And I hope AI is never going to get our cognitive ability, because that would be the end of us. So that's my view.
Ladies and gentlemen, we would be happy to continue this panel session. It's very interesting, very nice speakers, but unfortunately we need to end this panel session. Let me express thanks to our distinguished guests and our audience for the interesting questions. Thank you very much again, and I wish you continuation of the forum. Thank you.
Құрметті қонақтар, бүгінгі панельдік сессияға белсене қатысқандарыңыз үшін алғыс білдіреміз. Dear guests, let's thank our distinguished speakers for their valuable insights and contribution to today's discussion. We also thank all participants for attention and active presence. Уважаемые гости, просим вас занять свои места и отключить звук мобильных телефонов.
Здравствуйте. Да, коллеги, добрый вечер уже. Как нас остались, видимо, самые...
Good day, dear colleagues. We have the strongest ones who survived. My name is Maxim Shepetarev. I deal with VC for more than 10 years, and the last 5 years I have my own fund. We invest quite actively into Latin America, but not just Latin America, but also global fintechs. That's why, in this 20 minutes, I will try to tell the most interesting things to you. So, the only thing, probably, the important thing is that in Latin America there is an interesting life, and many things have happened. And can we open my presentation? Great, this is my presentation. Colleagues asked to talk about Latin America, not because we invest just into it, but just because we are one of the few Russian language VC who deal with it, and out of the couple thousand companies in Latin America, we have 24 deals, and out of them 10 is from Latin America. So this is what I will be telling you about. We built our fund for 5 years. We have around $9 million under management. We do it together with the partners. So previously we were building one of the largest Russian funds, and at certain point we decided to deal with global markets because local restrictions is always not good, not interesting. And it just happened that we started dealing first with Europe, and in 2020 there were different considerations of the new fintech regulations, and as a result we gradually shifted to Latin America. There were many reasons. I will try to tell everything I wanted, and I have this timer here. So, when people hear about Latin America, first thing they remember and what they think about is those TV shows from the beginning of 2000. Last TV series like Narcos also made it quite popular. If we talk about global venture capital, the main place where venture capital is happening is, of course, United States. Why? Because the main American product is USD, and everyone is buying USD where it's almost for free. And if we take VC, it cannot be local. It can even not be regional. It's in many cases linked to American exchanges. And one of the latest examples, you can all remember China, India. Everyone was saying that China is the new center for innovations. What is the result? There are geopolitical problems, and Chinese market is now 99% low. So this is shut down very quickly and happens automatically, and similar things happen to India now. For example, in India there were too many American accelerators, high number of American investors. What happens now? The market is down for 80%, and the local venture market itself is something impossible and never happening. The same was with Europe. From 2022, Europe is the lowly performing market for the venture capital and startups. Why? Because American money are leaving the region, and there are no local money to renew this pyramid, and the market is going down. And our thesis happened the following way. Do we want to buy American companies and fintechs, and with the price we are ready to pay. There is a high trade thing, some like hype trade, and we're trying to earn money on this. And is it like classic investments? Actually, not. And quite a long time ago, we started to consider in what region we can buy great companies with a great potential, so that those companies will enter the big markets. And if we look at venture capitalists looking at startups in different regions, it appears that Americans mainly look at Latin America and they don't look at anything else. And if we take Latin America, how is it different? So actually, in Europe, for example, there is a different approach and it works differently. And it's not a single region. For example, trying to start selling something from Germany to Holland is very different. With Latin America happens the same. You have two large economies, two locomotives, Mexico and Brazil. And Brazil is having such a developed ecosystem that we can compare it in its quality and structure and in the closed nature of it, meaning if you have money from different stages, and there is Mexico, for example, far behind, and there are other countries like Peru, Colombia, which are behind, but the economies are continuing to grow and develop.
So if we look at the regions and what kind of transactions we can find there, and Latin America, after the US, is ranked second in number of unicorns and number of companies that are attracted to a later stage, and according to different parameters. I'm showing several companies here in different fields. Latin America is cool because many startups are born in fintech. This is explained by several parameters. First, the population is 600 million plus young people, adoption of technology because of American investments in sectors which are non-tech. In the past, if we remember automobiles, it was made in China, but now they are made in Mexico. So this flow of money and flow of expertise have an effect on more technological parts of economy and population in general. If we speak about the growth points, population in two biggest economies is people who don't live in villages to grow potatoes. They use smartphones, they are outsourced, and in the past, 10 years ago, someone said that Indians are number one for working as web developers for the US. 7 years ago, no, it's China, because they're super professional, numerous, started in the US, now it's them. But now, number one are people who live in different countries of Latin America. And they can do arbitrage. They can have people in their time zone and pay 1/4 or 1/5 of the American salary. And people are okay with that. Because if we take bigger cities, the quality of life in bigger cities is much better than that in Latin America. I live there. You take any developed city in Soviet Union, Almaty, Astana, Moscow, they are much higher in terms of their development. So, median age is quite young. People are younger than those in Europe. They work a lot. And seeing how people live in Europe, I feel that in Latin America, they even earn more. So the biggest challenge is, for many countries who live in Latin America, use of digital services is not available. Why? Top 3 banks of Mexico, they do not belong to Mexico. They belong to the US or Europeans. So huge population, 160 million living in Mexico. They cannot get a bank loan because there is no bank account, because for American and EU banks working with a new population, working for the US, getting some salary, maybe this salary is in cryptocurrency, they're not interested. And this creates a lot of fintech companies, a lot of services. I'll tell you more about it. And this region has problem. It's not like everything grows immediately there. First, if you are not local, it's difficult to start a business there because of features of economy and governance structure. In some of the countries, inflation is high. If we take Argentina, inflation could be 100% per year and 200% per year. It has a negative effect. On one hand, it's negative. You have 3 currency exchange rates, but at the level of the region, you have stable coin, you have stable cryptocurrencies. This gives a boost for some of the services. And there is a political tension, and this political tension is not because of some real facts. Of course, some of the countries are quite young, and power has not yet been transferred. Elites haven't changed yet. But in Brazil, there are some challenges, as well as in Mexico. And also there is a problem, hasn't been addressed yet. It's migration of specialists to the US, especially if they are highly professional. It's bad for the companies, but many investments, billions and billions, are invested in these services related to fintech. Why does it happen so? Several reasons. First reason, the fintech market, if we take the region in general and bigger countries, is demonopolized. There are many small banks. It's simple to get a license. And the rules are very clear how we need to send money to each other. And most importantly, there is a small country, El Salvador, 6 million people. You've heard about criminality there. That's not important. This country reached American regulator and discussed and negotiated that they will have a point in Central America where stable coin can be changed for the USD. USDT and others can be changed for real dollar. In many countries of Latin America, legalized cryptocurrency ownership and the payment from Mexico to Peru. Very often, money don't go through SWIFT. They go through El Salvador, through cryptocurrency. And this really boosts the development in the region. It's not one instant payment service like SEPA in Europe or SBP in Russia. In Brazil, there are real PIX. They have local banks cards. And it's not one in Brazil, there are 4 in Brazil. So it's clear that one is a bigger one. So Pixa is a company created by a bank of the Brazil. So it's growing quite fastly. There are a lot of B2B payments through Pix. Neighboring countries such as Argentina started using it. In Buenos Aires, you can rent a car and pay with Pix, with QR codes. It's a Brazilian system. And initially, all countries of the region support the idea that your data about how you use money are yours. They do not belong to bank. So there are very cool solutions, such as open banking. So with your data, you can go to any service. Any service can offer you an insurance depending where you go, how much you go, what you consume, what products. And this has an effect on developments in the region and how fastly it grows. People say it's a region with a lot of changes. But in Mexico and Brazil, the number of bankrupted banks is just a handful of banks, just few. Big economies have good regulators, plastic regulators. Plastic regulators can make decisions quickly. And fintech is one of the locomotives for the development of Latin America. What else is interesting? I heard 1 trillion times today the word unicorn. In Latin America, there are unicorns, but not everywhere. There are 2 economies that are locomotives, Mexico and Brazil. There is Argentina, that is a smaller one. But very often we are seeing companies in fintech or in logistics. There is more logistics in Colombia, and there is a joke that former drugs barons buy startups now. The infrastructure, when you see it, it is such a pleasure, because from early angels to late coming funds, so in between there are so many players, just 50 interesting venture funds with whom you can do something in Latin America. But 50 is much more than 1 or 2, as you can see in our region. Most of the capital, just wrapping up, is attracted by companies in fintech. Fintech means a lot of transactions. The market is assessed in billions. Companies are great. And Latin America, in terms of investment, we like it. Although we work in different directions too. Let's talk about artificial intelligence. There is a lot of artificial intelligence work. So in Latin America, whether a company uses artificial intelligence, yes, it is used. All the companies do that. Likely, no. If we take a majority of American companies who say that we are AI, then you start thinking, is it AI? But no. Like in the last round, it's not. So the last question. For the independence, any country needs its sovereign artificial intelligence. Is it available in Latin America? No. Will it appear? No. At this level of development of technology, the requirements to people, capital, electricity, it's quite difficult, it's expensive, it's long. In order to create your own AI, you need good math school and a lot of electricity. AI companies exist in the region. AI in terms of basic technology, there are no companies like that. and most likely they will not appear there. And it's true not only for Central America. Even in current models, we can see how advanced they are. Perplexity, Alisa, and any others. So I think that I'm quite on time. We have a Telegram channel about Latin American fintech. Follow us, let's keep in touch, and I wish you great conference. Thank you.
With my English, and I hope if you do have any questions, you don't quite understand me, I hope you always can come to me afterwards, and I'm happy to talk about it. So I'm going to start with a video. So I'm just quickly introduce myself. As you can see, I'm from the Dubai World Trade Center in the UAE. We are going to be working with the government of Kazakhstan and the Ministry of AI and Digital Development next year in bringing GITEX to Kazakhstan. So it does look like we're just doing a movie promotion there, but it is a very good example of why we are, sorry, I'm just going to see if my clicker is going to work, so I can move to my, no? Ah, there we go. So yeah, so to give you visibility of a bit of why we're who we are. So GITEX is 45 years old. It was launched in Dubai when Dubai basically started to grow and was in a very similar position to where Kazakhstan and the region of Central Asia is now. There was huge amount of opportunity. There was opportunity because there was wealth, there was resource, but there was a huge amount of obviously obstacles in front of them to achieve the goals that they wanted to do, was to make basically Dubai the center of the Middle East, but also the center of the global tech and industry world. Now, over the last 45 years, Dubai has now grown to be one of the largest and most important cities in the world. It drives industry across the board, and it has open borders across the region, particularly in the Middle East. So the event in Dubai is, as you can see, is in October, and it's always in Dubai, and it's literally is going to be next week in Dubai. But we have now launched across the globe to support every region, particularly emerging regions like Kazakhstan and Central Asia, as well as, for example, South and Central, so Sub-Sahara and North Africa. We're also now in other parts of Southeast Asia, including Vietnam and Thailand, alongside of having an event in Singapore. We're in Nigeria, and obviously, as you can see, we're also in Berlin in Europe, because obviously, even though it might be a very established economy, Europe, it is also going through a bit of a difficulty, and it's stagnating as an economy, and is not as exciting as perhaps other emerging economies. So why have we chosen the region of Central Asia? Well, first of all, there is a long-standing coordination and cooperation between the nations of the UAE and obviously Central Asia and Kazakhstan in particular. We are now working closely with the Kazakhstan government. For example, Presight and G42 is a very big player in the supercomputer market, and working closely with NVIDIA on a project and the various other projects that are happening across the region. So this is the reason why we know there is a real opportunity here. And why we've chosen Kazakhstan and Astana, well, this is priority pretty much because of the economy of Kazakhstan. It is the leading economy in the region. It is also doing huge amounts when it comes to developing opportunities within AI and developing the transformation goals from across the region. It really reflects and mirrors what every country, from Azerbaijan, from Georgia, from Armenia to Uzbekistan, they all have very similar goals, and you guys need to work together to ensure you can achieve that. And we feel that Kazakhstan is the perfect place to do that. We are working directly with Astana Hub. So Astana Hub, obviously, who have run this amazing event, Digital Bridge, and very successfully do the same event in Almaty. We will continue working very closely with the CEO and his team to ensure that we can deliver a GITEX that fulfills the goals that the government has asked us to do. And there is a huge amount of opportunity because obviously Astana Hub is already doing so much for the region, working very closely, for example, with its strategic partners, Uzbekistan, and other key countries within the region. So this is what we look forward to integrating into our event. There is a lot going on, and not all of this is really visible. A lot of these companies, from the big players, from the big tech players like Microsoft, of course, has been in the region for over 40 years, and that's very evident. But as we mentioned, Presight now working, big player, very, very innovative and very, very, very strong just due to its funding and where it comes from. Obviously, it's an Abu Dhabi-based entity, and it has huge amounts of support from the government and driving innovation. So they're going to be a real big player in the future. Google, of course, AWS, all of these players are in the region, not necessarily all doing very big things. Some of them are announcing, for example, AWS recently announced that they are now coming in with the Kuiper project, which is a competitor to Starlink. This just shows you there's a real interest in the region. There's huge opportunity, but as obviously there are still lots of challenges. Connectivity is a big part of that. Of course, we have got some great goals. There are some big data center projects coming out of Kazakhstan from the National Bank of Kazakhstan, for example. But to achieve those goals, you need to have a more connected and a more viable area to play within and work within. And obviously, connectivity is a big part of that. And obviously, ensuring that the data is a big part of that also as we develop those solutions. What we'll be doing is also focusing around talent. Talent is a big part of the focus for governments across the region. That is not only retaining talent, but it's also growing talent. Hence why it's fantastic to see so many students here at this event from across so many universities across Kazakhstan, and I'm sure from the region as well, who are looking here to learn. This is something that I do not see in Europe. This never happens in Europe. When you go to a business event, you just see business people. And most of them are old or middle-aged, men and women, but that's it. You don't really see a young, youthful, wanting a vibrant. Obviously, you do see those with the startups, but they're already starting to engage with the market. Having a young audience that are going to be the next generation is something that I think is very, very exciting and quite unique for emerging markets. Obviously, we'll be talking about key areas like cybersecurity, which is a big key requirement, obviously, to ensure that, obviously, these transformation goals are viable and, obviously, that the market can achieve what it wants to do. There's always going to be additional risk when you increase the amount of data that's going to be accessible, and, obviously, cybersecurity will be a big part of that. So we'll be bringing key cybersecurity companies from across the international market to come and support that. As I mentioned, we have the blockchain and crypto city and fintech, massive market. It's a huge growth market within Kazakhstan and the region, and it will continue to be so. So we'll be looking to support that in a big way, working with key associations already working within the region, but also bringing the international community too to help support that growth. Moving into then the supercomputer showdown and empowering the region's AI core is a key objective of the government. As the president mentioned yesterday, there are obviously lots of important goals they want to achieve and obviously arrive to the future that obviously he is envisioning. But he also knows that there are lots of challenges ahead, and obviously to ensure that that's done properly, he wants to work with the best, and that's why we're very excited to see big players like NVIDIA, Presight involved already. And the most key part is connecting east to west. The Silk Route, the hypertech highway is a key part of making sure that Kazakhstan and the region become a global player, ensuring that they're connected to what's happening in the east, and then obviously making sure that they're part of how that gets to the west. And we want to support that growth, and that is a key part of why the event is taking place. We had the minister himself, who is now obviously the deputy prime minister, attend our event in Berlin, where he presented obviously the launch of our event in Kazakhstan next year. And it had a great reception. We had government entities from across the European region, from France, we had the AI minister, we had obviously ministers from Germany, England, or Great Britain, and other key countries within the global context as well. We had Her Excellency from the Ministry of Entrepreneurship and Ministry of Economy, who attended the event too. So there was huge amounts of excitement about what we're doing in Kazakhstan. Obviously, we're going to be looking to achieve a very high goal. We want to bring in as many as possible. Obviously, these are our hopes and dreams, but of course, we feel that they are achievable. We want to bring the best. So this means a mixture of all groups. This is not just talking about bringing startups and maybe bringing some executives from Kazakhstan or from Astana. We hope to have representatives from the key companies from the entire region attending the event. These are C-suite, the most important people, the people who are making decisions about how they're going to transform their business, the businesses that are transforming Kazakhstan and the region. They will all be at the event to attend this. An opportunity that means for companies that are looking to support and break into the market, they can achieve really, really exciting goals through engaging with those companies. But also, we're not just going to look to have enterprise, we will also have to have the most exciting startups from across the region. Top 100 from Kazakhstan, top 100 from Uzbekistan, and then the top 300 from across the region as well, the top 200 from across the region. We expect also to have startups from in the international context, scale-ups that are looking now maybe at different regions where they can potentially use, for example, the region of Kazakhstan as a sandbox, which is something that doesn't really happen or permit in other parts of the world. And it's a great way to understand how fast you can actually grow in a short period of time, giving you really understanding of the opportunities of your business. So we know we can do that. And of course, another key part is obviously having an international community in attendance. So our aim is to have about 60 countries from across the globe to attend this event. These will be coming through governments, through the exhibitors, through attendees, this will be through our sponsors, through our startups, and obviously through all the key associations that we're looking to bring to support the event itself. Obviously, I'm not going to go through all of the areas, but these are kind of the areas that we expect to see our exhibitors focusing on. Obviously, AI is a big part of it, but also telco is something that we're really starting to show. There are big players in the market. It's a huge opportunity, and we've already confirmed the number of telcos already. So this is an area I think is going to grow in a big way. The startup focus is very much, again, it's one thing that I just want to highlight, of course, about the startups, but it's what we bring, and that GITEX is unique in doing, is bringing in the investor community. So, for example, when you go to Dubai, Dubai has over 2,500 startups at the event, and 1,000 plus investors from the international community. No other event has done that and continues to do that. And what that does do is bring in a massive opportunity for us to bring investors from the international community into Kazakhstan. We know it's a vibrant and exciting area, but there aren't that many VCs or who have the opportunity to really push and grow. They're looking for partners to do that, and they need that from the international community. And that's one big prerogative that we're looking to focus on, to make sure that we can bring those VCs to Kazakhstan and to Astana for GITEX, so we can then really see some opportunities of growth for those startups in question. Just to give you some indication, we are already working with Kazakhstan in a great way. So we had our event in Berlin, and Bolat, and I'm going to pronounce this completely wrong, Sultanalkov, co-founder of Arlin Biotech, actually won our Supernova Challenge, which is basically an opportunity for a company to pitch and win award free of equity. So using that money to then obviously then grow and develop their business. And it was great to see that Kazakhstan won this. It's just showing you, with Hicksfield now being estimated to be the first unicorn within the region that's going to be has now achieved over $1 billion in value. It's just showing you that Kazakhstan has a huge, the region and Kazakhstan has a huge amount of opportunity, and we need to support this. And that's why we're very excited again about bringing the startup ecosystem support into our event. There are key other things that I wanted to mention, but these are just about if you are looking to participate, we have a connections program which supports in setting up meetings for your company to engage with potential buyers, and obviously we have a big strong buyers program. So these are key areas that we can go into a bit more detail, but I just think it's not key to go through that right now. And just to give you an idea, this is obviously downstairs. This is the same venue where we're going to be next year. So we'll have a startup area. It's not dissimilar to Digital Bridge. I think Digital Bridge will be very, very fair to say that they use GITEX as a good blueprint to create Digital Bridge. Digital Bridge obviously I think was first introduced to the market in 2017, and we've been running obviously since for 45 years. But we're very happy for that. It's great to show that other event organizers see the value of how we organize our events. Of course, nothing is given. We will have big tech within there. They'll be sitting in different areas. We'll have national pavilions from about 45 countries. We'll have obviously a massive focus on cybersecurity, a big focus on data centers and cloud, AI and smart cities, which are all key requirements and key projects that are happening within the region. And of course, we will have obviously a number of also educational focus as well. We'll have universities across the region that will be able to participate, showcase young startups, maybe even pre-seed, that are literally just got an idea and a laptop. We'll give the opportunity for those startups to be involved in the event and be involved. So obviously you have different ways that you can be participate. So it's not just for established; it's also for the young and the exciting developments. Obviously, we know where we are. This is for people who do not come from Kazakhstan or in Astana, just to give them the visibility of what an amazing venue we are located in. And so, yeah, this is us. And I know it's a bit of a pitch, and I'm sorry if it felt like a pitch, but it was more of an opportunity just to highlight what we're doing. We feel that this is going to be, we're at the right time coming into this market. We've, just to feel the, just to give you some overview, I was at the plenary yesterday with the president. I'm not obviously watching the president here with his presentation, and to see the likes of the president of Hungary, key representatives from Google, from Stanford University, talking about really exciting overviews about where the market is, and highlighting that this was one thing that really got me, and I thought it was a very exciting quote. The Stanford professor who'd been working across analyzing VCs and startups across the globe basically estimated that in the next 20 years' time, the top 5 biggest companies in the world don't exist yet. So that's a pretty exciting thought process. That means one of them could be from Kazakhstan. One of them could be from Uzbekistan. They could be from anywhere. It doesn't have to be any more Europe, US, or China. We are now in an opportunity where it can be anywhere where these companies can come from and where they can grow from. And that's what we're here to do, is to support that and grow that. And we will be very excited that one day, maybe, we can look back and say that one of our startups in Jitex, Kazakhstan, is now one of the biggest companies in the world. So we look forward to hopefully supporting that in the future. Thank you very much indeed. There we go.
Yeah, of course. I've got my phone. Yeah, of course. Thanks a lot. Pleasure. Shall I take you? Thank you very much. Brilliant. Thank you. Thank you so much. Thank you. Thank you.
Құрметті қонақтар, қатысқандарыңыз үшін алғыс білдіреміз. Келесі кезекте білім берудегі AI тақырыбымен Google ENG компаниясының зерттеу директоры Питер Норвик өз біліммен бөлісетін болады. The keynote speech will be AI in Education. Director of Research at Google Inc., Peter Nowick.
Hi, everybody. It's great to be here. I've been working in artificial intelligence for a long time. You know, you could say I'm an AI hipster. I was doing it before it was cool. And just proof that if you work at something for 40 years, it can become an overnight sensation. So it's an exciting time for AI, and I think it's an exciting time for education. But I want to start by going back a few years. And here we see a great model of education. So if you got to sit down and talk with Socrates, you would get a good education. And he would lead you to know what you needed to know. But then we started to automate the process. And the first part of automation was the invention of the university in the 14th century. University of Bologna was the very first university. And now instead of just having one-on-one, you could have 1-on-30. So it made it much more efficient. And I gotta say, we haven't done that much since then. Look at what's happening in the 14th century. We got the teacher up here, we got the textbook, and we got the guy in the back who's sleeping. Right? So not much has changed in the intervening 600 years. But maybe there's an opportunity for us to do better. Back in 2009, my colleagues and I wrote this paper called The Unreasonable Effectiveness of Data, saying, you know, we think this era of big data is coming, and there's a lot of applications you can do with it. And one of the applications we thought we could do is, let's take some data from students as they're learning and see if we can help them with their learning efforts. And 4 of us helped start 2 education companies. And these 4 people here, you may recognize some of them, they're all in machine learning and AI. So we all kind of simultaneously felt that there was data out there that we could use to make education better. And Sebastian and I did this online course in 2011. As I look back, I kind of cringe at the graphics there, a little bit hokey, but at the time, believe me, it would have been cool. So we put this course together, and basically what we did is we'd show a short video, then we'd ask a question, and the user would give an answer, and then we'd branch one way or another, depending on if they got the right answer or try to correct it some way, and then mostly they went back to the next one. And what we tried to do is use reinforcement learning to say, we've got this branch point where we can make a choice. What choice should we make? What should we do if we want you to get the next question right? And we found that by using that machine learning AI, we could make things better, but only by about 10%. So to some degree, we were kind of disappointed. We were hoping for bigger improvements than that, but we can only go so far. So that was 2011, but this is 2025, and maybe we can do something better now. And now we sort of have this goal of saying every learner should have a tutor who's maybe not quite as good as Socrates, but should be close. And every teacher should have a teaching assistant so that they're more effective and they could form closer bonds with their students. So that's the goal. And for the first time, just in the last few years, we have these AI models that maybe have the capability to do that in a way that the AI models of 2011 could not do them. Okay, so one possibility is this massive online class where it's basically me as the author of the class is in charge. I'm telling you, here's the path you should take, and then there's a few little branch points depending on if you got the right answer or not, but mostly I'm like 90% in charge. And then we have a chatbot where there's a completely empty box and you can ask anything you want. So the user is 100% in charge. And I think both of those are wrong. I think what we really want for education is something in the middle. If it's just a chatbot, you can ask anything, but you don't know what to ask. We really want the expert to say, here's a path you can go along, but not everybody's going to take the same path because everybody has a different background, everybody has different interests. So within this expertise of the teacher, the student is going to find their path. And that's what I think we have the opportunity to put together, and the AI models of today are the first tool that's capable of doing that. And we see some examples that are steps in that direction. They haven't nailed it completely yet, but they're getting close. So this is KhanMiGo from Khan Academy. And it's a language model that you can interact with to help get through their courses. And you can see on the right, the student says, can you just tell me the answer? And if it was a regular chatbot, it would just say, sure, here's the answer. But they've trained the system to say, I want to be pedagogical, not just answer the questions. And so instead of answering, it says, well, it's important for you to do the work. So I wanted to quote some of my favorite mentors and experts. I got a chance to meet Herb Simon, one of the founders of AI, Nobel Prize winner, and this really struck with me. He says, learning results from what the student does and thinks, and only from what the student does and thinks. The teacher can advance learning only by influencing the student to learn. And this really struck me as, you know, say I was sitting down and writing a 1,000-page textbook. I'm saying, me writing that book does nothing. It's only if the student engages with that book that it's effective. And I've tried to always remember that. Benjamin Bloom said creativity follows mastery. So mastery of skills is the first priority for young talent. And I think too much in our regular education system, we ignore that. We say, okay, some students are going to master it and they're going to get an A on the test, and that's great and we'll celebrate that. But if a student gets a B or a C, we say, too bad, next week we're going to start a different topic. And that's wrong. We know that's wrong. Educational research says we've got to bring that student up to speed and wait until they master it. And so different students are going to be going at different speeds, really hard to manage in a classroom, but for the first time possible to manage with AI tutors. And finally, Theodore Roosevelt said, nobody cares how much you know until they know how much you care. So really this bond between teacher and student is crucial to learning. And that's where I think we've got to keep the human teacher in the loop. To some extent, people can form bonds with the machine and think that the machine cares, but the human is always going to be better at that. And at Google, we've released this module called LearnLM, which is a Gemini model, but fine-tuned for pedagogy. And these are the learning principles we have to inspire active learning. So as Herb Simon was saying, help the learner do something. Don't just tell them, allow them to do something. Manage the cognitive load. How much do they know? How much is new? Don't dump too much new stuff on them and understand where they are and what comes next. Deepen the metacognition. Help them learn how to learn. Help them understand where they are and why they're thinking about this. Stimulate curiosity. So that's hard to do, but try to make it exciting in some way. Try to make them think this is worth doing. And then adapt to the learner. Every learner is different. They have different prerequisites, different backgrounds that they have, different interests, and we want to customize to each learner. Another Google product is Learn Your Way, which is reimagining textbooks for every learner. So you put a textbook or a PDF in and you say, now generate it this way or that way. Make it into a podcast, make it into a video, summarize it, and so on. And I think this is really important because, I said it's not just good enough to have an empty search box from a chat box and do anything you want. We really want the student to have the feeling of interacting with an expert teacher or mentor, but it's going to be a lot of work for the teacher to say, I have to generate 100 different versions of my work for every possible type of learner. So I think coming up with these tools that help the author is just as important as coming up with tools that help the learner. And there's been less focus on that in the past. So I'm really excited that we're starting to see this focus on saying, how can we help authors do a better job of authoring material that meets the users, meets the learners where they are. Now, where does data come from? And there's two possibilities. You get data from the real world or you get it from simulation. Now, I've done some work helping out with self-driving cars, and we have this motto that says, the first 1,000,000 miles are always the hardest. So what do I mean by that? Well, at first, you got to get those cars out there on the road, and you got to drive 1,000,000 miles, and you got to record all the data and figure out all the places where you went wrong. But after you do that, you can start building a simulation. And then in the simulation, you can drive billions of miles. And you can do that so much faster than actually driving on the real road. So that's how self-driving cars advance. So far, we haven't been able to do that for teaching. We don't have a simulation of a student. Students are much more predictable than, or unpredictable than traffic on the road. So we can only train with live data. And as I said at the beginning, that's useful. It's useful to collect that data. And if I want you to answer this next question right, I can make you 10% better at answering it. But if I want you to be a productive and happy student a year from now, it takes me a year to gather that data. And I can't move any faster than that. If I had a simulation, I could move faster. So that's been troubling. I've been worrying about that for years. But just in the past 2 years or so, there's these hints that maybe it's possible. So this is John Horton, an economist at MIT, and he tells these language models to simulate sort of economic experiments. Do you want to buy this? Do you want to trade this for that? And he kind of gives them a persona and asks them to act in that environment, and he finds out that they're actually pretty good simulations for these economic experiments. So the LLMs are able in some way to model what an actual human being is doing. Now, we don't know yet if that's going to go all the way to helping a learner learn a complex subject, but it is a hint that it is possible. And if it does become possible, then we start going like 100 times faster than we could before. So I'm really excited about that, but we're not quite there yet. Okay, so we're left with these big questions of what even is education, right? So I said, I can make it 10% better. I wish I could make it 50% better, but what even is it? And what is it that we're trying to make better? And what's our goal? So part of education is teaching general knowledge. Maybe that's becoming less important as it's becoming easier to look up knowledge. Also, specific knowledge or skills for a profession. How much of that is part of your general education and how much maybe should be separated from that or into a trade school or something? Developing good reasoning and judgment. It seems like that's always going to be important. It's becoming even more and more important. Motivating and inspiring students to want to learn more and keep doing it is a key part of it. And then just this whole idea of promoting civic and social coherence. So part of being in school is not just the subjects you learn. Part of being in school is learning to get along with your classmates and learning what they're like and how some people are different from you and how you can get along with them. Then the next question is what is this for? I've been focusing on college level education because that's what I've taught. How much of that transfers immediately into K-12 education? How much of it has to be modified for that? And what about lifelong education? So, you know, in this changing world, it seems silly that we have this idea that you go to school for 4 years, you get a piece of paper that says, I never have to learn anything again. Instead, we should be learning lifelong. And AI is an important tool for that, but we got to figure out what is it a tool for? What is it that we're trying to achieve? And that's the ultimate question. So why don't I stop there, and we got a couple minutes left if there are questions. Go ahead. Is there a mic or just yell?
Students often think in that way that they don't need to know complicated formulas or they don't need to know complicated mathematics, and even they want to be like, I don't know, maybe programmers. But right now I am a software engineer and I'm also interested in different things, and I'm started working on different projects, and finally I'm started interested in everything, and I started realizing that I need everything to know. But when I was young, when I was in high school, and when I was in high school, I just didn't realize that I actually need that. But and I have a main question: how teachers can influence or give like seat to students?
Okay, that's a good question. I think what we should be doing, you know, I said one of the points here is students learn by doing. I think we should focus more on having them do something, because that's just more motivating, right? So as you say, if you're taught in high school, we're going to take a whole year and we're going to learn this hard math subject, some people will be excited by that, but most won't. So I think a better approach is say, we're going to go out and we're going to do something. You know, we're going to teach you how to build a radio or do something. And then the students get started, and at some point they say, well, now I'm stuck. And then the teacher comes in and says, oh, this thing you're trying to do, that's called the differential equation. Let's think about that, and let's solve it in the context of this problem you're doing. And then students will be more motivated. They say, oh, if I learn how to do this, I can solve this problem, and I can move ahead, and I can finish what I'm doing. And I think that's better than saying you study for a year before you ever start to do anything real. So hopefully that's one good approach. Yeah.
Hi, thank you for the presentation. I have a question on school students, not the higher education, but I think it's generally can be applied for the higher education as well. So we have the STEM subjects and the more like humanitarian. I don't know, they are classified like HISS, HAAS. So do you think there should be like different approaches, you know, based on this classification? How do we apply AI in the school education? Or maybe there is like no differentiation between them when we speak about AI in education. Thanks.
I'm not sure I got the whole question, but I think it is really interesting to say how does AI interact with other fields. And I've worked with the data science program at Berkeley where they said we're going to have some core data science and AI, and then we're going to have lots of classes across all the different departments. So some in biology, some in astronomy, whatever. And there's a basic core, and then you're going off and you're doing the different domains and subject matters. Is that what you were asking, or did I miss the question?
Yes, I think yes, because why am I asking this question? Because the STEM subjects, like they are more, you know, accurate, like 2 + 2 = 4, like, you know. But when we speak about humanitarian, especially like arts, when we have art classes in school, how do we apply this kind of AI approach in those classes? And I believe there should be some kind of classification on that, or maybe a differentiation, or we can be speaking like, you know, on the fundamental thing, like the same approach.
No, that's certainly true, right? So, you know, if I ask you to make a painting or write a poem, there's not a right or wrong answer. It's a matter of judgment. I think the AI systems do have some capability to do judgment, so it won't be completely different. But you're right, it's not the same as saying, did you get the right answer or not?
Thank you.
Okay.
Hello, I would like to ask, I think, more of a technical question, if that's fine. You said that it would be interesting to use LLMs as kind of homo silicus, and I'm wondering now, in order to get a better simulation, you would really need to get the type of data that really reflects the real world distribution of the data, right? But the data that we use to train LLMs, it's mostly from the internet, and a lot of human communication doesn't really get captured on the internet. And even if something is in text, it could be not really available because it's private texts. So is there a way to make sure that what we use actually reflects real world?
Yeah, that's a great question. I think I agree with you, and I think we will have to gather specialized data to do this. It's not enough to just try to find it all on the internet. Also, I think you have to make a special effort to make models of student misconceptions, right? So a lot of what's written down is the stuff that's right? So, you know, I write a textbook and I try to say, here's the right way to think about it. Now, in my experience as a teacher, I also know wrong ways to think about it. I also know, oh, you know, this student asked this question, they must have this misconception, which I know about, but I never wrote it down. And so I think we need to do a better job of writing that down. And there are places, you know, I haven't done it much, but other people have done that. There are sort of repositories of questions and answers and wrong answers and explanations for why the wrong answers are there. And I think we'll need to harvest that. I think you also touched on some other things of if we had sort of bio data and permissions to collect that, you know, sort of understanding what's your bio response, are you feeling nervous or worried and so on. I think that could be important, both to understand where the student is and to figure out, well, how do we comfort them, how do we inspire them to keep going, what's their sort of mental state as well as their correct or incorrect conception of the problem. Well, whoever has the mic should speak. I don't have to choose. Whoever has the mic, go. Yeah.
With microphone or without?
Yeah, with the microphone.
Okay. Thanks, Peter, for the amazing talk. And I do have a question a little bit about information retrieval, IR, because you have plenty of work experience in IR. And so the question is basically that currently the hot topic in IR is about powered AI search, basically RAG systems using, because I'm working in search, we are building enterprise search engines in UK-based companies. So how would you handle this hallucination from LLMs, for example, because you know, sometimes you can get a lot of like unpredictable response, and especially in search.
Yeah. So it's certainly true if you have a naked LLM, it's going to hallucinate every now and then. And it's kind of designed to do that for a couple reasons. One is they're also designed to be creative, right? So you can say, make up a poem about any subject, and it will generate something that's hallucinated because it was never written down before. I think we could do a better job of saying, now your job is to be creative. Now your job is to say something that's backed up by facts. So I think we can do that, and we should build it into the models, and then we should also have checkers on top of that, you know, RAG-like systems and other systems that say, I went out to the LLM, I got an answer, now I want to verify that answer before I expose it to the user. Then the other thing I think is we're doing the training wrong. So a lot of the training we do with both in the self-supervised training and in the reinforcement learning with human feedback is saying either you got it right or you got it wrong. And if you do that, and you guys who have taken tests know this, right? If you're being graded just by the number of things you get right, if you don't know, you should guess. That's the best strategy for optimizing your score. I think we should change the scoring metric to say, if you guess and you're wrong, that should be 2 points off. And if you instead say, I don't know, well, you should get 1 point for that. And that should be almost as good as giving the right answer. And so if we changed our scoring metric, we can really cut down on hallucinations. Who's got the mic? Yeah.
Thank you for your
let
speech.
This guy have it next. Yeah. Go ahead.
I used to study from your textbooks about AI, and now like different approach win, maybe. And what is your vision? Like, what is the true path to the AGI?
You know, I don't like the term AGI because I don't think of it as an endpoint.
I mean, like AI that can learn from, like, by observing the, like.
Yeah. So I think a bunch of things. I think embedding in the world is important, right? So it's been amazing to me how much we can learn just by reading text, right? So, you know, I've been in this field for a while. In the 80s, I started doing natural language understanding, and I said, you know, there's some stuff that's on the page of the book, and we had to do some linguistics and so on to understand that. But at the time, we thought more of what's going on is up here in the head. And we thought the hard part is going to be figuring out what's in the head as you process that text. And then LLMs came along and said, we'll just put an absolutely flat prior into the head that knows basically nothing, and then we'll just pass a lot of words through it, and that worked. So I think that amazed everybody. We didn't expect that. But you know, there's lots of things we can do to make it better. One of them is going beyond just the words and experience life in the real world. And I think we're starting to see the rise of robotics. It's always, robotics is coming in the next decade, and that's been true for 3 or 4 decades, but it's getting better. And living in the world, I think, is important, and you will learn more that isn't in the text. And being more explicit about creating world models rather than word models, right? So a language model says, as you're speaking a sentence, what word is likely to come next. In order to come up with the right word, you have to understand something about the world, but you're not explicitly modeling the world. Instead, you're just modeling how do we talk about the world. And these world models based on multimedia perception and on robotics and living in the world, they say, well, I'm actually going to model what's happening in the world, and then secondarily I can talk about it. So I think that'll be a good step. And then I think kind of natural growth will get us there, right? So we've seen this huge advance in the amount of data, in the amount of processing power, and a little bit in coming up with clever algorithms. And if that continues, we'll get closer and closer to acceptable intelligence. I don't know if I want to call it AGI, but it will get better.
Thanks a lot. Dear participants, I know you have a lot of questions, but now we are choosing just only one, last one. But in case if even after that you still have any questions, you can just ask personally after the panel session, keynote speech. Okay, the last question.
Okay, hello. Thank you for your great speech. I want to ask one question because prior we had no problem with education per se. Like we have a lot of information out there; it's freely available, and the only problem was like the motivation of people. You would go to YouTube or just Coursera, and like 19% of people do not finish the courses. And how is the statistics with the AI? Does it allow people to actually learn more, or do they still drop or half the way, and it's just another way to start great and end up with nothing?
Yeah, that's a good question. And when we started doing the online classes, we noticed that the completion rate was really low. So one of the things we did was ask people up front, what's your goal? Why are you doing this? And most of the people said, well, I have no intention of finishing this class. I just thought it was cool to drop in and see what it was like. I know I'm super guilty of that, right? Because I'm interested in this field, I've started hundreds of classes and not finished them because I just wanted to see what they were like. So we found if you measure success by who are people who say, I'm super committed to finishing this, actually a high percentage of them do finish it. So I feel like, you shouldn't compare it to how many people finish a year of college, because everybody that comes into college is already super committed, and they paid their tuition and they're here. So if you measure against that, then the completion rates are closer. So that part doesn't bother me, and I just think it's great to have lots of opportunities to expose people to stuff. And someone might say, I'm not planning to do this at all. I'm just going to sample it a little bit and then I'm going to drop out. But some of the people who say that, they'll get excited and they'll do it. And they wouldn't say, just for a lark, I'm going to enroll in a university. That's not going to happen. So I think these free available courses are providing a service, but we have to measure them in the right way.
Thank you. Let's just.
Құрметті қонақтар, бүгінгі панельдік сессиямыз аяқталды. Ең алдымен құрметті сарапшыларымызға құнды ақпараттары мен бүгінгі талқылауға қосқан үлестері үшін алғыс білдіреміз. Сондай-ақ барлық қатысушыларға назарларыңыз бен белсене қатысқандарыңыз үшін алғыс айтамыз. Естеріңізге сала кетейік, ертең сағат 10:00-де келесі панельдік сессия басталады және сіздерді осы залда асыға күтеміз. Dear guests, our panel session has now come to an end. First of all, let's thank our distinguished speakers for their valuable insights and contribution to today's discussion. We also thank all participants for attention and active presence. We'd like to remind you that tomorrow at 10 o'clock, the next panel session will take place, and we'll look forward to welcoming you again in this hall.